Chapter 62. Boom! The full moon landed on the arena, giving off a loud sound. This time, the moon bright like fire was much stronger than the one Zhang he had used earlier. The huge arena was shattered into countless pieces. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. Some of the people who were standing closer to the arena were struck by the shattered pieces. Their chi and blood surged, and they suffered significant injuries. This was truly an undeserved calamity. The dust on the arena danced in the air. The people who were far away could not see what was happening. They could not help but feel anxious when they saw what was happening. What a strong moon bright like fire! It is even stronger than the one Zhang he executed. There is dust everywhere. Although they wanted to know the result, they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. They did not dare to rush forward. The people who were injured by the shattered pieces were a living example of this. After a long time, when the thick dust finally dispersed, everyone could clearly see the situation on the arena. The 2-meter-tall arena made of heavenly mountain stones no longer existed. All that was left were countless pieces of rubble. Zhang He was lying on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The shadow-bearing sword in his hand had already disappeared. The arena master standing at the side had an indescribable dispirited expression on his face. The arena that he had painstakingly built was gone, just like that. Although he could obtain a tenth of the wager as a commission, it was far from being able to compare to the damage to the arena. The situation was clear at a glance. Everyone knew that Xiaoqin had won this duel. He had defeated a medial-grade martial master, Zhang He, as a medial-grade martial disciple. Such news would definitely shock Mo City. It would even spread far and wide in Cheesy County. Xiaoqin, who was an entire realm lower than him, had actually defeated Zhang He. This was definitely explosive news. This battle had also completely rid Xiaoqin of the reputation of being trash in Mo City. Everyone could predict that an unparalleled genius had appeared. While everyone was discussing this, there was only one person standing there with a complicated expression on his face. He was Xiaoqin's elder brother, Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian held a nidin in his hand. That was the nidin of the rainbow flame python. Before Xiaoqin left, he had tossed it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. He really wanted to throw away the rainbow flame python's inner core. He didn't want to accept Xiaoqin's charity, but he really couldn't bear to do it. 3 days later, in the Xiao mansion. In Xiaoqin's yard, Bao quietly asked, "Second young master, the first elder sent someone to get you again. Are you going to reject him again?" Xiaoqin recovered from his cultivation state and smiled bitterly in his heart. "You don't have to be so anxious. You've been urging me more than 10 times in 3 days." After the duel that day, although Xiaoqin barely managed to defeat Zhang He, the time limit of the essence swallowing pill was up. Very soon, the essence swallowing pill would cause a backlash. He was worried that he would be intercepted and killed in the middle of his journey. After taking away the Qingying sword, he immediately felt it. In order not to let the side effects of the cloud swallowing pill leave a hidden danger in his body, he had to use the cloud swallowing pill. Xiaoqin had not gone out for the past 3 days. He had been refining the remnant essence of the cloud swallowing pill in his body. Furthermore, he had comprehended many things in that battle. Xiaoqin did not want anyone to disturb him, so he chose to close his doors and refuse to see anyone. Only now did he completely digest the essence of the cloud swallowing pill. However, there were many things that he had comprehended in that battle that he had yet to comprehend. He could only think about them in the future. If he did not go out now, the first elder would definitely send someone to barge in. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin said to the door, "Bao, go and inform them that I will be out soon." After tidying up his clothes, Xiaoqin thought about how to deal with the first elder. Then he opened the door and took a deep breath. Slowly, he walked towards the first elder's yard. Along the way, all the Xiao clan disciples that he met looked at him with a completely different expression. The gossip that he often heard in the past no longer existed. Everyone's expressions were the same as they appeared on the surface. They all held reverence for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin did not really care about the attitude of the Xiao clan disciples. He took large strides forward and soon arrived at Xiao Chang's yard. Xiao Chang and Xiao Yulan sat at the stone table in the yard. Xiao Yulan was still as beautiful as ever. Every time he saw her, he would be moved. Cousin Xiaochen, now that you are famous, you start to play cards. You are not even willing to meet your cousin, Xiao Yulan said half-truthfully when she saw Xiaochen walk over. Xiaochen first bowed to the first elder before saying from under the table, Cousin Yulan, I am sorry. I have been recuperating for the past few days. It is not convenient for me to meet anyone. When Xiao Yulan saw Xiaochen apologizing seriously, she hurriedly said, I was just joking with you. Everyone knows that you are recuperating. Ever since Xiaochen entered, Xiao Chang's gaze had been fixed on Xiaochen, never leaving him. At this moment, he took over the conversation. Second young master, are there any major problems with your body? There are still some rank 7 herbs in the Xiao clan's dispensary. Don't bear everything on your own. The Xiao clan had been in charge of Seven Horn Mountain for over 100 years. It was not strange for them to have a few rank 7 herbs. Xiaochen said, there are no major problems. Thank you, First Elder, for your kind intentions. Then I am relieved. I do not have to worry about the trial of Gloomy Forest in 2 days. After Xiao Chang said that, he changed the topic. What exactly did you obtain from the Thunder King's cave? Can you tell me in detail? Others might not be able to figure out the reason for Xiao Chen's sudden burst of combat prowess. However, Xiao Chang could easily link it to the Thunder King's cave. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He had already guessed that the First Elder would ask this. He placed the lunar shadow saber on the table and said, This is the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword from back then. I reforged it into a profound ranked spirit weapon. I obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King from it. Xiao Chen's words were half true and half false. No one could find any flaws in it. Following that, he made up a story about how he obtained the inheritance. After listening to it, Xiao Chang believed this answer. He cautiously said to Xiao Chen, Don't tell anyone about you obtaining the inheritance of the Thunder King. Otherwise, it will bring you a disaster. This matter is very important. My Xiao clan might even prosper because of it. The Thunder King was the most famous Emperor Wu in the past 1,000 years. His fame in the continent could be said to be very widespread, deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people yearned for his inheritance. If they were to know that Xiao Chen obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, then Xiao Chen would be hunted down endlessly. Xiao Yulan picked up the lunar shadow saber on the table and examined it carefully. She praised, This saber is really cousin's lucky item. Back then, it helped us escape from the cave. Now, it helped cousin obtain the inheritance of the Thunder King. It is truly a good saber. Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. Although cousin Yulan was very talented in combat, her thoughts were still very pure. She actually described such a strong demonic weapon as being lucky twice. He suddenly thought of something and took out the Chengying sword from the universe ring. He handed it to Xiao Yulan and said, Cousin Yulan, back then, you gave me all those moonstones. Now, I'm giving you this Chengying sword as compensation. When Xiao Yulan heard this, she smiled and said, I do not dare to take this sword. The Zhang clan's clan head came a few times in the past few days, wanting to redeem this sword. We absolutely cannot let them redeem it. How can we let go of something that is already in our hands? Xiao Chen said. The material of this Chengying sword was forged from top-notch frost iron. Furthermore, it contained a trace of righteous qi. However, because it did not contain a large amount of moonstones, its rank could not be raised. Its actual value was very high. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was a little reluctant to give it to Xiao Yulan. After he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the second layer, he had always wanted to refine a protective magic treasure. However, he was unable to do so due to a lack of materials. If he did not give this sword to Xiao Yulan, he felt that he could refine a pretty good magic treasure. If he gave it to the Zhang clan, it would be too much of a loss. When Xiao Yulan saw Xiao Chen's nervous expression, she smiled tactfully. Her pretty face was like a flower, completely devoid of her usual cold expression. She said, Don't worry. Father's intentions are the same as yours. I will never let go of something that is already in my hands. As long as it is something that you give me, I will dare to use it. Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. Cousin Yulan's personality seemed to have undergone a huge change. She no longer had the cold and distant attitude that she had when they first met. Today, she even joked with him twice. The tragic thing was that he did not realize it. However, he did not know the thoughts of a girl. When joking with someone, it depended on who the person was. If the other disciples of the Xiao clan saw the famous icy beauty of the Xiao clan chatting so happily with Xiaoqin, they would definitely be shocked. The three of them chatted for a long time about the trial of Gloomy Forest. Xiao Chang told them about his experiences in the trial of Gloomy Forest without holding anything back. Before they left, something unexpected happened to Xiaoqin. The first elder, Xiao Chang, asked about the martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body again. Furthermore, he requested to check it out personally. This caused the doubts that Xiao Chen had long ago to resurface. Could it be that the blue dragon martial spirit really had some unspeakable secret? When Xiao Chang's consciousness entered Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen hid the blue dragon martial spirit in his body into the white clouds. He used his spiritual sense to imitate a purple flame, barely concealing it from Xiao Chang. Xiao Chen returned to his room filled with doubts. He laid on the bed and thought about this question. Why did the first elder care so much about his own martial spirit? Xiao Jian's blue dragon martial spirit had already disappeared for 1,000 years. It was not strange for them to be cautious. However, Xiao Chen could feel a sense of fear from the first elder's attitude. That was fear of the blue dragon martial spirit. Every time he knew that the martial spirit in his body was not the blue dragon martial spirit, the first elder's attitude would become much more relaxed. What secret was this blue dragon martial spirit hiding? Just at this moment, Bai suddenly jumped out from the spirit blood jade that Xiao Chen wore on his chest. It looked around for Ao Jiao. Its anxious look was extremely cute. When Xiao Chen saw Bai's appearance, he revealed a smile. These few days, every time this little fellow came out, it would look for Ao Jiao. When it could not find her, it would open its pitiful eyes and look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew that this little fellow must have gotten addicted to the heaven and earth essence. However, now that Ao Jiao had sealed herself in the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen did not know when he would be able to see her again. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but feel melancholy. Without that lass by his side, he felt that something was missing. Hugging Bai in his embrace, Xiao Chen started to infuse essence into its body, circulating the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformations cultivation method. This was something he had started doing after returning 3 days ago. Naturally, it was better for spirit beasts to cultivate as early as possible. Bai was an innate rank 6 spirit beast. In the future, it would definitely be a great help to Xiao Chen. Chapter 63. There were only 2 days left to the trial of Gloomy Forest. Xiao Chen still did not go out. During the day, he continued to comprehend the insights he gained from his battle with Zhang He. At night, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Chen felt that he had already touched the edge of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. However, after he returned, he tried to execute Flight on Wings again, but he did not succeed a few times. Xiao Chen pondered bitterly. One of the main reasons why he could execute Flight on Wings so smoothly that day was because he was struck by moon bright like fire. He was in a desperate situation, which stimulated his potential. Another reason was that he had consumed the essence swallowing pill, which greatly increased his strength. His cultivation realm was much higher than it was now. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation for the trial of Gloomy Forest. Only in a dangerous place would he be able to put himself in a desperate situation, experiencing the essence of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula between life and death. Only through continuous battles could he increase his strength. Closing himself off from the outside world was not a good method. 2 days later, the trial was held as scheduled. Under the lead of the first elder, Xiao Chen followed the crowd and rushed to the plaza in the city center. There, he would meet up with the other people from the 3 great clans. After that, under the lead of Mo City's city lord, they would rush to the periphery of Gloomy Forest to begin the trial. This time, there were 10 people from the Xiao clan participating in the trial. All of them were at least superior grade martial disciples. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan's cultivation had even reached the martial master realm. They were definitely the strongest group of people in the three great clans. When they rushed to the plaza, the people from the Tang clan and the Zhang clan had already arrived. The gazes from both sides were very unfriendly. Recently, the two clans had suffered losses at the hands of the Xiao clan. With the addition of old and new grudges, they could not wait to start a fight. On the stone platform in the middle of the plaza, the city lord had not appeared yet. Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulan were chatting casually. They did not feel bored, but they thought that the city lord was putting on a show. "You are Xiao Chen." Just as the two of them were chatting, someone suddenly walked over from the side. Xiao Yulan faced that person and frowned slightly. She said in a soft voice, "It's the Tang clan's people." Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had already seen the appearance of this person. He was not surprised in his heart. He turned around and smiled. "It is indeed me. I wonder why Brother Tang Feng is looking for me?" When Tang Feng heard Xiao Chen call out his name, he felt it was strange. His expression changed slightly as he smiled. "It's nothing. Recently, everyone in Mo City knows about Brother Zhao's name. I just wanted to make friends with you." Xiao Yulan smiled coldly from behind. "Befriend? Your big brother, Tang Yuan, died on our Seven-Horn Mountain. Instead of seeking revenge, you are here to befriend us?" After Tang Feng heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. He said, "This fellow has always been at odds with me. Now that he died in Brother Zhao's hands, he deserves it. I should be thanking Brother Xiao instead. Why would I think of revenge?" Tang Feng was astonished. For the sake of the position of clan head, brothers would fight with each other. This had happened since ancient times, so it was not strange. However, back in Linlang Pavilion, Xiao Chen already knew this person's character. How could he believe his words? When Xiao Jian, who was at the side, heard Tang Feng's words, his expression changed slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Chen walked in front of Tang Feng and whispered into his ear, "I was the one who bought the inferior grade spirit stone in Linlang Pavilion. Do you still want to befriend me?" Tang Feng's expression changed greatly. His earlier smile disappeared and he said gloomily, "You have spoiled my plans time and again. So it was you who did it. Don't be too pleased with yourself. It is best if you don't go to Gloomy Forest. If you go, don't even think of coming out." Tang Feng flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Then he left without looking back. However, Xiao Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Since Tang Feng said that, could it be that there is a death trap waiting for me in Gloomy Forest? "Cousin Xiao Chen, what did you say to that person to make his expression so unsightly?" Xiao Yulan asked curiously. Not only her, but the other Xiao clan disciples were also looking at him curiously. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I told him that it is very impolite for him to come out and speak to others without even wiping his eyes clean." When everyone heard this, they all laughed. However, it left a shadow in Xiao Chen's heart. He could not let it go, but he had no choice but to go to Gloomy Forest. There was no other way. "Never mind, I will deal with whatever comes my way. Thinking about it now will only increase my worries," Xiao Chen consoled himself. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Xiao Chen looked up and saw that it was indeed the city lord, Dugu Feng, who had finally arrived. This was the person who used the most power in Mo City. Xiao Chen was somewhat curious. He sent out his spiritual sense, but he discovered that he could not see through his strength. Xiao Chen could not help but feel astonished. The city lord's cultivation must be astonishing. However, he did not expect it to be to such an extent that even he could not see through it. The city lord gave everyone a few words of encouragement, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he gave some instructions to the people behind him. Instantly, a few black dots appeared on the horizon. As the black dots got closer, they could clearly see that they were huge flying spirit beasts, curtains of bats. This was a type of mutated bat-like bird. It did not have any feathers on its body, only glossy black flesh. Its body was huge, and when it spread its wings, it was at least tens of meters long. When it stopped, it created a huge whirlwind on the ground. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Everyone followed Xiao Chong to one of the curtains of bats. Their faces were filled with excitement. This group of people had never seen a flying bird before. Now that they had the opportunity to ride it, they could not help but feel excited. Even though Xiaochen could use the gravity spell to fly slowly, he was filled with anticipation for this curtains of bats. Riding on a bird would definitely be a different experience. After the curtains of bats spread out its wings, its body and wings connected together, making it look like a huge platform. Under the instructions of the rider of this curtains of bats, everyone removed their shoes and socks and climbed on barefoot. When Xiaochen stood barefoot on the curtains of bats, he could actually feel a slight suction force locking his feet in place. When he wanted to lift his feet, he took a few steps forward easily. It was as stable as flat ground. Xiaochen was astonished. No wonder, even though there were so many flying spirit beasts, this curtains of bats was the most widely used. Although it was ugly, it was very stable. With a cry, the curtains of bats created a strong gust of wind, and they took off with a sound. This curtains of bats did not rely on the flapping of its wings to fly. Instead, it relied on the control of the wind. Its speed was extremely fast. The group of people in Mo City below became smaller and smaller in the eyes of the crowd. Eventually, they turned into black dots and completely disappeared. The wind howled in their ears, but the suction force coming from the soles of their feet did not cause them to panic. The smiles on their faces had not yet faded. Gloomy Forest was very desolate, and it was quite a distance away from Mo City. Even if they rode on this curtains of bats, it would take at least 4 hours. Xiaochen did not want to waste any time, so he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. A look of gratification flashed on Xiaocheng's face. Such diligence, neither arrogance nor rashness. Furthermore, with the help of the Thunder King's inheritance, he would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Under the influence of Xiaochen, the excitement on the faces of the others slowly receded. They sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Bang! After flying for a long time, the curtains of bats finally came to a stop. Xiaochen opened his eyes and put on his shoes and socks. Then he gently jumped down. Looking at the gloomy forest in front of him, he muttered to himself, "This is gloomy forest. I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring me." Just at this moment, Xiaochen felt a gaze filled with a strong killing intent directed at him. Looking in the direction of the killing intent, Xiaochen saw that it was the Zhang clan head. He did not have any intention of hiding it. His eyes were filled with a strong hatred, and a strong killing intent surged towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not show any fear. He grinned and did not seem to care at all. "Elder Xiao, are these the people that your Xiao clan sent?" The Mo City's city lord brought 4 old men dressed in gray robes over. Xiao Chang nodded his head and pointed out the appearances of the 10 people to the city lord. When it came to Xiao Chen, under the city lord's request, Xiao Chang introduced them. "Elder Xiao, this is not your first time here. You should be very clear about the rules." Xiao Chang nodded his head. "Of the 10 people I brought, the strongest is only a medial grade martial master. The oldest is 18 years old. City Lord Dugu can check them carefully." In this trial of Gloomy Forest, the participants' cultivation could not be higher than martial master. Their age could not be over 20. Once they exceeded the requirements, they would be eliminated. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect there to be such a requirement. If there were no martial grandmasters, even if the Zhang clan and the Tang clan worked together to deal with him, he would not have any fear. After Dugu Feng and the others left, Xiao Chang looked at the crowd with a serious expression and said, "I do not wish to speak too much about the dangers of Gloomy Forest. You should all be clear on this. No matter what grudges you have, once you are inside, you will all have to let it go. This trip will be filled with difficulties. Xiao Chen will be your team leader. His words are my words." When the crowd heard this, they revealed an astonished expression. However, they immediately felt at ease. With Xiao Chen's current strength, there was nothing wrong with him being the team leader. Xiao Chang waved his hand, not allowing Xiao Chen to speak. "You do not need to reject. I have not said your mission yet. Led this group of people to survive and hunt for 100 rank 2 demonic cores. Then, you will have completed your mission." Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. However, the first elder had already made up his mind. There was no room for anyone to refute him. He could only accept this difficult task. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their preparations. Under Xiao Chen's lead, they slowly walked towards the dark forest. They could see that the other two teams had also started to move at this time. So cold! The instant they stepped into the forest, everyone felt a chill. The soil on the ground was actually black, causing their scalps to go numb. When they looked up, the towering and dense foliage blocked out all the sunlight. The forest was dark. Everyone's vision was greatly obstructed. When Xiao Chen looked in front, there was a black fog spreading out. He could not see clearly at all. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense. Under the obstruction of an unknown force, his spiritual sense could only extend to a radius of 200 meters. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He had not expected such a situation to occur. However, this was not the time to complain. Xiao Chen took out the map that the first elder had given him and looked at it. Then he led the group forward. After 20 minutes, there was still no change in the scenery before them. Finally, someone could not help but complain, "Xiao Chen, why are you leading us? We have been walking for so long, yet we still do not see any demonic beasts. If this goes on, when will we be able to complete the mission of 200 demonic cores?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. It had not even been half an hour and there were already people who could not endure the loneliness. This mission of being the team leader was really difficult. You want to meet demonic beasts so badly? Are you not afraid of being eaten by demonic beasts? Someone teased. What a joke. I am here to kill demonic beasts, not to feed them. How could that be possible? That person said loudly. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to ignore him. However, at this moment, he felt a dangerous aura. He quickly shouted, "Danger! Everyone be careful!" When the others heard this, they immediately became vigilant. The person who spoke first looked around but did not discover anything. He said impatiently, "Danger? Where is the danger you mentioned? Why do I not see it?" "Pu si I." Right above that person's head, the others saw an extremely horrifying scene. A huge red tongue descended from the sky and instantly wrapped around that person. Chapter 64. What is this thing? The others all cried out in alarm. At the top of a large tree, there was a huge lizard circling above. Its bright red tongue was pulling that Xiao clan cultivator upwards. That person struggled continuously, his legs thrashing in the air. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, watching as that person slowly left above them. They could not think of any solution. Lightning evasion. Rushing thunder chop. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Chen aimed at the sky and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the eternal darkness of gloomy forest as he instantly executed the rushing thunder chop. The instant the lightning solidified, Xiao Chen appeared in the air like an ancient warrior. The lunar shadow saber in his hand gave off a dazzling light as he chopped at the red tongue with the force of rushing thunder. The lightning disappeared and the light faded away. The forest was once again engulfed in darkness. When the people below saw that Xiao clan disciple falling from the sky, they quickly went forward to catch him. This Xiao clan disciple was named Yilan. He had relied on his strength to steadily climb up the ranks of the Xiao clan's core disciples. He had cultivated in Sevenhorn Mountain for a long time, fighting against all sorts of sinister spirit beasts and seeing all sorts of horrifying spirit beasts. His mental fortitude was incomparably strong. However, at this moment, he seemed to be scared silly. After he was caught by someone, the horrified expression on his face did not fade away for a long time. "Yilan, what did you see? Where is Xiao Chen?" "That's right, where is cousin Xiao Chen? Why is he not back yet?" Xiao Yulan asked anxiously from the side. However, these people did not have any flying martial techniques, so they were unable to see what was happening. After a long time, Yilan slowly came to his senses. He said, "How terrifying! That is a rank 2 spirit beast fire lizard demonic transformation. I have killed many of them in Sevenhorn Mountain. However, I have never seen such a huge fire lizard. Its entire body is emitting a surging black chi. Its huge scarlet eyes are even more horrifying than the Lizard King in Sevenhorn Mountain. When everyone heard his description, they were all startled. They had not gone far and they had already met such a horrifying demonic beast. Furthermore, it was only a rank 2 demonic beast. When they thought of the rest of the journey, they were all startled. Cousin Xiaochen went to save you. Why is he not back yet? Xiao Yulan asked anxiously. A look of shame flashed on Yilan's face. He did not expect Xiaochen to save him. He said awkwardly, I only saw a flash and then I fell. Xiao Yulan said anxiously, I want to go and take a look. Don't go yet. Look at that piece of tongue that fell off. Xiao Jian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. The half of Wu Yu's tongue was over a meter long, and large amounts of purple liquid were flowing out of the wound. Everyone, the demonic beast, the purple blood. Everyone of the blood. The Chen clan. He the clan of he. This was not the scariest part. The bright red tongue seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and struggled on the ground, as if it was trying to escape from something even more terrifying. Everyone had a horrified expression on their faces. No one had ever seen such a strange thing. For a moment, they were dumbstruck and extremely shocked. Suddenly, a face appeared on the tree trunk. It was a huge mouth. Black teeth could be seen in the mouth. Suddenly, a face appeared on the tree trunk. It was a huge mouth. Black teeth could be seen in the mouth. The huge mouth swallowed the tongue whole. It chewed continuously as though it was tasting a delicacy. Squeaking sounds could be heard continuously. It's a tree spirit. A tree spirit is already a rank 3 demonic beast. We have only walked such a short distance. How did we meet it? Someone recognized the horrifying tree spirit and shouted. Let's go quickly. This tree spirit is not something we can deal with now. Once it finishes eating, it will be our turn, Xiao Jian said calmly. Right. Let's go quickly. This is a rank 3 demonic beast. It is equivalent to a martial grandmaster. Xiao Yulan's expression was incomparably anxious. She said, we can't leave. Cousin Xiaochen is still up there. If we leave, what will happen to him? First, senior sister, Cousin Xiaochen's strength is clear for all to see. He will definitely be fine. On the other hand, it is too dangerous for us to stay here. Many of them wanted to retreat. Just at this moment, the tree spirit finally finished eating the red tongue. The gray eyes on the tree trunk stared at the crowd. It revealed a strange smile, like the face of a ghost. Not good, it has finished eating. We can't leave now. Xiao Jian quickly drew out the spirit weapon in his hand and entered a state of combat. Shua! Countless tree branches grabbed at the crowd like ghostly hands. Instantly, many of them were grabbed by the hands and feet and pulled towards the huge mouth. Xiao Jian calmly chopped away the few tree branches flying at him. Then, he ran towards the person who was grabbed by the tree branches. Along the way, there were tree branches flying at him. However, he chopped them all off. Xiao Yulan was doing the same thing as him. The other Xiao clan disciples were all struggling bitterly on the tree branches, unable to do anything else. After saving another person, Xiao Jian grabbed a tree branch that was flying at him. A ferocious flame surged out from his hand and spread along the tree trunk with a shrill sound. The flame of a cultivator was many times hotter than a normal flame. If it came into contact with a dry tree branch, it would definitely be burned to ashes in an instant. However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's flame could only burn along the surface of the tree spirit's branches. Although he could clearly feel the pain of the tree spirit, the damage caused by the flame was not small. After being strengthened by the rainbow flame python's inner core, Xiao Jian was somewhat dissatisfied. The strength of the flame did not meet his expectations. Cousin Yulan, we have to think of a way to break out of here. This tree spirit will not normally move. Xiao Jian chopped off a few more tree branches and frowned as he looked at the surrounding tree branches. Xiao Yulan looked at the sky helplessly. Her pretty face was filled with worry. Finally, she said, let's work together to open a path. Let's send this group of people out first. Then I will come back. Xiao Jian did not say anything else. The two of them used their own abilities, displaying their strong martial techniques without holding anything back. The tree branches in front of them were all shattered. When the people behind saw the situation, they quickly followed behind them. In an instant, tree branches flew everywhere and leaves fell. The group of people advanced forward with great difficulty. Although every step forward was incomparably difficult, they were still advancing step by step. Soon, they were about to break through the range of the tree branches. Just as everyone was about to relax, countless tree branches suddenly sprouted from the ground. Like withered hands, they grabbed onto everyone's ankles and lifted them into the air. This tree spirit was too crafty. It had been using the tree branches on its body as a method of attack to numb everyone. Just as they were about to make a move, it suddenly used its trump card, causing everyone to fall for it. What should I do? Am I going to be eaten by this tree spirit? I don't want to. A girl in the group suddenly cried. When the others heard this, they were all horrified. When they thought of the horrifying scene of the tree spirit swallowing the red tongue, their hearts could not help but tremble. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan continuously broke the tree branches under their feet. However, every time they were about to land on the ground, a few new tree branches would grow and grab onto them. In the end, the tree spirit seemed to know how powerful the two of them were. A few more tree branches flew out and grabbed onto their hands and feet. For a moment, they were suspended in the air, unable to move. When the tree spirit saw that everyone was under its control, it let out a strange laugh. When the crowd heard it, it was filled with boundless despair and fear. Meteor burst. Suddenly, a shout came from the sky above everyone's heads. A human figure descended from the sky. There seemed to be a faint image of a dragon on his body. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound and mud flew everywhere. Underground, a large tree branch was chopped off by Xiao Chen. A pool of purple blood spurted out. Xiao Chen gently turned his body to avoid the blood. The tree spirit cried out in pain. The tree trunk writhed on the ground. As it writhed, the ground trembled. The Xiao clan cultivators who had just landed found it difficult to even stand on the trembling ground. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to leave the ground. With a few shwa-shwa sounds, he chopped off a few of the larger branches of the tree spirit. A few streams of purple blood spurted out. The tree spirit was clearly in even more pain, and the trembling of the shop became even more intense. Bang! Xiao Chen circulated his strength to his feet and stomped down fiercely. The trembling ground under his feet suddenly calmed down. The might of this stomp completely suppressed the tree spirit, and the ground finally stopped trembling. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot, shoot, shoot. The flames hovering between his fingers spun rapidly. Then, 3 purple flames shot into the trunk of the tree spirit, leaving a trail of flames behind them. The tree spirit's cries of pain reverberated in the forest, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Xiao Chen turned around and said to the crowd, "Leave quickly, I will bring up the rear. We must rush to the Xiao clan campsite marked on the map by tonight. There is something strange about this gloomy forest." When the crowd heard this, they quickly retreated. When Xiao Jian saw the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chen shot out, he had an extremely depressed expression on his face. However, he still followed the crowd and retreated. "Cousin Xiao Chen, be careful." Xiao Yulan saw that Xiao Chen was fine and felt relieved. The tree spirit finally stopped wailing. The brown eyes on the ghastly face stared at Xiao Chen viciously. The tree branch that Xiao Chen chopped off started to regrow quickly. A withered yellow tree branch shot out from the mouth of the ghastly face. The end of the tree branch turned into 5 slender fingers, grabbing at Xiao Chen like a ghostly hand. Ding, ding. Xiao Chen brandished his saber to block. When the lunar shadow saber came into contact with the tree branch, it actually gave off a metallic clanging sound. The tree branch was actually not chopped off by the lunar shadow saber. Flight on wings, one-line chop. The simple saber hacked heavily on the withered yellow tree branch. The ghostly hand was chopped off by Xiao Chen, but after a while, another ghostly hand extended out. Xiao Chen was astonished. He did not want to be entangled with this. The tree spirit was extremely strange. It was hard to say what other moves it had. He retreated a few steps and executed the lightning evasion to escape. An electric light flashed and Xiao Chen's figure appeared 500 meters away. He relaxed in his heart and was about to determine the direction to look for Xiao Yulan and the others. A shockwave came from behind. Xiao Chen's heart trembled and he quickly dodged to the left. Chi! A tree branch pierced through his arm. Xiao Chen cried out in pain and broke out in a cold sweat. If he had not dodged in time, this tree branch would have pierced through his heart. No one had expected the attack speed of the tree spirit to be able to catch up to lightning. Chapter 65. Looking at the bloody hole in his left hand, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. It seemed like his left hand was temporarily crippled. Taking out a blood-replenishing pill, Xiao Chen crushed it and turned it into a medicinal liquid. Then he smeared it on his wound. Immediately he felt a cooling sensation and the pain from his wound lessened significantly. After tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes and tying it up, Xiao Chen walked forward in search of the tree branch that had shot at him. After walking 10 meters, he saw that after the tree branch pierced through his arm, it pierced through a few trees before finally nailing itself to a large tree. Xiao Chen used his strength to pull it out and observed it carefully. He discovered that this withered tree branch was only as thick as a thumb and was not more than a meter long. However, it gave off a faint glow. Feeling astonished, Xiao Chen enveloped the tree branch with his spiritual sense. Finally, he noticed something different. This tree branch contained even more spirituality than Mo Fan's weapons. Thinking about a spell in the Compendium of Cultivation, it required such a natural item with spirituality. Xiao Chen happily placed it in his universe ring. After he determined the direction in which Xiao Yulan and the others left, he executed the lightning evasion twice in a row before he finally caught sight of them. Cousin Xiao Chen, what's wrong with your left hand? Before he got close, he saw Xiao Yulan running over from the crowd and asking with concern. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a small injury. It will be fine in a day. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Xiao clan campsite." This time, no one dared to refute Xiao Chen's words. Along the way, no one revealed any dissatisfaction. After the earlier incident, Xiao Chen had completely won over the prestige of this group of people. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Chen kept his spiritual sense extended. When he met any demonic beasts, he would avoid them. There were no battles along the way. After 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the Xiao clan campsite. This campsite was a simple one that the Xiao clan seniors had set up for experiential training. There were only 3 simple wooden huts in the camp. Although they were simple, they had all kinds of daily necessities. It couldn't be any better as a place for everyone to live and rest for the next few days. His divine sense didn't detect any danger in the camp, so Xiao Chen said, "Everyone, clean up the camp first. I haven't been here for so long, the dust must have accumulated." The crowd dispersed. These cultivators were the elites of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. At this moment, they were not careless in their actions. Xiao Chen was much more satisfied. "There's a dead person here." A scream interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen quickly ran over. The deceased was an old man wearing the uniform of the Tang clan. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why did a cultivator of the Tang clan come here? The condition of the old man's death was very horrifying. His chest was split open and his heart and lungs were gone. It seemed like he was eaten by a demon beast. No wonder the people who saw the corpse were so panicked. Xiao Jian, who was inspecting the corpse, said, "This person is a martial grandmaster. Furthermore, he has not been dead for long." Everyone was astonished. Why did a martial grand master of the Tang clan come to the Xiao clan's camp? Furthermore, he was killed. A martial grand master was actually killed in the periphery of the camp. This was too unbelievable. Quick look, there's a corpse here as well. There was another cry of alarm. This corpse was discovered in a wooden hut. Xiao Chen moved like lightning and rushed over. The condition of the corpse was exactly the same as the previous one. When Xiao Chen saw his uniform, he was astonished. This was someone from the Zhang clan. Furthermore, he was a martial grand master. All the clues in Xiao Chen's mind were linked together. A scene appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Before the trial of Gloomy Forest started, 2 martial grandmasters sneaked into the Shao clan's camp. With the cultivation of a martial grandmaster, they could easily kill everyone here. However, for some unknown reason, these 2 martial grandmasters were killed by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Xiaochen trembled in fear. In order to kill him, the Tang clan and the Zhang clan even dared to go against the rules set by the city lord. What else would they not dare to do? However, I want to see how many martial grandmasters you send to die, Xiaochen thought to himself. Everyone worked together to find a place to bury the 2 corpses. The main reason was that they were afraid the corpses would attract even more powerful demonic beasts. When they saw the 2 martial grandmasters who died a miserable death, a shadow was cast in everyone's heart. Following that, under Xiaochen's instructions, everyone started to set up some alarm traps around the camp. Everyone had the experience of training in Sevenhorn Mountain, so they were very familiar with setting up such traps. It was not difficult at all. Yilan, come with me to check out the surroundings. We will officially start hunting demonic beasts tomorrow, Xiaochen said to Yilan, who was leaning against a tree after resting for a while. Yilan did not feel like moving. He muttered, "Why me?" Xiaochen smiled, "Let's go. Along the way, didn't you keep saying that you wanted to kill demonic beasts? Now that I'm giving you a chance to perform, are you still not satisfied?" When everyone heard this, they all laughed. They felt that this brat was asking for trouble. He could only blame himself for being too full of himself on the way. "Xiaochen, let me accompany you. Your left hand is injured. If you meet any demonic beasts along the way, they might not be easy to deal with," Xiao Yulan said as she came out of the wooden hut. Xiaochen shook his head. "There's no need. This camp is a little strange. You are the strongest here, so you should stay here and look after me. My hand is fine. Furthermore, we are just going to check it out. There should not be any danger." Hearing Xiaochen say this, Xiao Yulan did not insist. She only reminded him to be careful. Although Yilan was unwilling, he still followed behind Xiaochen, heading to the south of the camp. In the dark forest, the shadows of the trees danced and the cold wind blew. Unseen dangers were always hidden in the darkness. As Yilan followed behind Xiaochen, he kept feeling that there were pairs of eyes staring at him from the darkness, causing him to tremble in fear. Yilan looked at Xiaochen's face. He was expressionless, making it impossible for others to guess what he was thinking. In the dark night, Yilan appeared exceptionally calm. Wuxia, a red phantom appeared in the darkness, heading for the 2 of them. A tyrannical aura spread through the forest, scaring Yilan into a daze. "It's the fire lizard. This is its tongue." Yilan, who had already developed a shadow of this demonic beast, started to tremble as he spoke. Under Yilan's astonished gaze, Xiaochen grabbed the red tongue with his right hand. An electric light flashed in the dark night, following the red tongue and entering the fire lizard's body. The long tongue was covered in flickering electric light. In the dark night, it looked like a ribbon of electricity made of thunderbolts. It was very breathtaking. "Ah!" There was a cry of pain. The fire lizard withdrew its long tongue and let out a cry of pain. It was extremely horrifying in the quiet forest. "What are you standing there for? After it." Xiaochen rushed forward. Before he left, he looked at Yilan and urged him. "En." Yilan nodded his head fiercely and chased after Xiaochen. The fire lizard's 20-meter-long body was covered in red particles. A black chi spread out from the fire lizard's body. Its 10-meter-long tail continuously slapped the ground. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Xiaochen and Yilan, who were rushing over. The scene before him triggered the shadow in Yilan's heart again. His legs trembled as he said, "Xiaochen, can you deal with it? My legs seem to have gone soft." Xiaochen smiled coldly. "Is this all you've got? Then why did you come here to kill demonic beasts? Where did all the courage you used to fight to become a core disciple of the Shao clan go? I have already infused electricity into its body. It will not be able to move for a while. If you are a man, then go and stab it with your sword." Because of what happened earlier, Yilan had already cast a huge shadow over demonic beasts. Hence, Xiaochen brought him out this time to get rid of this shadow. Otherwise, if Yilan continued to be like this in the official trials, not only would he die, he would also be a burden to the other members. At this moment, Xiaochen only needed to stab him to get rid of this shadow. But what? You don't even have the guts to do that? If not, I will send you out of gloomy forest tomorrow. You can continue being an outer disciple, never to raise your head again. Is it really not able to move? Yilan, are you still a man? Even women are not as wishy-washy as you, hesitating at the moment of life and death. Do you really want to die that much? Xiaochen's merciless words were like sharp knives carving into Yilan's heart, slowly igniting the anger in his heart. Damn it, isn't it just a fire lizard? I have killed countless of them on Seven-Horn Mountain. Yilan shouted and cursed. He flew forward and stabbed his sword into the fire lizard's body. The force behind this stab was very strong. Furthermore, he was a superior grade martial disciple. When the sword stabbed in, purple blood spurted out and splattered on his face. The fire lizard cried out in pain again and struggled free of the purple light in its body. It released a baleful aura and swung its huge tail at Xiaochen. Xiaochen was startled and wanted to make a move to help. However, he saw a killing intent flash in Yilan's eyes, which were also filled with a baleful aura. Yilan turned around and ruthlessly chopped at the black python's tail. Ding! The huge force sent Yilan flying into the air. However, he did not panic. He somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. He held his sword and stood upright, looking at the fire lizard with a mocking expression. The long robes on Yilan's body fluttered. At this moment, even the eternal darkness of gloomy deep forest could not cover the boundless fighting spirit coming from Yilan. Xiaochen smiled faintly and revealed a satisfied expression. This Yilan was not weak after all. As long as he overcame the shadow in his heart, it would not be a problem for him to deal with the fire lizard. However, it was hard to say whether he could kill it or not. However, Xiaochen was not too worried. As long as they familiarized themselves with it and experienced life and death situations, everyone would improve. This was the true meaning of the trial. To experience the true essence of the martial way, this was the fate of all the cultivators in the Tianwu continent. It was also their goal. Man can conquer the heavens. My fate is my own and not the heavens. Towards the great Tao, even if the road ahead is filled with thorns, I have no fear. With a sword at my side, I will carry the will of a cultivator and never stop. Such a life would not be ordinary and useless. Life would not be mediocre because of loneliness. Just like those people who chased after their ideals in his previous life. Although their paths were different, the great Tao was the same. If you had a firm belief in your heart, you would definitely have a bright and dazzling future. Chapter 66. Martial Technique, Broken Moon. The fire lizard's tail swept towards Yilan again. Yilan soared into the air and executed the yellow-ranked martial technique, Broken Moon. With a schwa sound, the fire lizard's tail was chopped off. Pu ci. The fire lizard roared in pain. Its long, red tongue was like a phantom as it flew towards Yilan. Yilan could not dodge in time and was caught by the tongue once again. However, this time he did not panic. Just as the tongue was about to drag him into the fire lizard's mouth, Yilan chopped off the fire lizard's tongue with his sword. After he landed on the ground, he quickly rolled far away. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot. At this moment, Xiaochen also made his move. A purple flame revolved around his fingertip. It gave off a piercing sound as it shot towards the fire lizard. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the fire lizard's mouth. Although the fire lizard was badly mangled, it did not die from the explosion. The black qi on its body wriggled continuously and the wound on its head quickly healed. However, the purple flame that Xiaochen had left in its body did not give it the chance to heal completely. With a thought, the essence in his body was greatly depleted. A huge purple flame soared up from the fire lizard's body. The flame and the black qi intertwined. The fire lizard rolled on the ground in pain. Suddenly, the black qi surged and forced out all of Xiaochen's purple flame. The wound on its body healed once again. However, Xiaochen was not surprised. He had already killed a fire lizard before and had a certain understanding of it. That black qi was the demonic qi from the demonic world. It was very strange and evil. At this moment, although the fire lizard had already forced out all of its purple flames, the flesh on its body was not as tough as before. It could be easily pierced through. Flight on wings, one-line chop. A simple saber strike landed ruthlessly on the back of the fire lizard. Under the huge force, the fire lizard was chopped in half. A large amount of black chi and purple blood flowed out. However, the flesh and blood on the torso that had been chopped off actually began to reconnect. It was as if there were thin threads that made zzz sounds. This demonic beast's life force was too strong. The two of them did not hesitate and continued to attack. From the start, the internal organs of this demonic beast were injured by Xiao Chen's lightning. Then, Yi Lan cut off its tail and tongue. Finally, it was burned by the purple thunder true fire. At this point, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under the relentless attacks of the two of them, the Yao beast was finally killed after 10 minutes. It could not be any more dead. The ground was littered with the remains of the fire lizards. The pieces of flesh gave off a black demonic chi, looking very strange. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with these. After he dug out the demonic core from the demonic beast's head, he burned it until there was nothing left. Xiao Chen, thank you. Yi Lan looked at Xiao Chen and said sincerely. He was not stupid, he had already guessed the reason why Xiao Chen brought him out. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Since we are together, we are comrades. Furthermore, I promised the first elder that I would bring you back alive. I will credit you for this Yao core. Let's go, we will continue to check. We still have to walk another 500 meters in this direction." Yi Lan was very happy in his heart. For a disciple with a different surname like him, as long as he made enough contributions in the Xiao clan, he would be bestowed the surname of the Xiao clan. At that time, he would become a true core disciple of the Xiao clan. The results of this trial of refinement were undoubtedly an important opportunity for them to gain merit. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was now their invigilator, in charge of their results for this trial of refinement. After the two of them walked another 500 meters, they discovered that in this direction, aside from the fire lizard, there was also a demonic beast that looked like a leopard and a scarlet-tailed snake. Of the two types of demonic beasts, the two of them killed one each. Then, they noted down their weaknesses and some things that they needed to pay attention to. After that, the two of them checked out the other three directions. They had to either test out or kill each type of demonic beast, of which the two of them marked the north and east as dangerous areas that they could not enter. This was because there were rank 3 demonic beasts hidden there. There were even rank 4 demonic beasts. They were far from being able to deal with them. If they went, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. After doing all this, the two of them returned to the campsite. According to the time outside, it was already evening. At this moment, the temperature in gloomy forest had become even colder. "You're back," a Xiao clan cultivator, who was standing guard at the side, said excitedly when he saw that the two of them had returned safely. A bonfire was lit in the middle of the campsite, and the remaining people gathered around it to keep warm. Although cultivators could use essence to ward off the cold, the amount of essence that they would expend in the long run would definitely cause them to feel heartache. Before Xiao Chen got close, he could already hear the sounds of an argument coming from the bonfire. He could not help but quicken his pace. "Cousin Xiao Chen, you are finally back. Are you all right?" Xiao Yulan stood up and asked with concern. "What's the situation outside? Tell us about it." "That's right. Are there many demonic beasts?" Everyone started talking at the same time. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Don't panic. Later, Yilan will explain it to you in detail." "I heard you guys arguing earlier. What were you talking about?" A female cultivator said. "They said that they want everyone to sleep in the same wooden hut tonight. We do not agree." Xiao Chen looked in the direction she pointed and understood which group she was referring to. There were a total of 10 people in this trial. Including him, there were 6 men and 4 women. Naturally, the ones who agreed were the men, or rather, the boys. The ones who objected were the girls. Xiao Yulan explained, "Of the 3 wooden huts, one is a storeroom. The other 2 are the bedrooms and the other is a place for cooking." "Second young master, there is only one wooden hut. If we don't sleep together, how are we supposed to sleep together? Furthermore, the beds are separated. What is there to be afraid of? The most important thing is that we are all very pure, a male cultivator said with a smile. That's right, we are all pure. This group of women is too dirty. What do they think we are? I am already 18 years old, but I am still a virgin. I have not even done XX before. That's right, you are all virgins. That is why it is even more dangerous. You have been thirsty for more than 10 years. Who knows if you will be able to endure it? A rather valiant girl said. Xiaochen recognized her. She was called Xiao Ling, the precious daughter of the second elder. She was one of the top beauties in the Xiao clan. However, she was usually weird and always caused trouble. We have already endured it for 18 years. How can we endure it for a few more days? Xiao Ling, you are looking down on us too much. You are slandering our purity. Stop. Xiaochen felt that the topic was getting more and more out of hand. He quickly called for a stop and turned to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, what do you think? Ever since Xiao Jian returned after losing to Zhang he seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer had his usual high profile and rarely spoke. Hearing Xiaochen ask him, Xiao Jian was stunned for a while before saying, I feel that it is better for us to stay together. First young master is indeed wise, someone immediately said from behind. Xiao Jian smiled faintly and said, there is only one wooden hut with a bed and space. If you want to stay separately, we will have to empty out the storehouse. That way, we will have no place to store the demonic cores and demonic beast corpses we found. The most important thing is, did you forget the 2 martial Grand Master corpses we encountered when we first arrived? This place is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. It is best to stay together and take care of each other, Xiao Jian said with a serious expression. Xiao Jian's words made sense. This place was indeed a little strange. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yulan and said, Cousin Yulan, what do you think? The fiery red bonfire shone on Xiao Yulan's jade-like face, making it look extremely hot. Xiaochen took a few glances and felt as though he was about to sink into it. He quickly withdrew his thoughts. Feeling Xiaochen's gaze, Xiao Yulan smiled tactfully, making her look even more beautiful. The few Xiao clan disciples were all stunned when they saw this. I also agree with Xiao Jian's opinion. However, we need to use a curtain to separate the bedrooms. After all, it is not good for a girl to be in the same room as a boy. After this compromise was agreed upon, Xiaochen got Yi Lan to explain the surrounding situation to everyone. He explained the distribution and weaknesses of the various demonic beasts in detail. Finally, Xiaochen said, tomorrow, I have decided to split into 2 groups. One group will go to the south and the other group will go to the west. I will be in charge of the south. I will leave the west to Xiao Jian. Yi Lan will go with you as well. No one had any objections to this arrangement. After chatting for a while, Xiaochen made arrangements for the night watch, and everyone went their separate ways. After the crowd dispersed, only Xiao Yulan and Xiaochen remained by the bonfire. At this moment, gloomy forest was incomparably cold. Occasionally, strange roars could be heard coming from the distance. After the crowd dispersed, the bustling scene disappeared. The cold wind blew gently, and the terrifying roars of demonic beasts could be heard. All of this would cause a normal person to be terrified. Xiaochen looked at the sky. The lush leaves covered the sky completely. He could only see the faint starlight through the small gaps in the leaves. Such a scene caused Xiaochen to recall the camping activities of his university in his previous life. The scene seemed to be similar. There were both males and females, a group of youths full of vigor. However, it was impossible for demonic beasts to exist there. If one was not careful, their lives would be in danger and they would end up being eaten by demonic beasts. Everyone knew the dangers of experiential training. However, since ancient times, cultivators had all thrown themselves into it without hesitation, searching for the end of this path. However, are there really martial gods in this world? Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the boundless dark night, looking at the sky as he thought to himself in a daze. Cousin Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about? Xiao Yulan, who was at the side, asked softly. The flickering light of the fire made Xiao Yulan's beautiful face look extremely alluring. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The people of the world are tireless, tempering themselves between life and death, searching for the great way of martial arts. However, at the end of this path, is there really a martial god? When Xiao Yulan heard this, she shook her head and sighed. That's right. Everyone knows that the end of martial arts is the martial god. However, our great Qi nation has hundreds of thousands of kilometers of territory and thousands of capable people. On the surface, there are only 10 martial monarchs. The most recent martial sage was something that happened 500 years ago. In my opinion, aside from the 3 orthodox holy lands, the most likely place to have a martial god is the Great Jin dynasty, Xiao Yulan added. In the Sky Martial Continent, other than the countless small kingdoms and chaotic lands, the Qin Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, Tang Kingdom, Xia Kingdom, and Jin Kingdom were the 5 strongest empires. Among them, the Great Jin Kingdom had the largest spiritual vein in the world, and its power was comparable to the other 2 empires combined. What Xiao Yulan said was not wrong. That place was the place with the most spiritual energy. The number of experts there was also the highest in the continent. Just at this moment, a mournful scream came from the east of the camp. This scream was extremely miserable, as though it was suffering from the most horrifying punishment in the world. Xiao Chen pressed down on Xiao Yulan, who was about to get up, and said, "Don't go, I'll go take a look first. If there is any danger, immediately send out the signal that the first elder left behind." Xiao Yulan wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen said with a serious expression, "You know about the situation in Sevenhorn Mountain. No matter how dangerous the situation is, I have no problems protecting myself." Chapter 67. Xiao Chen headed to the east of the camp. The further he went, the more intense the mournful cries became. When he was about 400 meters away from the source of the sound, Xiao Chen stopped. He condensed his spiritual sense into a thread and slowly extended it forward. When it was 200 meters away, Xiao Chen felt like his spiritual sense was blocked by something. Pu Si. Xiao Chen concentrated and turned his spiritual sense into a sharp sword, slowly breaking through the barrier. After a long time, his spiritual sense finally arrived at the source of the sound with much difficulty. In the forest in front, a martial Grand Master wearing the uniform of the Tang clan was lying on the ground. There was a huge black bird in front of him, pecking at his internal organs. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and looked up. There was a black figure floating in the air. He was darker than the night, as deep as a black hole. Although it was very strange, Xiao Chen could feel a sense of weakness from his body. This person should have been severely injured. After hiding for 3 days, I have finally found you. Xiao Chen heard that person laughing. The laughter sounded like it came from hell in the dark night. It was very gloomy. Suddenly, a strand of black qi entered Xiao Chen's body from the body of the cultivator on the ground. An expression of extreme enjoyment appeared on his face. It was as though the strange bird pecking at his internal organs was a delicacy to him. Xiao Chen could even feel that the injuries on his body improved significantly as he breathed in the black qi. To think that he could actually rely on sucking the internal organs of others to recover from his injuries. This was simply unbelievable. When the black qi dissipated, the Tang clan cultivator on the ground was completely silent. That huge black bird flew to the feet of the black-clothed person in an instant. Xiao Chen was greatly astonished. He was sure that this huge bird was a demonic beast. This black-clothed person was actually able to control a demonic beast. This was simply unheard of. I thought it was a dead end, but I didn't expect to encounter such nourishment. This king is really surprised. The black-clothed man stood on the giant bird and laughed. Suddenly, his expression became serious. His eyes emitted a profound light as he stood against Xiao Chen's strand of divine sense. It was as if he could see through Xiao Chen's invisible divine sense. Xiao Chen quickly spread out his spiritual sense and turned it into a small sword. He circled around a large tree and secretly observed that person. After that person saw it clearly, he seemed to recall something terrifying, and his face revealed an expression of extreme fear. Riding on the giant black bird, he left in a sorry state as if he was fleeing. Its speed was as fast as black lightning, and it left countless black afterimages in the forest. In an instant, it left the observation range of Xiao Chen's divine sense. Xiao Chen did not dare to advance rashly. Only after that person had left for a long time did Xiao Chen slowly arrive in front of the Tang clan cultivator. His state of death was exactly the same as the two people he found in the campsite earlier. It seemed like he had died under the pecking of the giant black bird. This person was able to easily kill 3 martial grandmasters despite being heavily injured. What kind of horrifying realm was this? Xiao Chen felt terrified just thinking about it. No matter what, this strange black-clothed man had indirectly helped Xiao Chen to get rid of a problem. Otherwise, if 3 martial grandmasters appeared to kill them at the same time, they would not have been able to defend against them. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen ignored the corpses on the ground and quickly returned to the campsite. Facing Xiao Yulan's interrogation, Xiao Chen temporarily hid this matter. He felt that this matter was too strange. There was actually someone who could control demonic beasts. Before Xiao Chen figured out what was going on, he decided not to tell anyone about it. In the middle of the night, the two of them called for someone to change shifts. After resting for 4 hours, the sky was already bright. Of course, it was the color of the sky outside. Within gloomy forest, it was still dark. Visibility was not much better than at night, but it was not as cold. Xiao Chen moved his left hand around. Under the effects of the blood-replenishing pill, he felt that there were no major problems. His essence could flow smoothly, but he was temporarily unable to perform any high-intensity movements. The other people in the wooden hut were still asleep. There was no sunlight shining in to wake them up, so they were all sleeping soundly. Xiao Chen woke everyone up. After washing up, they started to prepare to split up. When they were splitting up, Xiao Ling expressed that she wanted to be in Xiao Chen's group. There were even a few others who expressed the same opinion. This gave Xiao Chen a headache. In the end, he decided to split Xiao Yulan and Xiao Jian into the same group. This way, the average strength of both groups would be about the same. In the end, Xiao Ling still ended up in Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen led the other 4 and headed south of the camp. He decided to start with the fire salamanders. This was because he had killed quite a few of them before, so he already had some experience. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and quickly found a fire salamander on a big tree. "Stop for a while," Xiao Chen called out to everyone to stop. "Elder brother Xiao Chen, why are we stopping? Is there a demonic beast? Where is it?" Xiao Ling asked in a strange manner. Her eyes looked around, searching everywhere. Xiao Chen smiled. "Stop looking, it's above your head." When Xiao Ling heard this, she was startled and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the intertwining tree branches above his head. The complicated tree branches made the sky look very mysterious, making it impossible to see through them. This was gloomy forest. Aside from the dangers coming from all directions, one had to pay attention to the top of one's head at all times. The smile on Xiao Chen's face disappeared as he said, "All of you, step back a little." After he spoke, he disappeared from his original spot. There was an electric light in the darkness. They could vaguely see Xiao Chen holding the lunar shadow saber as he leaped around the trees. When the electric light disappeared, the forest returned to darkness once again. The 4 people below could not even see a hazy silhouette. All they could see were the dancing tree branches drifting in the air. Boom! There was a loud sound coming from the sky. A huge creature descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble. The 4 people on the ground quickly retreated. Xiao Chen stood on a tree branch and did not descend immediately. He smiled at everyone and said, "It's time to see your performance. Don't be careless, you might die." Before the 4 people below could reply, the fire salamander had already stabilized itself. When it saw the 4 of them, it immediately shifted its aggro and swept its tail at them. The 4 of them quickly scattered, and a red phantom headed for Xiao Ling. It was like a red ribbon in the air. Its speed was extremely fast. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Xiao Ling, who usually looked weird, actually reacted very quickly. She pushed her feet off the ground and nimbly dodged the attack. In the instant she turned around, Xiao Ling even made a cut on her red tongue. However, this fire salamander was clearly stronger than the ones Xiao Chen had met before. Its tongue was very tough. Xiao Ling's spirit weapon was unable to break it. The four of them fled in all directions as they were chased by the fire salamander. They cursed Xiaochen in their hearts. He was too despicable. Many of them regretted being on the same team as Xiaochen. None of them thought that Xiaochen would ignore them after luring the fire salamander down. This caused those who wanted to ride on his coattails to feel regret. Time slowly went by. Something that made the four of them vomit blood happened. Xiaochen took out a bottle of wine from his universe ring and started drinking from it. Xiaochen, you are too despicable. You saw us being chased around so miserably, yet you did not make a move to help. Finally, someone below could not help but curse. That's right. Elder brother Xiaochen, you are too ruthless. Originally, Ling liked you a little. Now, I hate you, Xiao Ling said fiercely as she pouted. Xiaochen did not reply. He revealed a faint smile on his face. After the initial panic, the four of them slowly regained their rhythm. The fire salamander was left with wounds of varying severity. The four of them had also been struck by the fire salamander's tail a few times. Two of them even had blood trickling out from the corner of their mouths. However, Xiaochen still did not make a move. This was their experiential training. If they relied on him, it would be meaningless. The pinnacle of martial arts was comprehended between life and death. One could not rely on others. Bang! Once again, Xiaoling could not dodge in time. She was struck by the fire salamander's huge tail. She vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiaochen could not bear to see her like this. However, something unexpected happened to Xiaochen. This little girl actually did not make a sound. Her pretty face was filled with determination. She did not have her usual mischievous look. Martial technique, clear wind breaking clouds chop. Xiaoling actually executed a martial technique in the air. This was unbelievable. The sword in her hand was like a clear wind breaking clouds. With a flash of white light, she chopped the fire salamander's tail in half. Xiaoling landed firmly on the ground and wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth. She made a funny face at Xiaochen, who was on the tree. This caused Xiaochen to not know whether to laugh or cry. Shua! Another person erupted. He actually chopped off the fire salamander's biggest weapon, the scarlet tongue. In an instant, the fire salamander's two main attacks were rendered useless. Everyone's morale immediately soared. Kill. Everyone was in high spirits. They started to execute all their martial techniques. They expended their essence without a care for their lives. In an instant, this horrifying demonic beast was forced to retreat step by step, losing all its momentum. Seeing how badly you chased me earlier, I will definitely kill you today, one of the Xiao clan cultivators, who had been struck twice by the fire salamander's tail, said ruthlessly. Just as the fire salamander was about to die, an ice arrow flashing with a cold light suddenly flew over from the distance. It struck the fire salamander with a shwa sound. A cold chi spread out from the fire salamander's body. The black chi on its body was completely expelled. In an instant, the fire salamander's entire body turned into an ice sculpture. The cold chi was overwhelming. Everyone was startled. They did not understand what had happened. Bang! Xiaochen leaped down from the tree and shot out a strand of purple flame. It clashed with the second ice arrow coming from the distance, resulting in an intense explosion. The ice dissipated into nothingness. However, the purple thunder true fire's momentum did not decrease. It continued to rush forward. Boom! After a while, there was another explosion in front. The footsteps of a group of people slowly walked towards them. Chapter 68. The Tang Clan's people. That is Tang Feng. When that group of people got closer, Xiao Chen and the others quickly recognized them. There were also 5 people from the Tang Clan. Tang Feng held a longbow that looked like ice crystals in his hand. When he was about 100 meters away from the group, he stopped. When he saw Xiao Chen, he was clearly stunned. After a long time, he smiled and said, "So, Brother Xiao is here. What a coincidence. I'm sorry, but we want the demonic core of this fire lizard." Hearing what he said, the few Xiao clan disciples behind Xiaochen could not take it anymore. They had worked so hard for half a day, and this fellow wanted to snatch it from them. Was this acceptable? Xiao Ling frowned slightly and said mockingly, "If you have the guts, then put away your bow and arrows and come over to take a look." The remaining people also started to jeer. It was clear that they could tell that the ice crystal bow in Tang Feng's hand was not an ordinary item. Seeing how far away he was, it was clear that he was extremely cautious and meticulous. Tang Feng played with the ice crystal bow in his hand and revealed a faint smile on his face. He said, "Brother Xiao, your Xiao clan's people were beaten up by this fire lizard without being able to retaliate. I killed it with one arrow. It is not an exaggeration to say that I saved your lives. Giving me a small demonic core is not an overboard request." Very overboard. Xiao Qun could not be bothered to argue with him. He said indifferently, "If they did not severely injure this fire lizard, do you think you could kill it with one arrow? I do not wish to pursue the matter of you interrupting our experiential learning. Now, don't try to argue in front of me. Leave immediately." Tang Feng's expression changed. He originally thought that Xiao Chen's group had already been dealt with by the elders of the Zhang clan and the Tang clan. He had only come here to meet with the elders of his clan. He did not expect Xiao Chen to be alive and well. Furthermore, he was doing fine. Tang Feng thought quickly and said coldly, "Xiao Chen, are you underestimating my strength? Do you dare to take 3 arrows from me? If you can, I'll leave immediately." "Receive? Why would I not dare? I can even receive 10 of your arrows. Would elder brother Xiao Chen be afraid of you?" Xiao Ling melodious voice answered Tang Feng before Xiao Chen could. "Big brother Xiao Chen, you have to do your best. Don't let this fellow be too arrogant." Xiao Ling said to Xiao Chen in a cheeky manner. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at her. It was obvious that this girl wanted to take revenge on him. She had just been beaten badly by the fire lizard, and now that she had found an opportunity to take revenge, she immediately seized it. Against a long-range attacker like Tang Feng, it was necessary to close the distance quickly and end the battle quickly, not giving him the chance to pull away. What he was doing now was undoubtedly the stupidest way to wait for others to shoot at him. "Xiao Chen, I won't shoot much, just 3 arrows. As long as you can receive 3 arrows from me, I'll leave immediately. Do you dare to agree?" Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Tang Feng used the lowest form of provocation. The moment Tang Feng appeared, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense did not leave the ice crystal bow in Tang Feng's hands. A cold qi flowed on the ice bow, and the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy gathered into it. This was obviously an ice-attributed spirit weapon. Furthermore, Tang Feng's martial spirit should also be an ice-attributed martial spirit. This allowed the ice bow to continuously absorb the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy. However, Xiao Chen was not afraid. This was because Tang Feng was only a peak superior grade martial disciple. Although he already had 1 foot in the martial master realm, he had yet to enter that realm. His own strength was limited, and he was unable to completely bring out the huge energy contained in the ice bow. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. "Why wouldn't I dare to receive 3 arrows from you? I will receive them. Do you dare to receive 1 saber strike from me?" "Why would I not dare? I just don't know if you have the life to receive 3 arrows from me." Tang Feng laughed coldly. From his words, it was clear that he was very confident in the ice crystal bow in his hands. Tang Feng held the ice crystal bow in his hands, and his aura suddenly changed. He pulled the bowstring, and it was like a full moon. The surrounding cold qi poured into the bow like water, and a cold light shot out in all directions. Dots of ice moved like tadpoles, as though they had a life of their own. Shio! The bowstring trembled, and the first ice arrow was shot out. It was like an icy rainbow, carrying a boundless cold qi as it flew towards Xiao Chen's throat. It gave off a woo-woo sound, as though an ice god was pouncing forward. Its might was incomparably vast. Ding! Xiao Chen's gaze was like water, and the lunar shadow saber in his hand suddenly lit up with an electric light. A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the ice arrow shattered into countless fragments. What? The fragments of ice in the air did not fall to the ground. Instead, they turned into a puddle of white water and condensed into another ice arrow in the air. Its speed doubled, and it arrived within a meter of Xiao Chen in an instant. Xiao Chen quickly retreated a few steps, and the energy of the demonic core in the lunar shadow saber was released. The electric light on the saber flickered non-stop, creating countless thunderbolts as he chopped down again. Ding, ding. This time, the ice arrow turned into a puddle of water and fell to the ground. It was no longer able to maintain its might. When Xiao Ling, who was at the side, saw the scene in front of her, she started to regret her actions. The ice bow in Tang Feng's hands was unbelievably strong. Tang Feng smiled coldly. I was wondering how strong you were. It turns out that you are not that strong. This is only the first arrow, there are still 2 more. Let's see how you receive them. Right after he spoke, Tang Feng drew the bowstring again. A cold chi rushed to the sky from the bow, and an ice arrow appeared. It was like the Arctic ice, piercing through the air and flying out. This arrow was so fast that it did not even leave an afterimage in the air. It was impossible for the naked eye to catch it. It was as if it really tore through the air and suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin stretched out his right hand and pointed forward. The surging essence in his body flowed to his right hand like a river. There was a spark on his fingertip, and it was like a weak firefly in the dark night. Bang! When his fingertip and the ice arrow met, there was a loud explosion. Xiao Qin did not move at all. He frowned, and his fingertip and the ice arrow started to burn. Suddenly, Tang Feng's right hand moved gently on the bowstring. An invisible ripple, carrying a boundless cold chi, was infused into the ice arrow. Instantly, the pressure on Xiao Qin increased greatly, and he started to move his feet. Purple thunder, true fire, explode. Xiao Qin shouted, and an intense purple flame sprang up from the bottom of his feet. It instantly spread to the fingertip of his right hand, like the hand of a fire god. The firefly-like light instantly exploded into a ball. The boundless flame completely melted the ice arrow, turning it into a puddle of steam. Then, it rose up from Xiao Qin's fingertip. Even in the cold weather of gloomy forest, this flame actually made one feel warm. This showed how high the temperature of the flame was. Xiao Ling said excitedly, "Elder brother Xiao Qin, you are so powerful." Seeing the ice arrow turn into steam, Tang Feng's expression changed. He smiled coldly, "Don't get too cocky. I still have one last arrow that I have not fired yet." Tang Feng drew the bowstring again. A bright light appeared on his right hand. The entire ice bow also gave off a resplendent light. Countless ice-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered on his right hand. A cold light filled the sky behind him. It was like a frost nova, dotted with stars. In the darkness, there was an indescribable sense of magnificence. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped significantly. Xiao Qin extended his spiritual sense and saw a huge bird behind Tang Feng. This bird's body was very strange. Half of it was ice, and the other half was actually a blazing flame. Xiao Qin was startled. He suddenly thought of the matter of Tang Feng auctioning the 7-colored flame python inner core in Linlang. It was obvious that Tang Feng was using it to raise his fire-attributed attacks. However, the 2 arrows that Tang Feng shot out, and the 3rd arrow that he was about to shoot, were clearly ice-attributed. What was going on? The most important thing was that Xiao Qin could clearly feel that Tang Feng's strength had risen to the martial master realm. What was going on? Could it be that he had been suppressing his cultivation? Go, Frost's Fury! In Xiao Qian's spiritual sense, the portion of the ice within the huge ice fire bird dimmed significantly. The frost behind Tang Feng vanished, and a sharp arrow formed on the bowstring. That arrow grew in size as the wind blew. Not long after, it became an ice arrow that was tens of meters long. Everywhere the ice arrow passed, a cold wind blew. Traces of fog spread out from it. As time passed, the horrifying ice arrow actually grew larger. The few people behind Xiao Qin all cried out in surprise. Xiao Ling was so frightened that she closed her eyes, not daring to see what was going to happen next. This ice arrow was incomparably huge, but its speed was not slow at all. It was not inferior to the previous 2 arrows. It was only because of its continuously growing size that everyone could see it with their eyes. When the ice arrow pressed down, a boundless cold chi spread out. Xiao Qin felt that his legs seemed to have stiffened. This way, his speed would decrease significantly. It would be very difficult for him to dodge this arrow. You know how to borrow the might of a spirit weapon? Do you think I don't? Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. Xiaochen swung the lunar shadow saber with all his might. The power of the rank 6 lightning-attributed demonic core was released at full force. A boundless electric light lit up in the dark night. It was resplendent and dazzling. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings poured into the lunar shadow saber unceasingly. The electric light formed countless thunderbolts. In the dark night, it was like a ray of light formed by lightning. Hua! The saber clashed with the ice arrow in the air. With a schwa sound, the lunar shadow saber pierced through the ice arrow. Countless pieces of ice fell down and were shattered by the electric light. At this moment, it was no longer a battle between two people. Instead, it was a battle between two spirit weapons. From the scene in the air, it was clear that Xiaochen's lunar shadow saber was superior. Dang! The lunar shadow saber pierced through the body. The huge ice arrow gave off a loud sound and turned into countless pieces of ice. However, the electric light on the saber was still very dazzling. Before the countless pieces of ice fell down, they were all shattered by the electric light. Kill! Xiaochen shouted lightly. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the lunar shadow saber that was in the air firmly. A figure flashed in the air and a black saber light chopped down at Tang Feng. Tang Feng's complexion turned pale. He moved from his original position, leaving behind an afterimage as he continued to retreat. Xiaochen did not even look at the afterimage. He spun his saber and moved his feet slightly, hacking at a spot 5 meters to the side. Tang Feng reappeared and watched as the black saber tip gently brushed past his throat. He narrowly dodged this saber strike. However, the wind from the saber still managed to cut through the flesh on his throat, leaving behind a faint wound. Tang Feng's throat unconsciously twitched. He felt a slight pain from the wound. His already pale face became even more horrifying. He felt as though he had just returned from the gates of hell. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and looked at him coldly. Scram. Don't ever appear here again. Don't be unconvinced. I know you have trump cards you have not used yet, but so do I. Furthermore, don't hold any expectations in your heart. The 2 elders of your Tang clan are already dead. The same goes for the Zhang clan's elder. When Xiaochen finished his last sentence, Tang Feng's complexion completely changed. How is this possible? Those were 4 martial grandmasters. Could it be that he killed them? Chapter 69. Still not scramming? Xiaochen said coldly as he looked at Tang Feng, who was deep in thought. Tang Feng's left hand, which was holding the ice crystal bow, trembled violently. A flame actually appeared on the surface of the snow-white ice crystal bow and started to spread. Go! Tang Feng glared at Xiaochen and the flame on the ice crystal bow instantly disappeared. His emotions had also completely calmed down. Xiaochen, I will repay you for the humiliation I suffered today during the promise of 10 years. At that time, not only will your Xiao clan lose Sevenhorn Mountain, it will also be completely wiped out. This is the trend of the times, no one can change it. You still dare to be stubborn? Xiaochen flew forward and kicked Tang Feng to the ground. He pointed the lunar shadow saber at his throat. Do you believe that I will kill you now? Try and touch me if you dare, Tang Feng said stubbornly. I have changed my mind. Xiaochen smiled faintly. It is obvious that you have not used your trump card yet. Regardless of the reason, this is the best opportunity to kill you. Why should I give you a chance to take revenge during the promise of 10 years? What are you trying to do? Quickly let go of the second young master. Are you not afraid of inciting a fight between the Xiao and Tang clans? The 4 people behind Tang Feng said anxiously. What if I kill all of you? At this moment, Tang Feng was truly afraid. His voice weakened as he said, Young Master Xiao, I was just joking earlier. You didn't take it seriously, right? Xiaochen withdrew his saber and said indifferently, Scram. Honestly speaking, Xiaochen really wanted to kill all 5 of them. Especially Tang Feng, he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. However, thinking about it, these 5 people would definitely have a distress signal similar to the Xiao clans. If he was delayed and the Tang clan elders rushed over, he would be in big trouble. Before he left, Tang Feng felt extremely dissatisfied. The 3 arrows earlier had exhausted a large amount of his essence. Furthermore, he had just obtained the ice-fire bow and had not fully grasped it yet. Otherwise, given his character, he would not have left just like that. Elder brother Xiaoqin, you are so cool. After that group of people left, Xiaoling immediately ran over to flatter him. Xiaoqin looked at Xiaoling somewhat helplessly and said, I will settle this with you later. Go and retrieve the demonic core first. Xiaoling stuck out her tongue cheekily before running to the front and saying, I'll take this demonic core. Don't fight with me over it. Bang! As Xiaoling's sword descended, the frozen fire lizard turned into countless ice shards. Xiaoling found the fire lizard's head and hacked down with her sword. A black demonic core immediately appeared. Xiaoling immediately picked it up in pleasant surprise. She looked around and ran over to Xiaoqin. She said joyfully, I am incredible, right? I managed to extract the demonic core in an instant. Chen taking it, Chen took it, Xiaoqin took it and said, Xiaoling muttered unhappily, Elder brother Xiaoqin, you are too unfair. You nearly caused the death of your team leader, and you still dare to talk back, Xiaoqin said. Let's go, we will continue. Don't lose to Xiao Jian and the rest. Under Xiao Chen's lead, the group continued to hunt demonic beasts. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense to the maximum. When he met a group of demonic beasts, he would quickly avoid them. However, Xiao Chen still did not make a move. The true strength of a rank 2 demonic beast was only equivalent to an inferior grade martial master. He did not have any desire to make a move. Although Xiaoqin did not say it, everyone already understood. The reason why Xiaoqin did not make a move was to temper their strength. Thus, there was nothing to complain about. When it was nearing dusk, Xiaoqin stopped today's activities. In just one day, the group had obtained 18 demonic cores. Furthermore, there were no major injuries or deaths. Hence, they were all very relaxed. When they rushed back to the camp, they discovered that Xiao Yulan and the rest had already returned. White smoke rose from the kitchen, and a fragrant aroma wafted over. 13 demonic cores, no major injuries or deaths. Xiao Yulan handed the demonic cores to Xiao Chen and explained the situation during the day. On the way, we met the Zhang clan's people. They were led by Zhang Ziyang. However, when they saw us, they were clearly stunned for a moment before quickly retreating. Xiao Chen smiled. We also met the Tang clan's people. When they saw us, they were stunned for a moment as well. Xiao Yulan's expression turned cold as she said, in that case, the 2 corpses that appeared here were not a coincidence. That's right, cousin Xiao Chen, what did you see when you went out yesterday? Xiao Chen did not want to answer this question. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was the sound of dinner being served. He quickly changed the topic, and Xiao Yulan could only helplessly give up on pursuing this matter. After dinner, they lit up a bonfire in the camp once again. A group of people gathered together and excitedly talked about what happened during the day. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Xiao Jian was currently cultivating by himself, not mingling with the others. When night fell, gloomy forest became even colder. Gloomy forest at night was several times more dangerous than it was during the day. Xiao Chen did not want everyone to take any risks. After he arranged for people to keep watch, he instructed everyone to go rest. After everyone fell asleep, Xiao Chen secretly got up and prepared to go out. The trial during the day was only against rank 2 demonic beasts. To him, it was not a challenge at all. Thus, he did not make a move. The trial had only just begun. Not long after he went out, his spiritual sense suddenly detected someone following him out. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was Xiao Jian. Xiao Chen looked at the direction Xiao Jian was heading in. It was to the south of the camp, so he did not worry too much. With Xiao Jian's strength, there was nothing wrong with him training alone in gloomy forest. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could not find a way to stop him. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and started to head to the east of the camp. Before long, a patterned demonic leopard appeared in the range of his spiritual sense. This patterned demonic leopard was a standard rank 3 demonic beast. Its strength had reached the peak of martial master. It was the target that Xiaochen wanted to train with. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and leaped up gently. He was already standing on top of a tree branch. His eyes were like water as he stared at the patterned demonic leopard on the ground. This patterned demonic leopard was more than 2 meters tall. Its entire body was black, and it looked similar to the leopards on Earth. However, its eyes were blood red. This was the most distinctive feature of a demonic beast. Even though they were tens of meters apart, Xiaochen could feel the overwhelming killing intent coming from this patterned demonic leopard, causing him to tremble in fear. Shua! Xiaochen accidentally broke a tree branch. The ears of the patterned demonic leopard twitched, and it immediately heard the faint sound. Its blood-red eyes looked in the direction of Xiaochen. The darkness of the night was unable to obstruct its vision. It discovered Xiaochen in an instant. It roared and a horrifying sound wave immediately attacked Xiaochen. Bo! A huge amount of energy followed the ripples and attacked Xiaochen. Everywhere the ripples passed, the huge trees in gloomy forest trembled. Countless leaves fell to the ground. Xiaochen was secretly shocked. This sound wave attack had a wide range and was very powerful. It seemed to have no weaknesses. However, it was still almost, not definitely. Xiaochen executed the lightning evasion and his body appeared behind the patterned demonic leopard. He avoided the sound wave directly. In front of Xiaochen, who had the lightning evasion, it did not pose much of a threat. The patterned demonic leopard immediately sensed Xiaochen's position. It turned around and pounced at Xiaochen. A black chi gathered on its right claw and it ruthlessly smashed it at Xiaochen. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. He used a martial technique to meet the attack. This was because he could feel the terrifying energy contained in the black chi. If he was careless, he would be at a disadvantage. Pu Chi! The force from the patterned demonic leopard's right claw caused him to retreat a few steps. However, the patterned demonic leopard did not feel any discomfort after being struck by his one-line chop. The patterned demonic leopard took advantage of the moment Xiaochen retreated and chased after him. It was more than 2 meters tall and its red eyes looked down at Xiaochen. A supreme pressure pressed down on Xiaochen. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot. Xiaochen casually shot out a purple flame. The flame left a trail of flames as it quickly struck the patterned demonic leopard. A pool of purple blood flowed out. The patterned demonic leopard cried out in pain. The black chi quickly surged over and dispersed the purple flames. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. A horrifying sound wave engulfed Xiaochen once again. Heavenly lightning shield. At the critical moment, Xiaochen immediately used the heavenly lightning shield. However, the heavenly lightning shield was not very effective against this strange sound wave attack. The sound wave still managed to penetrate it. Blood leaked out from the corner of Xiaochen's mouth. His ears actually went deaf for a short period of time. Xiaochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and removed the heavenly lightning shield. A dense killing intent flickered in his eyes. This beast was too infuriating. Even Tang Feng did not put him in such a sorry state. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiaochen had tried this move a few times before. However, the success rate was only 50%. This was because he did not have a deep understanding of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. However, at this moment, he could not care so much. He sank his consciousness into his dantian and Xiaochen did his best to recall the scene of the battle with Zhang He. Zhang He's every move slowly appeared in Xiaochen's mind. It was like a movie, playing out continuously. Understanding this in his heart, the changing character formula quietly circulated in his body. Xiaochen suddenly made a move. His figure leaped into the air and countless saber lights were sent out. Xiaochen's figure continuously changed in the air. This move was successfully executed by Xiaochen. The saber light carried the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit. It continuously struck the patterned demonic leopard's body, causing purple blood to spurt out continuously. The patterned demonic leopard roared in pain. It wanted to grab hold of Xiaochen in the air, but it could not catch hold of Xiaochen's figure. Die! After the sword technique was executed, The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body transmitted a wave of energy. His body, which was originally falling, was lifted up in the air. The lunar shadow saber released an electric light, revealing its sinister side. The rank 6 demonic core carried a boundless might as it hacked at the patterned demonic leopard. The patterned demonic leopard was hacked in half. After Xiao Chen landed, he sighed slightly. He was somewhat disappointed. Aside from the terrifying sound wave attack of the patterned demonic leopard, it was not very strong. After Xiao Chen extracted the rank 3 demonic core from the patterned demonic leopard's head, he was about to leave and search for his next prey. However, a black shadow flew over his head. Looking up, Xiao Chen was startled. This black shadow was the black-clothed man that Xiao Chen saw controlling the demonic beast the night before. Hu Qi! Above his head, another group of white figures flew past. This was true flight, and not the use of superior movement techniques to leap from tree to tree. A martial king expert. Xiao Chen said in astonishment as he looked at the white figure. Who? Just as Xiao Chen was in a daze, the black figure stepped on the huge eagle and flew towards Xiao Chen. His intention was very obvious, to target Xiao Chen, who was on the ground. Chapter 70. That black figure rode on the huge eagle and circled above Xiao Chen's head, not leaving. Xiao Chen only felt that he was being stared at by a pair of gloomy eyes. If he moved even slightly, he would immediately die. Shua! The white figure from earlier also rushed over. Xiao Chen stared at the white figure and felt his mind tremble. It was extremely hair-raising. The white figure in the air was a girl who looked like a young girl. She held a golden 2-meter-long spear in her hand. Her exquisite face was the epitome of beauty. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her eyes were like the stars, and her spirit was like jade. Xiao Chen had never seen such a beautiful girl before. There were no words in this world that could describe her beauty. She was like a beautiful piece of jade, formed naturally, without any modifications. Lord Commander, you chased me for 10 days and 10 nights, from the Wind City at the border of the Great Qin Empire all the way to this small Mo city. Are you really not willing to let me off? The black figure's gloomy voice contained some unwillingness. Just because I awakened a demonic beast martial spirit? Lord Commander, since you entered the border, I have experienced more than 100 battles of various sizes by your side. There are no less than 100 wounds on my body. Have you forgotten about it? The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with a hint of regret, making it hard for anyone to look at her. She opened her red lips and said in a gentle voice, Xiao He, I've never wanted to kill you. Even though you killed 3 of your companions in order to cultivate your demonic beast martial spirit, I still want to destroy your demonic beast martial spirit. Ha! The black man laughed loudly. What a good, never thought of killing me. Earth-ranked martial technique, boundless azure sea. If I was not lucky, I would have died long ago. So be it. Since you want to kill me, I will not care about our past relationship. I will let you accompany those 3 ghosts down there. A saber appeared in the black-clothed man's hand. He rode on the huge eagle and flew towards the girl. The huge eagle under his feet clawed at the air, and a black crack appeared in the air, sweeping towards the girl. After the black eagle launched its attack, the black-clothed man leaped down from the eagle's back and brandished his long saber, releasing waves of black saber chi that surged towards the young girl. Xiao Chen was startled. The strength of this black-clothed man was clearly inferior to that of the white-clothed woman. This could be easily determined from the fact that he needed to ride an eagle to fly, while the white-clothed woman could fly with her own strength. However, the black-clothed man and the giant eagle beneath his feet were indeed 2 against 1. The white-clothed woman might be at a disadvantage. However, things did not go as Xiao Chen had expected. The white-robed woman held the golden spear in her hand and shook it in the air. 9 golden dragons appeared behind her and roared continuously. Waves of supreme imperial might were emitted from the young girl's body. Under this pressure, Xiao Chen almost had to prostrate himself in worship. The aura of an ancient blue dragon suddenly emanated from Xiao Chen's body. That supreme majesty immediately disappeared, and Xiao Chen immediately felt a lot more relaxed. With the protection of the 9 dragons, The spatial crack torn by the black eagle's claws was instantly smoothed out. The spear suddenly turned and sent the black-clothed man flying. The black-clothed man turned around in the air and resolved the overwhelming dragon chi. The black eagle in front seemed to be connected to him and appeared precisely under his feet. The 9 dragons circled in the sky and the speed of the battle between the two increased. Their figures continuously flew up into the sky, releasing countless forces. The surrounding trees were all snapped in half and crushed into powder. Boundless dragon roars resounded and boundless black chi spread out. The golden and black chi clashed intensely in the sky. Xiao Chen complained in his heart. These two were peak experts. If any of the forces they released landed on Xiao Chen's body, they would be able to severely injure him. Xiao Chen had no choice but to activate the heavenly lightning shield to block the forces that descended from the sky occasionally. Although it was only the periphery of the force, it still shook his internal organs and caused his qi and blood to churn. Soon, Xiao Chen could no longer see the figures of the two clearly. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the young girl clearly had the upper hand in terms of strength. However, when they were fighting, it was clear that her strength was insufficient. It was clear that she was somewhat restrained. The true might of the 9 dragons was not fully unleashed. Yi Chenzhou, have you already fallen to such a level? To think that you want to threaten an inferior-grade martial disciple to fight with me. Where are your morals? The two of them slowly descended from the sky. The melodious voice of the white-robed girl contained boundless rage. Yi Chenzhou smiled sinisterly. Morals? You are the first commander. Of course, you have morals. It is already difficult for me to survive. What do I need morals for? If you want to kill me, then kill this brat first. Let me see your morals. Xiao Chen finally understood why the white-clothed girl was so hesitant. It turned out that it was because of him. However, he could not leave even if he wanted to. That black-clothed man had locked onto him with his aura. If he made any strange movements, he would be killed on the spot. How hateful! The white-robed girl said through clenched teeth. She waved her spear in the air and the 9 dragons behind her trembled. They circled around the spear and with a whistling sound, they swept towards Yi Chenzhou, creating many dragon images in the air. Dang! Yi Chenzhou brandished his saber to block this attack. However, the dragon images circling around the spear dived down at him. Yi Chenzhou was startled and he swung his saber 9 times. The 9 surging saber chi clashed intensely with the dragon images. Waves of energy spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen, who was below, vomited a mouthful of blood. Boundless azure sea. The white-robed girl shouted and a boundless sea appeared behind her. An azure dragon broke out from the depths of the sea. It carried a boundless aura as it charged at Yi Chenzhou. Yi Chenzhou's heart sank. He stomped on the huge eagle with his right foot and flew down quickly. Soon he was less than a meter above Xiao Chen's head. The white-robed girl frowned. She had not expected him to be so despicable. Her spear trembled in the air and the azure dragon brushed past Yi Chenzhou. Boom! The azure dragon flew quickly. After it landed, there was a loud sound. Everything within 100 meters was blasted apart, turning into ruins. Yi Chenzhou laughed strangely. Taking advantage of the instant the white-robed girl changed her move, he turned into a black bolt of lightning and struck her right shoulder with his palm. Pu Si. Another saber light lit up. The white-robed girl could not dodge in time and was struck by several black saber lights. Her long white robes were instantly covered in blood. Yi Chenzhou kicked out and the white-robed girl was knocked down from the sky. Yi Chenzhou laughed loudly. This is your style? Changing your move at the last moment and revealing an opening. Your style will only cause you to die at my hands. However, you are a short-lived person. I believe that you will not have any regrets even if I kill you now. Yi Chenzhou laughed loudly in the air. He seemed to have gone crazy. The black qi on his body became even denser. It was a boundless demonic qi that contained boundless energy. Go and die. Yi Chenzhou shouted loudly and descended from the sky. His saber gave off a black saber light that was dozens of meters long. The black eagle below him turned into a black shadow and entered his body. At the same time, an ancient demon master appeared behind him. He held a saber in his hand and hacked down. The white-robed girl looked at Yichenzhou, who was possessed by the demon master. She revealed an expression of despair. Am I going to die? Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. I must succeed, Xiao Chen prayed in his heart. The instant the white-robed girl was struck down, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Xiao Chen had already decided to make a move. Even if he died, he had to make a move. What he hated the most in his life were people who bullied women. He did not want to owe a woman a favor. If the girl in front of him died because of him, it would be a heart demon that haunted him for the rest of his life. A full moon slowly rose from the horizon. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. At this crucial moment, he had finally succeeded. Yichenzhou felt a dangerous aura. He quickly turned his head to take a look. He did not know when, but a full moon had appeared in the sky. It was as calm as still water as it quickly descended towards him. A strong aura descended along with the moonlight. When the full moon got closer, it had already turned into a huge ball of light, giving off a boundless brilliance. Yichenzhou revealed an astonished expression. He quickly changed the direction of his saber and turned around to chop at the full moon that was heading towards him. The 200-meter-long saber light and the demon weapon in the hands of the demon master behind him struck the full moon one after another. When the two huge forces clashed, there was a loud explosion. When the light faded, the overwhelming chi wave spread out in all directions. With a shua sound, everywhere the chi wave passed, all the ancient trees in gloomy forest were chopped in half. Xiao Chen was sent flying by the chi wave and landed on the ground. He rolled for a few meters before he stopped. Yichenzhou quickly retreated 3 steps. With every step he took, he would leave a 2-foot-deep footprint on the ground. Before he could stabilize himself, a golden flame flew towards him. There seemed to be a tiny flood dragon swimming in the golden flame. The golden flame pierced through his heart with a bang. Yichenzhou revealed an extremely pained expression. He held his chest and said in disbelief, "He actually gave you a strand of dragon fire." The black chi on Yichenzhou's body dissipated continuously. The expression on his face twisted continuously. The black eagle appeared again and carried him into the distance. The two people on the ground no longer had the ability to fight. They could only watch as Yichenzhou fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and slowly walked towards the white-clothed girl in front of him. He discovered that she had already fainted. Her white clothes were tattered from the saber light, revealing a large patch of snow-white skin. The black chi from the wounds on her body was still eating away at her skin. This caused her to reveal an expression of pain even though she was unconscious. Her beautiful face was completely pale, without any color of blood. It was very poignant. Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out a few blood-replenishing pills from his universe ring. After crushing them, he slowly applied them to her wounds. When the green medicinal liquid flowed into her wounds, the black chi immediately dissipated significantly. Xiao Chen felt joy in his heart. He continued applying the medicinal liquid. The white-clothed girl's skin was as white as snow, smooth and creamy. Even with Xiao Chen's astonishing willpower, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. After applying the medicinal liquid on all the wounds, the girl's upper body was only left with her bra. This was something that could not be helped. There were many saber wounds on the girl's body. If she did not take off her outer clothes, there was no way to apply the medicinal liquid. However, the bras of this world were much tighter than those of Xiao Chen's previous world. There was not a single trace of spring on them. There was a golden longevity lock hanging on the girl's chest. This attracted Xiao Chen's attention. When he thought of what Yichenzhou said about this girl having a short lifespan, he could not help but be startled. Could it be that such an absolute beauty was going to die soon? Xiao Chen shook his head and tossed this question to the back of his mind. The problem now was how to deal with this girl. He could not just leave like this. After causing such a huge commotion in gloomy forest, it would definitely attract some demonic beasts. This girl was in such a state because she was worried about him. Xiao Chen could not just ignore her. However, if he wanted to bring her back, it would be too inconvenient. Suddenly, his gaze fell on his universe ring. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He already had a good idea. Chapter 71. The universe ring was an independent space. It was slightly different from the spatial rings of this world, as it could store living things. As long as the other party was willing or unconscious, it could be stored. This was the might of a magic treasure. Looking at the rubble around him, Xiaochen lost interest in continuing his hunt. Furthermore, with such a huge commotion, there would definitely be many strong demonic beasts coming. If he continued staying here, he would only die. When Xiaochen returned, Xiao Yulan and the others were already in the camp. Clearly, the commotion had woken them up. "Cousin Xiaochen, what did you do outside? Everyone was very worried about you," Xiao Yulan said to Xiaochen angrily. Xiaochen blushed with shame in his heart. "Nothing much, I just felt that something was wrong, so I went out to take a look. But the people keeping watch said that they did not see you. You should at least inform them before you went out," Xiao Yulan said as she pointed at the two of them. Xiaochen felt a headache coming on. Suddenly he saw Xiao Jian in the crowd and quickly said, "I already told Xiao Jian, is it Xiao Jian?" Xiao Jian was stunned for a while before he nodded, "And he did indeed tell me." Xiaochen smiled, "I didn't lie to you, right? Go back to sleep. The people keeping watch, continue keeping watch. I already saw it earlier, there was nothing much." On the second day of the trial, Xiaochen was afraid of meeting that horrifying black-clothed man again. So, he decided to move as a group of 10. The scene of the black-clothed man eating the internal organs and then treating his injuries left a deep impression on Xiaochen. The impression left on Xiaochen was too deep. Furthermore, he was severely injured last night. Xiaochen did not dare to take the risk of separating them. In the following 2 days, the group encountered rank 3 and rank 4 demonic beasts a few times during the trial. Although Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to avoid these demonic beasts, he felt that something was wrong. Bang! Bang! On the morning of the 3rd day of the trial, Xiaochen felt a series of explosions coming from the universe ring. He felt dizzy, as though the space in the universe ring was about to shatter. It seemed like the white-clothed girl was about to wake up. He had been so busy leading people during the day and training at night that he had completely forgotten about her. Xiaochen took out all the rank 2 demonic cores from the universe ring. He was afraid that if he did not take them out, the woman inside would shatter them. After a few days of hard work, he had already accumulated close to 200 rank 2 demonic cores. "Cousin Yulan, take care of these things first. Also, keep the demonic cores first. I will be leaving for a while." Xiao Yulan looked at Xiaochen's actions in astonishment. "Cousin Xiaochen, what are you doing? We are about to depart." "There's no time to explain. I have to leave for a while," Xiaochen said quickly. There was a drop of his essence blood in the universe ring. Every time it boomed, it was like a clap of thunder in his spiritual world. The remaining people watched as Xiaochen used the lightning evasion and flew far away. They did not understand what was going on. Xiao Yulan stomped her foot on the ground as she looked at Xiaochen's dispirited back. Xiaochen walked far away. After confirming that there was no one around, he let the girl out. "Perverted thief, prepare to die." As soon as the young woman appeared, she threw the spear in her hand at Xiaochen. This move, which was filled with anger, carried a vigorous energy as it flew towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen was startled and quickly dodged. Hey, you first see if you have any losses, and then say I am not a pervert." Xiaochen saw that she was still ready to fight, hurriedly said. The girl looked at her upper body that was only left with a bra. Her pale face blushed and she said, "It's already like this and you still dare to quibble. I'll kill you." She waved her hand, and the golden spear appeared in her hand again. She raised it up, and dense killing intent burst forth from her eyes. She was ready to attack again. Xiaochen saw that it was useless to explain. He had already witnessed this woman's combat prowess, so he immediately prepared to run. Bang! The sound of someone falling came from behind him. Xiaochen turned his head and realized that the girl had not made a move on him. She had already fallen to the ground, so he hurriedly walked back. "Don't touch me," the girl said fiercely. Xiaochen said helplessly, I won't touch. I just want to tell you that I am not a perverted thief. Look at the wounds on your body, none of them left any scars. I only applied medicine for you and did not do anything else." Don't look at me so fiercely. Look at your current situation. If I really do anything to you, you will definitely not have any ability to resist. After a long time, the girl said, "All right, I believe you. But why did you imprison me in that space?" Xiaochen hurriedly explained his original intentions. Only then did the girl reluctantly believe his words. "Help me up first." "I believe you." Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. He helped her up and leaned against a tree. "That's right, I still have not asked for your name." "Name? My name is Yu Ying," the girl said softly. After she finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from her stomach. Her face could not help but turn red. After Xiaochen heard it, he could not help but smile. He took out an fasting pill from the universe ring and said, "Eat this. You will not feel hungry after eating it." Receiving the fasting pill, Ying did not hesitate to swallow it. After a while, she felt that her empty stomach was not that hungry anymore. She said in astonishment, "Are you an alchemist? This pill is really miraculous." Xiaochen nodded his head and said, "You are really daring. Are you not afraid that I will give you poison?" Yu Ying had already recovered some of her strength. She got up and stretched her body. "Since I have chosen to believe you, I will not hesitate. Furthermore, if I wanted to kill you, as long as I have a breath left, I would be able to kill you easily. There is no need to doubt it." Xiaochen secretly clicked his tongue. Why is it that all the women I meet are so strong? Ao Jiao was one, and now this Yu Ying is one as well. Are they tired of living? How many days did I stay in that space? Yu Ying suddenly asked. "About 3 days. Yu Ying's expression changed. "Oh no, the people from Chizi County have probably all been killed by Yi Chenzhou. You better bring the people from your trial and leave quickly. The demonic beasts are about to counter it." Xiaochen's heart tightened. He thought about the sudden appearance of high-ranked demonic beasts in the past few days. Could it be that the experts that Chizi County sent to the core of Gloomy Forest were all dead? In the dark sky of Gloomy Forest, 3 different colored fireworks suddenly rose up. This was the emergency signal from the Zhang, Shao, and Tang clans. What happened? Why did the 3 clans send out emergency signals at the same time? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. "I'm going back, what about you?" Xiaochen said to Yu Ying. Yu Ying smiled faintly. "You should go. I'm not that badly injured. It is just that I used my life skill that day and expended a lot of energy. Now, I only need to recover for an hour and I can leave." Xiaochen thought for a while and said, "Then I will help protect you for an hour." "Thank you," Yu Ying said sincerely. Yu Ying said sincerely. She was currently at her weakest, and she indeed needed someone to protect her. Yu Ying sat down cross-legged. 9 dragon images revolved around her body. Streams of golden dragon chi were continuously emitted from her body. Her aura was rising bit by bit. After an hour, Yu Ying's closed eyes suddenly opened. Her earlier dejection was completely gone. She no longer had that weak feeling from before, and her entire person was filled with a domineering aura. She pointed at Xiaochen and a small golden dragon entered Xiaochen's body. It swam around his body and finally merged into the blue dragon martial spirit. "You saved my life. This dragon chi can save your life in times of need." After she spoke, she soared into the air and flew into the distance, leaving only Xiaochen to see her beautiful back view. Xiaochen did not have much reluctance in his heart. From the fact that this girl could emit dragon fire, Xiaochen had already guessed her identity. It was obvious that she was a member of the great Qin royal clan. The distance between him and her was too far. Retracting his gaze, Xiaochen rushed towards the Shao clan's camp. The 3 clans sent out emergency signals at the same time. Something big must have happened. Why is there not a single person? When Xiaochen rushed to the camp, he discovered that the camp had clearly been tidied up. The corpses of the demonic beasts in the warehouse had all been taken away. Could it be that they had all retreated? Chapter 72. Xiaochen looked around and guessed that everyone had already left. He thought of Yu Ying's words and guessed that the people of the Chizi County must have received the news that this trial would end early. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Xiao Chen released his spiritual sense and sensed a cultivator hiding in the shadows of a large tree about 20 meters to his left. This cultivator completely withdrew his aura and stared at Xiao Chen. He was just waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Xiao Chen controlled his spiritual sense and could not help but smile when he saw him clearly. This person was actually a martial grand master of the Zhang clan. He should have come together with the two elders of the Tang clan. However, Xiao Chen did not know how this person managed to evade Yi Chenzhou's pursuit. However, the aura on his body was somewhat weak. In order to evade Yi Chenzhou's pursuit, he must have expended a lot of essence. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had not rested well. With his current state, he did not leave this place as soon as possible. Instead, he wanted to kill me. How much does the Zhang clan hate me? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. This person's current state was at most half of his usual state. Xiao Chen did not want to escape. To him, this might be an opportunity for a trial. This was much more interesting than a demonic beast. Xiao Chen immediately made the first move. There was a flash of lightning and Xiao Chen's body suddenly appeared behind that person. The lunar shadow saber radiated with electricity and the boundless might of the rank 6 demonic core spread out in all directions. That person turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen's smiling face. His face revealed an extremely astonished expression. He could not understand how Xiao Chen knew he was hiding here. Outside of gloomy forest, the sun hung high in the sky and shone brightly. "Father, why did you call us back?" "Cousin Xiao Chen has not come out yet," Xiao Yulan said to Xiao Chang in dissatisfaction. Not long after Xiao Chen left, Xiao Chang brought the 4 martial grand masters of the Xiao clan to the Xiao clan's camp. He only said one sentence, "The trial has ended early," before bringing everyone out. Xiao Chen frowned. Of the experts that the Chizi County sent to the core region of Gloomy Forest, aside from a martial grand master who managed to escape, the others all died, including that martial saint expert. The people behind him all took a deep breath and said, "Even a martial saint expert died. Are the demonic beasts of Gloomy Forest that terrifying?" He was killed by a human, not by a demonic beast. Furthermore, the way he died was extremely horrifying. Chizi County has already reported what happened in Gloomy Forest to the imperial family. Now, this is not a place where we can interfere. Hence, the trial will be cancelled, Xiao Chang explained. Xiao Yulan's pretty face changed slightly as she said anxiously, "Then, isn't cousin Xiao Chen in even more danger?" "No, I have to go in and look for him." "Nonsense." Xiao Chang shouted sternly, "Why don't you think about what happened in Seven-Horn Mountain? Do you think Xiao Chen will die so easily? If he wants to run, even a martial saint would not be able to catch him. If you go, you will only add to his burden." Xiao Yulan's eyes turned red, but she did not say anything. "What is Elder Xiao doing? Are you scolding me? This is not good." The Tang clan head, Tang Tian, led a group of people over. "Where is your second young master? Why don't I see him? Could he have been eaten by the demonic beasts?" Xiao Chang looked at Tang Tian and mocked coldly, "Don't think that I do not know what you did in Gloomy Forest. Unfortunately, your plans are not as good as God's. 2 elders died for nothing." Tang Tian's expression changed before he smiled. This Tang does not understand what Elder Xiao is saying. However, although this trial ended early, the results of the 3 clans still have to be compared. I wonder how many demonic cores the Xiao clan obtained? When the city lord arrives, I will report the results. I hope that the Tang clan will not report too little. This time, the Xiao clan had obtained a total of 180 rank 2 demonic cores. Xiao Chang was already very satisfied with this result after only 3 days. Thus, he was not afraid of Tang Tian's mockery. Not long later, the city lord, Dugufeng, gathered the people of the 3 clans together. His expression looked very relaxed, as though the matter in Gloomy Forest did not affect him at all. Dugufeng smiled. Although this trial was affected and had no choice but to end early, the same rules apply. The competition between the 3 clans will continue. I wonder if anyone will surpass the Xiao clan this time. The Xiao clan has already taken first place a few times. Let's start with the Zhang clan. I wonder how many demonic cores the Zhang clan obtained this time. When the Zhang clan head heard this, His expression became extremely unsightly. This time, the most capable disciple of the Zhang clan, Zhang He, did not come because his martial spirit was injured. There was not much of a harvest at all. However, since the city lord had spoken, he had no choice but to report it. The Zhang clan obtained a total of 50 rank 2 demonic cores this time, the Zhang clan had said. Dugu Feng was not surprised by this result. He smiled gently. It's fine. Zhang He did not come. It is already pretty good that you obtained such results. Next, the Tang clan will report. I have quite high expectations for the Tang clan. Tang Tian smiled faintly. City Lord is too kind. The Tang clan obtained a total of 100 rank 2 demonic cores this time. After Tang Tian spoke, he glanced at Xiao Chang. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. It's time for you to report. When Xiao Chang heard the Tang clan's report, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw the city lord's gaze, Xiao Chang said, the Xiao clan obtained a total of 180 rank 2 demonic cores in this trial. When Dugu Feng heard this, he laughed loudly. Looks like the Xiao clan's foundation is deep enough. The Xiao clan won this trial again. Congratulations. Tang Tian revealed a deep smile. City Lord, don't be in a rush to congratulate us. Tang Feng, show your harvest to the city lord. When Tang Feng heard this, he walked forward and took out 6 demonic cores, placing them in front of the city lord. The luster of these 6 demonic cores was incomparably deep. It stood out from the rest of the rank 2 demonic cores. Someone at the side immediately exclaimed, these are rank 3 demonic cores. That's right, they really are rank 3 demonic cores. Someone at the side took one of the demonic cores and looked at it carefully. A rank 3 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial grandmaster. This Tang Feng was actually able to take out 6 demonic cores in one go. This was simply unbelievable. In the many years of the trial in Mo City, I have never heard of anyone obtaining a rank 3 demonic core. Looks like the Tang clan is going to obtain first place this time, suppressing the Xiao clan. That's right. What's even rarer is that he is only a peak superior grade martial disciple. With this kind of strength, as long as he improves further, no one will be a match for him in the upcoming promise of 10 years. Dugu Feng looked carefully at the 3 demonic cores that Tang Feng handed over. When he was done, he smiled and said, looks like the Xiao clan will not be able to keep their first place. The value of these 3 rank 3 demonic cores is equivalent to 100 rank 2 demonic cores. Tang Tian looked at Xiao Chang with a pleased expression. Elder Xiao, I'm sorry. The first place of this trial belongs to my Tang clan. If they were able to suppress the Xiao clan in this trial and defeat them in the promise of 10 years, the Xiao clan's reputation would fall to rock bottom. The merchant groups and powers that had dealings with the Xiao clan would quickly see the situation and cut off all ties with the Xiao clan. At that time, the Xiao clan would truly be in dire straits. Xiao Chang's expression was somewhat unsightly. He originally thought that he would definitely win. He did not expect that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face in the end. Tang Tian's move was too vicious. The expressions of the Xiao clan disciples were also extremely unsightly. This trial represented the glory of the clan. They were all responsible for not being able to obtain first place. Even the usually mischievous Xiao Ling was biting her red lips with a depressed expression. Just at this moment, Xiao Jian, who was in the crowd, slowly walked to the front of the city lord. He took out 5 demonic cores and said indifferently, I also obtained 5 rank 3 demonic cores. Would the city lord please appraise them? After he spoke, he walked to the back in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. His expression was as calm as water, making it hard for others to guess what he was thinking. It's Xiao Jian. Could it be that he obtained a rank 5 demonic core as well? This was once the strongest person in Mo City. Did he really obtain a rank 3 demonic core? I heard that after he was humiliated by Zhang He had been in closed-door training. Who would have thought that he would be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? I wonder if he can reverse the Xiao clan's defeat. I think it will be difficult. After all, he only took out 5 rank 3 demonic cores, while Tang Feng took out 6. The people in the city lord's residence were all discussing this. No one expected that the results of this trial would be filled with so many twists and turns. Du Feng muttered to himself for a while before saying, "These 5 demonic cores are indeed rank 3 demonic cores. I thought about it. The Tang clan has 1 more rank 3 demonic core than the Xiao clan, and the Xiao clan has 80 more rank 2 demonic cores than the Tang clan. How about we consider it a draw?" Xiao Chang smiled gently, expressing his acceptance of this result. He originally thought that he would definitely lose. Who knew that there would be a twist in the situation? It was already pretty good to be able to obtain a draw. At this moment, the one who was the most unhappy was Tang Tian. He said with some dissatisfaction, "The value of a rank 3 demonic core is much higher than a rank 2 demonic core. I believe that it is worth at least 100 rank 2 demonic cores." Xiao Chang mocked. "Do you think that it is worth 100 just because you say it is worth 100? Do you think that you are the pavilion master of Linlang Pavilion? You think that it is only worth 50? What can you do about it?" Tang Tian said angrily, "Anyway, I will not accept this draw. When I return, I will announce that the Tang clan obtained first place in this trial." At this moment, Du Feng was also in a difficult position. He was not able to make a judgment on this result. After all, he was not an expert in the value of the demonic core. It is indeed not a draw. I think so too. However, the one who lost is your Tang clan. Who was it that said such words? The air was so loud. Everyone turned to look and saw the figure of a youth slowly walking out from the exit of gloomy forest. His eyes were slightly squinted as he was not used to the sudden bright light. He was carrying a round bag on his back. When the sunlight shone on his face, it made his face, which could barely be considered handsome, look incomparably brilliant. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. "Cousin Xiaochen, you are finally back. Brother Xiaochen, quickly come and take revenge for Ling." "Captain." The Xiao clan disciples that followed Xiaochen all ran over in surprise. Xiaochen greeted them one by one. The smile on his face did not diminish as he arrived in front of Tang Tian and looked at him fearlessly. "Since you do not want a draw, I will let you lose convincingly." He waved his hand and released 3 demonic cores. These are the rank 3 demonic beast, demonic patterned leopard's demonic core, a total of 3. These are the rank 3 demonic beast, demonic blood moon monkey's demonic core, a total of 3. These are the rank 3 demonic beast, swordtail dragon's demonic core, a total of 4. Every time Xiaochen mentioned the name of a demonic beast, the surrounding crowd would let out a cry of surprise. Finally, Xiaochen took out 8 types of demonic beasts' demonic cores, at least 3 of each type. "What else do you have to say?" "Tang Tian, your Tang clan will never be able to surpass the Xiao clan. If you want to be number 1, you have to ask me, Xiaochen, first." Xiaochen said coldly as he looked at the dumbfounded Tang Tian. Everyone from the Xiao clan felt that they had vented their anger. When they saw Tang Tian's speechless expression, they all felt extremely comfortable. Xiaochen said indifferently, "If you are still not convinced, this bag on my back is worth another 100 rank 2 demonic cores." After Xiaochen finished speaking, he opened the round bag on his back and casually tossed it to the ground. A round human head rolled on the ground. The head's eyes were wide open as it died with a remaining grievance. That was an elder of the Zhang clan. How did he get killed by Xiaochen? According to the rules, he should not have appeared in the gloomy forest. The surrounding crowd all took a deep breath. What? Tang Tian and the Zhang clan head exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions changed as they looked at Xiaochen with fear in their eyes. Chapter 73. Xiaochen, you actually dared to kill an elder of my Zhang clan? After the Zhang clan had recovered from his shock, he said angrily. The people of the Zhang clan behind him rushed forward, looking like they were about to start a fight. The first elder Xiao Chang rushed forward, and the cultivators of the Xiao clan rushed forward without any fear. Xiaochen smiled coldly. "If he wants to kill me, why can't I kill him? It's just that I hate people like you who ambush me from behind and bully the weak. If you don't want your son to be killed the moment he leaves, it's best that you stop playing such tricks." "And your Tang clan?" Xiaochen turned his gaze to Tang Tian and said, "Stop playing such tricks with me. If you are not afraid of me ending your bloodline, I don't mind helping you out. You are too much. Xiaochen, are you thinking of starting a clan war during the promise of 10 years? You actually dare to end my bloodline? Tang Tian was so angry that his face turned purple. The people behind him also surrounded him, eyeing him covetously. Xiao Chang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "A clan war is a clan war. My Xiao clan is not afraid of you. If you dare to use any methods, my Xiao clan will naturally receive them. Although my Xiao clan is not strong, we will not work together like some people and play tricks." Before the trial started, you sent 2 of your clan's elders to wait at my Xiao clan's campsite. Unfortunately, the heavens make fools of people, and they were killed. Du Feng's expression changed. There was such a thing? Tang Tian quickly thought about it. This matter was not honorable, and he had already violated the agreement with the city lord. He definitely could not admit to it. Xiao Chang, don't slander us. You have to show evidence before you speak. Evidence? We buried the corpses of the elders of your 2 clans long ago. If you want evidence, I can dig them out for you now. I want you to explain why the trial has not started yet. Why did the elders of your 2 clans come to my Xiao clan's campsite? Xiao Chang looked at the 2 of them and smiled coldly. The hearts of Tang Tian and the Zhang family had froze. They did not expect that the 4 of them would actually die. Furthermore, their corpses were found by the Xiao family. At this moment, it was truly hard for them to explain. Du Feng opened his mouth to help. Elder Xiao, since no one from the Xiao clan was harmed, how about we put this matter aside for now? The Xiao clan's harvest from this trial is quite great. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups when I return. As the city lord of Mo City, what Du Feng did not want to see the most was a fight between the 3 clans. This would result in a lot of casualties, and it would be hard for him to deal with it if the higher-ups pursued the matter. Xiao Chang did not want to flare up now. The situation was very clear. The Zhang clan and the Tang clan had joined forces, and there was an invisible powerful faction supporting them. The situation was clearly disadvantageous to the Xiao clan. If a clan war really broke out, the Xiao clan would definitely suffer great losses. Right now, they could only place all their focus on the promise of 10 years martial competition. When Du Feng saw that Xiao Chang did not say anything, he could already guess what he was thinking. He turned his gaze to the other 2 clan heads and said, "I do not wish to see such a thing happen again. You can compete, but it's best if you don't fight to the death." Tang Tian and the Zhang family head were in the wrong. The city lord was willing to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation, so they went with the flow and said some pleasantries. The trial is over. There is no need for everyone to worry about the matters here. Go back, Du Feng said finally. On the second day, the results of the trial spread throughout the entire Mo city. The Xiao clan obtained first place once again. It was unknown how the process of the trial was spread. The news of Xiaochen taking out over 20 rank 3 demonic cores in front of the Zhang clan and Tang clan spread everywhere, becoming the topic of discussion in every big tea house. After Xiaochen defeated Zhang He, he once again became the focus of everyone's discussion. Everyone believed that with Xiaochen, the Xiao clan would not have to worry about the promise of 10 years that would take place a month later. Mo City, Xiao clan. After the trial ended, Xiao Chen and the other cultivators who were preparing for the promise of 10 years were strictly forbidden from going out by the first elder. At such a crucial moment, if a participant were to get injured, the promise of 10 years would have to cry. Although the Zhang clan and Tang clan guaranteed that they would not play any tricks, this guarantee did not make people feel at ease. At that time, as long as the dead could not tell the truth, it would be fine. In Xiao Chen's courtyard, Xiao Chen was not in a rush to cultivate. He was currently holding a small knife, carving something on the spiritual wood that he had obtained from the tree spirit. On the stone table, there were all sorts of small sculptures that Xiao Chen had carved. From birds and beasts to people, there was everything one could think of. However, the quality of the sculptures varied, and most of them were just a bunch of weird sculptures. A few days after returning from Gloomy Forest, Xiao Chen felt that he was on the verge of becoming a martial master. As long as the time was right, he would be able to break through immediately. Thus, he did not spend all his time cultivating. No matter how he cultivated, before the promise of 10 years, he was only an inferior-grade martial master. This was not worth it. He might as well make use of this time to study the immortal arts and talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. A few days after returning, he bought a large amount of wood and started to train his carving skills. After spending a week carving more than 1,000 sculptures on ordinary wood, Xiaochen started to carve on the piece of spiritual wood. However, he only took a small section. Xiaochen gently placed this piece of sculpture that was the size of a finger in his hand. This was a swallow, the creature from his previous life. Although it looked similar, Xiaochen felt that it was lacking some charm. "Second young master, are you carving again? You sure are free. I just saw Miss Yulan and Xiao Jian sparring in the dueling grounds. They are working hard," Bao said as she walked over with a large bag on her back. When Xiaochen heard this, he smiled gently. He picked up one of the sculptures on the stone table and said to Bao, "This is for you. Do you think it looks like it?" Bao received it and took a look. She discovered that the sculpture was carved in her image. She blushed and felt joy in her heart. She said, "Second young master, you are really something. You actually managed to carve Bao." After she said that, she placed the things she bought to the side. She picked up the sculpture and ran away shyly. Xiaochen looked at Bao's back and smiled faintly. Looking at the things she bought, he felt very grateful in his heart. In the past few days, Xiaochen could not go out. The things he wanted to buy were all done by Bao. Furthermore, his consumption was huge. To a girl, it was very tiring. Carrying the things Bao bought, Xiaochen slowly walked towards his room. After he entered his room, the relaxed expression on Xiaochen's face disappeared. He held the swallow carved from the spiritual wood in his hand. He focused his mind and gently tapped it. The spiritual energy on the swallow suddenly became incomparably dense, giving off the glow of life. Flap, flap. The swallow grew larger and was now the size of a normal bird. It flapped its wings in the air and actually came to life. A clear and melodious cry could be heard. It was very refreshing. "Success!" Xiaochen exclaimed in joy. This was a spell from the Compendium of Cultivation, the life bestowal spell. It could conjure a high-level creature out of thin air. However, Xiaochen's cultivation was too low. He had not reached the level of conjuring beings into soldiers. He needed to first carve out the creature he wanted to create. Furthermore, the material had to have spiritual energy. In the past few days, he had tried many times with ordinary wood carvings. However, he had not succeeded once. Today, he used the spiritual wood carving to complete this spell. Xiaochen extended his hand into the air and the swallow sensed Xiaochen's intentions. It flapped its wings and flew into his hand. Xiaochen smiled faintly and gently stroked the creature he created. Then, he placed his hand into the air and it circled around again. Xiaochen retracted his gaze and turned to the things Bao bought. He took them out one by one and placed them on the table. A writing brush, a large bottle of spirit beast blood, and a stack of yellow paper were all taken out by Xiaochen. These yellow papers were not ordinary paper. They were made from the fur and bones of spirit beasts. They were very expensive. When Xiaochen found out that there was such ready-made spirit paper for sale in this world, he was excited for an entire day. These papers were naturally made to create talismans. However, the people of this world only saw their antiseptic properties. Using them to record important documents and books was simply overkill. Talismans were one of the most important offensive methods of immortal techniques. In the past, Xiaochen did not have time to study them because his cultivation was not high enough. On the eve of a great battle, Xiaochen was unexpectedly free. It would be a pity if he did not study them now. Xiaochen poured the spirit beast blood into the ink bottle. Then he took out a rank 3 demonic core. After crushing it, he turned it into powder and placed it into the ink bottle. The bottle containing the spirit beast blood instantly boiled. Gray blood rose from the surface and the red blood turned into a rich purple. With the addition of the demonic core and spirit beast blood, Xiaochen saw that the spiritual qi in the blood had increased by several times. He felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Holding the writing brush in his hand, Xiaochen dipped it into the purple spiritual liquid. Then he began to draw the talisman. With a thought, the surrounding spiritual qi began to slowly flow towards the tip of the brush. Following Xiao Chen's actions, one talisman after another appeared on the yellow paper. Wherever the purple spiritual liquid passed, it would emit a faint glow. When Xiao Chen completed the final stroke, the light on the yellow paper suddenly flared up. Rays of light followed the strange talisman on the yellow paper, forming a small array. Xiao Chen put away the brush and quickly formed a hand seal with both hands. The light on the yellow paper converged. Following Xiao Chen's hand seal, the paper quickly folded itself. Finally, it turned into a triangular shape and was held in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This talisman was finally completed in one go without any mistakes. Although this was only a basic offensive talisman, Xiao Chen was already very satisfied that he was able to succeed on his first try. Puchi! Xiao Chen waved the talisman in his hand and the triangular talisman quickly unfurled in the air. After that, it exploded, creating a palm-sized flame wave. The swallow that was happily flying in the air seemed to be startled. It fell to the ground with a piu tong sound and turned back into a wooden sculpture. There was no spiritual qi on the spirit wood. When Xiao Chen saw this, he could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Superior quality materials coupled with superior technique. However, because the grade of the talisman was too low, it was not even strong enough to kill a mosquito. What made Xiao Chen even more speechless was that the life bestowal spell's charm was easily broken by this negligible attack. I have to continue working hard. I have to make a higher grade talisman and a stronger wooden sculpture. Xiao Chen encouraged himself. Chapter 74. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The date of the promise of 10 years was getting closer and closer. Xiao Chen locked himself in his room. Studying talismans and the life bestowal spell, he never left his house, living a life that was almost completely isolated from the world. Xiao Chen followed the method in the compendium of cultivation and channeled his spiritual energy into the wooden sculpture in his hand. With a schwa sound, the wooden sculpture transformed into a woman emitting golden light in the air. The woman held a golden spear in her hand and lightly waved her wrist in the air. A stream of dragon qi gathered in the spear and 9 golden dragon shadows rose up behind her, waves of dragon might spreading out in all directions. Boom! Before the smile on Xiao Chen's face could fade, the woman suddenly shattered, turning into a pile of sawdust in the air, slowly drifting down. It still didn't work. Xiao Chen sighed slightly in his heart. Over the past half a month, his achievements in the field of talismans could be considered gratifying. However, he still couldn't officially succeed in the life bestowal spell. Carving some small animals and making them temporarily real was no longer a problem for Xiao Chen. However, he had never really succeeded in making real combat weapons. This girl was carved by him using Yu Ying's image. Yu Ying was the strongest girl he had ever seen. Furthermore, the martial technique she used, Xiao Chen's Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, had also captured a trace of it and was able to successfully merge it. However, after half a month of hard work, Xiao Chen always felt that a trace of the most important charm was missing. As a result, the combat weapons he carved would not last more than 3 seconds. Could it be that he could only succeed after reaching the martial master realm? Xiao Chen wondered in his heart. There was only half a meter of spiritual wood left on the table. Xiao Chen did not have many chances left. This kind of spiritual wood was very difficult to find. Xiao Chen asked Bao to go to Glittering Jewels Pavilion to inquire about it. Even in Cheesy County's Glittering Jewels Pavilion, it was difficult to obtain a piece of spiritual wood in a year. Old spirit wood was even harder to find. Even if there was spirit wood, it wouldn't be Xiao Chen's turn to buy it. That was because this kind of spiritual wood was very popular, and almost as soon as it was put on the shelves, it would be bought by alchemists at a high price. Although Xiao Chen was anxious, he wasn't overly anxious. These things couldn't be rushed. The more anxious you were, the less likely you would be able to find that feeling. Back at the desk, Xiao Chen's somewhat gloomy mood finally improved a little. On the desk were all kinds of talismans that he had made in the past few days. The types of talismans in the compendium of cultivation were complex and varied. The various types of talismans dazzled the eyes, making it hard for the eyes to take in. For the sake of convenience, Xiaochen categorized the talismans into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and special. The offensive type of talisman mainly used spiritual energy of different attributes to inscribe the runes on the talisman paper. The more complex the talisman, the more attributes it had, the more powerful the attack. Defensive talismans and special talismans were basically the same as offensive talismans in theory, but their specific applications were different. Talismans were divided into 9 ranks, from low to high. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he could only inscribe rank 2 talismans. He could inscribe rank 3 talismans, but the failure rate was too high. Xiao Chen gave up after trying a few times. It consumed too many materials, and the gains did not make up for the losses. Second young master, the first elder invites you to the Great Hall. He says that an honored guest has arrived. Bao Er's melodious voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chen opened the door and walked out. Feeling suspicious, he asked, "Honored guest? Bao Er, do you know who the honored guest is?" Bao Er smiled mischievously. "It is a great beauty, very beautiful. The first elder is very respectful to her. I think he calls her something like Miss Feng." "Miss Feng? Feng Feishue?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "Is that woman wearing men's clothes?" Bao Er felt it was strange, so she asked, "Second young master, how did you know?" "Young master, can't I foresee the future?" Xiao Chen smiled gently. "That's right," Xiao Chen thought to himself, "it must be Feng Feishue. How strange, why is she here at our Xiao clan? Furthermore, it is at this time. There is less than half a month left before the promise of 10 years ends. Is it a coincidence that she is here now?" After passing through a few gardens, Xiao Chen did not walk for long before he arrived at the Great Hall. What surprised Xiao Chen was that aside from Xiao Chang and Feng Feishue, Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan were here as well. "Young Master Xiao, it has been a long time." Feng Feishue was dressed in men's clothes. Her delicate eyebrows exuded a heroic spirit. She was still as elegant as before. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "I did not expect to meet you here. Miss Feng is really resourceful, to be able to see me everywhere." When the 3 people at the side saw that Xiao Chen knew Feng Feishue, they were astonished. Xiao Chang asked, "Xiao Chen, you already knew Miss Feng?" Xiao Yulan and Xiao Jian were curious about Xiao Chang's question as well. They waited for Xiao Chen's reply. Xiao Chen found a chair and sat beside Xiao Yulan. He said, "I can't say that I know her, but I have met her a few times. Would First Elder please introduce us?" When Xiao Chang heard this, he smiled and said, "This is Miss Feng Feishue. Her clan runs a merchant association. It is the largest merchant association in the Great Qin Empire. Their business covers the entire continent. Even in the Great Qin dynasty, they are considered one of the top. Her ancestors and our Xiao clan can be considered to have some sort of relationship." When Xiao Chang said this, there was a trace of undetectable sadness in the depths of his eyes. Feng Feishue's sharp senses caught the trace of sadness in Xiao Chang's eyes. She smiled calmly, appearing calm and unruffled. "Uncle Xiao is too kind. I am just a businessman." Although she said it very modestly, it was equivalent to her accepting Xiao Chang's words. Xiao Chen and the other 2 were startled. The Tianwu continent was very big. For her clan to be able to spread their business across the continent, their strength was not to be underestimated. However, how could such a strong power have a relationship with the Xiao clan's ancestors? Even if they did, there was no need for them to pay a visit to the Xiao clan. Xiao Chang looked at the 3 of them and said, "Since the 3 of you are here, I will inform you of Miss Feng's intentions. After this promise of 10 years, no matter the result, Miss Feng will think of a way to recommend the 3 of you to the Heavenly Qin School." Heavenly Qin School. When Xiao Chen and the other 2 heard these words, a huge wave surged in their hearts, unable to calm them down for a long time. The Heavenly Qin School was one of the 5 great schools of the Tianwu continent. It was located in the Great Qin nation's capital. It had existed even before the Great Qin Empire. It was said that the founding emperor of the Great Qin Empire, Ying, studied in the Heavenly Qin School when he was young. After the empire was established, he immediately made the Heavenly Qin School the national school. In the Tianwu continent, Aside from the three Orthodox Holy Lands, which had a longer history than the Tianwu dynasty, there were other existences comparable to the Holy Lands. These powers had existed since the Tianwu dynasty. In the hearts of the people, they were not much different from the Holy Lands. For example, the three great sects of the Great Qin Empire, the Misty Sword Sect, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, and the Night Spirit Palace were such powers. However, the Heavenly Qin School was an existence that was in between the two. It was higher than those fake Holy Lands, but lower than the three Orthodox Holy Lands. There was another big difference between it and the sections. The school did not interfere in the struggles of any powers. It was just a school. Even when the royal court of the Great Qin Empire had a few internal conflicts, the strong seniors of the school did not interfere. Xiao Jian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "With our talent, can we really enter the Heavenly Qin School?" Feng Feishue smiled faintly. "You don't have to worry about this. The entrance exam of the school is not just a test of cultivation realm. The most important thing is actual combat. Furthermore, even if it is just a cultivation realm, the talent of the three of you in the Great Qin Empire is definitely not bad. The most important thing is that a few of the great clans have the right to recommend you. There is no need for you to worry." Xiao Jian was not stupid and quickly understood the meaning behind her words. He directly asked, "These quotas should be very precious, right? Do you have any requests for giving them to us? I don't believe that you would be so kind as to give them to us." When Feng Feishue heard this, she smiled gently and said, "First young master is really direct. I really do not have any requests. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Xiao." The three of them turned their gazes to Xiao Chang, waiting to see how he would answer. No requests? This was unbelievable. Xiao Chang nodded. "There is no need to worry. If you want to go, just say it. If you do not want to go, Miss Feng will not force you." Xiao Jian thanks Miss Feng for her kind intentions. "I sincerely want to go. I have offended you with my earlier words. I want to know how big this world is and how many outstanding talents there are. If I were to stay in Mo City for the rest of my life, I would definitely regret it," Xiao Jian said sincerely with a trace of heroism in his words. Xiao Yulan looked at Xiao Chen, and her eyes flickered with hope. She said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, are you going?" "I will wait for father to come out of closed-door training first," Xiao Chen said, evading the responsibility. Although Xiao Chen yearned for the Heavenly Qin School, he did not desire it as much as Xiao Jian did. How big was the world? How many outstanding talents there were? Could the Heavenly Qin School really find the answer? A single leaf obscures one's eyes, and one cannot see MT Tai. The sky that you see might just be a leaf in the eyes of others. Xiao Chen had already made up his mind long ago. After the promise of 10 years, he would definitely leave the Xiao clan. However, after the matter with Ao Jiao, the lunar shadow saber did not hum for him. The place he wanted to go the most was still the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thinking of Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. It assaulted him once again, causing him to feel a sense of loss. When Xiao Jian heard Xiao Chen's words, he could not help but feel serious. He could not help but look at the first elder. Xiao Chang smiled faintly. "No problem. After the clan head comes out of closed-door training, he will respect your decision and will not stop you." When Xiao Yulan heard the meaning behind Xiao Chen's words, she could not help but feel disappointed. She said dejectedly, "Miss Feng, can I consider it for a period of time?" Seeing Xiao Yulan's expression, a strange light flashed in Feng Feishue's eyes. However, it disappeared in an instant. She smiled and said, "I will not be leaving for a month. You can consider it carefully." She turned her gaze to Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao, can I speak to you privately?" Xiao Chen looked at the first elder. When he saw him nod his head, he said, "Not a problem." The two of them walked out of the great hall. Xiao Yulan led the way in front. After they arrived at a secluded garden, they stopped. Then she turned around and stared at Xiao Chen with a pair of eyes brimming with spiritual energy. Xiao Chen said somewhat unnaturally, "I wonder why Miss Feng is looking for me?" Pusia. Feng Feishue did not reply to him. Suddenly, a folding fan appeared in her hand and she aimed it at Xiao Chen's face. The folding fan gave off a fiery red glow. Just as it was about to reach Xiao Chen, it opened up with a shua sound. A fiery red lotus soared into the air, looking very alluring. Chapter 75. Facing Feng Feishue's sudden attack. Although Xiao Chen was astonished, he did not panic. Feng Feishue's attack was very sharp, but he did not feel any killing qi. Rushing thunder chop. Facing the red fire lotus in front of him, Xiao Chen thought, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. He instantly executed the rushing thunder chop. The black saber light was like rushing thunder as it chopped at the red lotus. Bang! The lotus scattered and turned into red sparks. Under the bright sun, they looked like dancing butterflies. Seeing Xiao Chen execute the rushing thunder chop, a light flashed in Feng Feishue's eyes. She casually waved her hand and the folding fan in her hand changed into a slender saber. Feng Feishue held the saber in her hand and moved her feet slightly. She took a stance and her aura suddenly changed. She became one with the saber, heaven and earth, only her, only the saber. Feng Feishue shouted, "Draw the saber." The saber light flashed like an aurora. It was very fast. In an instant, the saber light had already arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Regardless of speed, strength, or angle, this saber strike had reached the peak of a martial master. Xiao Chen's heart moved like lightning. When he saw Feng Feishue take that stance, he immediately thought of the sword strike Ao Jiao used when forging the spirit weapon. Although Feng Feishue had not reached that level of aura, she already had some of the charm of it. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless and quickly retreated. However, this saber strike was too fast. Even though Xiao Chen had retreated in advance, the saber light still brought about a saber wind. It still managed to blow off a lock of hair on Xiao Chen's forehead, leaving a small wound on his forehead. Faint blood flowed out. What a fast saber strike! Xiao Chen took a deep breath of cold air. However, he did not have the time to sigh at the situation in front of him. Feng Feishue's second saber strike had already arrived. Arclight chop. Feng Feishue waved her wrist gently, and the tip of the saber pointed downwards. From bottom to top, a green arclight appeared. This was a pure arclight created by the saber light. In the garden, wherever the arc of light passed, the flower buds would fly, and the petals would fall in profusion. The petals would dance without any wind. Feng Feishue's elegant and spirited temperament was currently set off by the countless fresh flowers. She was like a fairy from the heavens, pure and untainted, without a speck of dust. However, Xiao Chen could not enjoy this rare beauty. He still had to retreat. The angle of the arc of light from the saber had sealed off all his attack routes. He had no other choice but to retreat. Soaring heaven slash. Feng Feishue shouted and pushed off the ground with the tip of her foot. She turned into a flash of light, and the saber in her hand pierced towards Xiao Chen's face. She carried an indomitable aura as she soared into the sky. What a powerful aura, Xiao Chen exclaimed in his heart. This saber that soared into the sky was not fanciful at all. It was aimed directly at his face. Feng Feishue forced Xiao Chen to exchange moves with her. However, Xiao Chen had already retreated 2 steps. His aura had weakened significantly, and he had lost the initiative. Furthermore, this saber seemed to have reached the realm of being one with the saber. Xiao Chen could not find any openings. He did not know how to break it, or how to block this soaring saber. Retreat, he could only continue retreating. However, Feng Feishue had soared into the sky. If he were to leap back again, his body would automatically crash into the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen felt very sullen in his heart. He could only roll back in a sorry state, dodging this soaring saber. This was the most direct and effective method, even though he was in a sorry state. Rushing thunder chop. Feng Feishue, who had soared into the sky, turned around in midair. Her perfect body rose once again in midair, and a clap of thunder resounded behind her. She descended with the momentum of wind and thunder surging over. At this moment, the half-squatting Xiao Chen did not have the time to get up. When he saw Feng Feishue's saber surging over with the might of wind and thunder, he was indescribably horrified. Is this the true rushing thunder chop? Xiao Chen thought in his heart. From the moment he drew his saber, his aura rose continuously, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. However, his own aura rose higher and higher. When the enemy's aura fell to rock bottom, his own aura rose to the peak. Then he executed this killing move. Rushing thunder surged in one breath. It was indeed unstoppable. At this moment, Xiaochen did not have much time to think. He had no way to retreat from this saber. If he took another step back, he would immediately be chopped in half. He could only passively defend. When his aura was at its weakest, he would block the opponent's saber that had reached its peak. What a brilliant saber technique! Although the situation was dire, Xiaochen could not help but praise in his heart. Pu ci. Xiaochen stood up ferociously and swung his lunar shadow saber upwards. The electricity on the saber radiated in all directions, and the boundless might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding anything back. He only hoped to raise his aura in the shortest amount of time possible. Bang! Feng Feishue's saber, which carried the might of rushing thunder, hacked ruthlessly at Xiaochen's lunar shadow saber. A resplendent electric light suddenly split open between the two sabers. Pu Tong! The huge force from the saber was instantly transmitted to his arm, then to his feet. Xiaochen stumbled and took 2 steps back. Rushing thunder's second chain chop. After Feng Feishue landed, she shouted loudly and held her saber with both hands. She took a step forward and slashed horizontally at Xiaochen. This saber connected the supreme aura of the previous saber. The aura that had already reached its peak rose once again, reaching a shocking level. Bang! Xiaochen's hurried defense was not able to block this saber, and he was sent flying. His body flew backwards, and Xiaochen did his best to flip in midair, barely managing to stabilize himself. The qi and blood in his body churned, and his internal organs seemed to be trembling. However, Xiaochen knew that Feng Feishue did not use her full strength in this attack. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block it. Feng Feishue held her saber and stood upright. She said apologetically, "Young Master Xiao, I have offended you. The Heavenly Qin School has a complete record of this rushing thunder saber technique. As long as you decide to go to the Heavenly Qin School, there are many similar time-scattered martial techniques in the Heavenly Qin School. At that time, you will definitely benefit greatly." Xiaochen smiled bitterly in his heart. After fighting for so long, she was trying to persuade me to go to the Heavenly Qin School. Feng Feishue, you are really interesting. After hearing Feng Feishue's explanation, the anger in Xiaochen's heart had already disappeared. Xiaochen also knew that Feng Feishue had been holding back from the very first move. Furthermore, she did not reveal any killing intent from start to finish. It could only be said that her heart was sincere. This kind of direct method was very compatible with Xiaochen's temper. Unfortunately, Xiaochen could not go. Xiaochen stood up, and after he stabilized himself, he suddenly drew his saber. It was the stance that Feng Feishue had used earlier. Feng Feishue's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. This attack was not much slower than her own. Feng Feishue tossed away the saber in her hand, and the folding fan reappeared in her hand. A fiery red lotus appeared under her feet, and with a gentle push, she appeared 10 meters away. The red lotus bloomed again where her feet landed. Young Master Xiao, after Feng Feishue stood up, she wanted to say something. However, Xiaochen did not give her the opportunity. He instantly executed the lightning evasion and appeared in front of her. He used the arc-light chop, and a long arc of light appeared in the air. Feng Feishue was different from Xiaochen. She had practiced the rushing thunder saber technique for a period of time, and understood the essence of this saber technique. She knew that she could not retreat at this moment, or else she would keep retreating, and her aura would fall to rock bottom. She tilted her body slightly, and pointed her folding fan forward. Coincidentally, it collided with the lunar shadow saber in Xiaochen's hand. Boom! However, the huge force that came from the saber shocked Feng Feishue. She had always thought that Xiaochen was only a peak martial disciple, so she had controlled her essence to be at the inferior grade martial master realm. She was afraid that she would accidentally injure Xiaochen. However, she did not expect that Xiaochen's strength was far from what a peak martial disciple could compare to. Feng Feishue stepped on the red lotus and retreated a few steps. Rushing heaven chop. Xiaochen did not wait for her to stabilize herself. He soared into the air, and the tip of his saber headed straight for Feng Feishue's face. This was the move that had once put Xiaochen in a sorry state, and now it was being used on Feng Feishue. What made Xiaochen slightly disappointed was that even though Feng Feishue retreated, she retreated much more freely than Xiaochen. The lotus bloomed and flickered in the air, causing Feng Feishue to retreat 3 steps. Rushing thunder chop. Xiaochen shouted angrily in the air, and a clap of thunder resounded behind him. It carried the might of wind and thunder as it surged forward. This was a move that Xiaochen had used for a long time. This time, he used it in a different way. Xiaochen could clearly feel the difference between the two. Resolve. Feng Feishue said softly in her heart. 2 fiery red lotus flowers appeared in her eyes. The folding fan in her hand, which was originally giving off a faint glow, became completely dull. It looked very ordinary, and its brilliance was completely withdrawn. She lightly waved her hand upwards, blocking Xiaochen's saber that was descending from the sky. There was no startling sound, and there was no shockwave from the collision. She simply blocked Xiaochen's lightning-fast saber in such a casual manner. This forcefully interrupted Xiaochen's aura, which had risen to its peak. This was like a person who was about to reach climax, only to have a bucket of cold water poured over him. Xiaochen landed on the ground, feeling incomparably depressed. He could no longer use the rushing thunder second chain chop. The feeling of being forcefully interrupted by someone was not a good one. The scarlet lotus in Feng Feishue's eyes disappeared and she smiled gently. How is it? You have experienced the might of the complete version of this martial technique. It is not something that an incomplete martial technique can compare to. There are many such martial techniques in the Heavenly Qin School. With the talent you displayed, your cultivation will definitely soar. Furthermore, this rushing thunder saber technique still has a rushing thunder third chain chop. Even I am unable to use it. After you go, you will be able to learn it immediately. Xiaochen calmed himself down and felt that it was quite funny. This Feng Feishue was like a wolf grandmother, enticing him non-stop. Based on his intuition, he was sure that Feng Feishue did not have any malicious intentions towards him. Unfortunately, although Feng Feishue's cultivation was very high, she was still unable to hear the sound of the saber. Xiaochen walked to the side and picked up the saber that Feng Feishue had thrown to the side. Miss Feng, can you hear its sound? Feng Feishue was stunned for a moment, and did not know what to say. She said, You are talking about listening to the sword and communicating with it, right? I am unable to do that. The ability to resonate with a weapon had nothing to do with one's cultivation, it was completely dependent on one's comprehension. Many of the ancient seniors in the Heavenly Qin School were unable to comprehend this realm. Feng Feishue's main weapon was not the saber, so naturally, she would not be able to hear the sound of the saber. Xiaochen cupped his hands and thanked her. I am truly grateful for Miss Feng's recommendation. However, Xiaochen wishes to find a place where he can hear the sound of the saber. I already have someone in mind, so I can only decline Miss Feng's good intentions. After Xiaochen spoke, he turned around and left. Feng Feishue looked at Xiaochen's back and frowned. She was deep in thought. If he did not go to the imperial capital, it would be difficult. If he did, he would not be able to guarantee his safety. Chapter 76. Xiaochen walked quickly to his courtyard. In the earlier battle, he had comprehended some things. The essence in his body flowed continuously, it seemed like he was about to advance. After he used the inferior grade spirit stone, his cultivation had already reached the peak of superior grade martial disciple. After that, in the trial of Gloomy Forest, his superior grade martial disciple realm became even more perfect. After he returned, he felt that he already had 1 foot in the martial master realm. All he needed was a fortuitous encounter and he would be able to break through immediately. In his room, Xiaochen sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He sank his consciousness into the blue dragon martial spirit, which had increased to 8 white clouds after advancing to superior grade martial disciple, was currently glistening with a bright luster. It seemed like it was about to explode. I am really going to advance. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. Although he had guessed long ago that he would become a martial master before the promise of 10 years, he would only feel at ease when he actually entered the martial master realm. The purple thunder divine incantations circulated rapidly in his body. Xiaochen's heart was like still water as he immersed himself in this wondrous state. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously poured into Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen's consciousness controlled the surging spiritual energy in his body. Under the circulation of the purple thunder divine incantation, it circulated through the meridians in his body for a small cycle before flowing into his dantian. The little azure dragon in his dantian opened its mouth and sucked in the spiritual qi. An extremely satisfied expression appeared on its tiny dragon face. After a while, it spat out a puff of pure primordial qi. Xiaochen controlled this essence and let it flow out slowly through his meridians. After that, it permeated his entire body, tempering his body. Aside from the time when he used the spirit stone to advance, this was something that Xiaochen had to do every time he advanced. Because his martial spirit had awakened late, most of the spiritual energy in his early years had been used to temper his body. This was an advantage that would be very useful in battles. Xiaochen did not want to give up on this advantage. As long as he worked hard, his body would be tempered to the point where it would be as tough as steel. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated continuously in his body. After 49 minor cycles, Xiaochen could feel the explosive excitement of his martial spirit becoming increasingly intense. Xiaochen took a deep breath and stopped circulating his minor heavenly cycle. Instead, he started circulating his major heavenly cycle, officially breaking through to martial master. Under Xiaochen's circulation, the spiritual energy in the room surged into his body like water. Xiaochen absorbed the spiritual energy for an entire hour before he began to circulate it. This spirit qi, which was stronger and thicker than ever, slowly moved through Xiaochen's meridians. Xiaochen pressed the acupoints on the meridians unhurriedly, advancing step by step. After another hour, the purple thunder divine incantation finally completed a cycle. This surging spiritual energy flowed towards the dantian like a surging river. The blue dragon martial spirit excitedly opened its mouth as if it was eating a delicacy. It continuously absorbed this large amount of spiritual qi. The white clouds around it became brighter and brighter, as if they were going to explode in the next moment. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, Xiaochen's martial spirit finally gave off an explosive sound. The 8 white clouds suddenly exploded, and the area around the martial spirit turned chaotic. However, Xiaochen did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it was as if he had reached his limit and was suddenly released. This feeling was something that Xiaochen had experienced when he advanced in the past. However, it was not as comfortable as it was now. All the pores on his body opened up, and black impurities flowed out from them. After half an hour, Xiaochen controlled his consciousness and slowly sunk it into the martial spirit. The originally chaotic martial spirit now became clear. When he reached the dantian, Xiaochen's consciousness seemed to have entered a whole new space. The white clouds from before had all disappeared, and there was only a pool of clear water where the martial spirit was. Even the tiny blue dragon had disappeared. What's going on? Where's the blue dragon martial spirit? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. Putong! Suddenly, there was a splash in the pool of clear water. The cute head of the tiny blue dragon popped out of the water, and it flowed happily in the clear water. Xiaochen's consciousness captured a splash of water and observed it carefully. After a while, Xiaochen was overjoyed. This pool of clear water was actually Xiaochen's new essence storage space. When he observed it earlier, the essence contained in that splash of water was actually a tenth of the previous white clouds. Xiaochen thought to himself, this pool of clear water was about the size of 2 palms in this space. The amount of essence contained in a single splash of water was a tenth of the previous white clouds. With such a large pool of clear water, it was unknown how much spiritual energy it contained. In the future, no matter if he was refining medicine or fighting with others, he would not have to worry about running out of essence. Xiao Chen even had an urge to immediately go out and see if he had enough essence to execute the blue dragon goes to sea. If he could, then he would be unrivaled in the promise of 10 years. Once he executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, even a martial grandmaster at his peak would not be able to block it. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of purple light shot out from them. Xiao Chen did not know what this purple light was. Every time he advanced in cultivation, his eyes would appear with this kind of purple light. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen did not continue thinking about this problem. He looked at the disgusting black sticky substance all over his body and could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It looks like I will have to change my clothes every time I advance in cultivation. With this sticky substance on his body, Xiao Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. He quickly went to take a bath. After washing up and changing his clothes, Xiao Chen felt his entire body was refreshed. He was in high spirits and his eyes were brimming with energy. He felt like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. Second young master, where have you been? I have been looking for you for a long time. When Bao saw Xiao Chen outside the courtyard, she quickly ran over excitedly. Xiao Chen smiled. Why are you looking for me? I just went to take a bath. When Bao heard this, she sized up Xiao Chen. Her eyes revealed an infatuated look. A blush appeared on her face as she said in a soft voice, Second young master, you seem to have become more handsome. Could it be that after advancing to martial master, a person's temperament would change? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. However, there had never been a girl who praised his good looks in front of him before. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. You still have not told me why you are looking for me. Bao came to her senses and quickly said, Before Miss Feng left, she told me to pass this book to you. She also told me to pass a message to you. In the future, if you change your mind, you can look for her anytime. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This girl is really unwilling to give up. He took the book that Bao handed over and took a look. His expression changed slightly. This was actually the complete handwritten copy of the rushing thunder saber technique. Feng Feishua actually gave such a precious thing to him. How long has Miss Feng been gone? Xiao Chen asked as he put away the book. Bao replied obediently, She has been gone for a long time. It should be almost 2 hours, right? Looks like I won't be able to catch up. Xiao Chen said with some regret. He did not like to receive favors from others for no reason. I will definitely return this favor in the future. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the handwritten copy of the rushing thunder saber technique. After returning to his room, Xiao Chen placed the rushing thunder saber technique manual into the universe ring. He did not look at it immediately. He had another important thing to do. Xiao Chen took out the half-meter long spiritual wood and used a small knife to cut off a thumb-sized piece. Then he started to carve it carefully. The life bestowal spell was an extremely strong spell. Although he had never succeeded before, Xiao Chen had never thought of giving up on it. Now that he had advanced to martial master, the thing that Xiao Chen wanted to do the most was to continue trying it out. In his mind, Xiao Chen recalled the battle between Yu Ying and Yi Chenzhou. He carefully carved out Yu Ying's appearance, stroke by stroke. Not long after, Xiao Chen finished carving. He gently blew off the wood dregs on the wooden sculpture and carefully observed it in his hands. The appearance of the girl on the wooden sculpture was almost exactly the same as in Xiao Chen's memory. However, when Xiao Chen looked at it, he felt that something was missing. The expression of the girl on the wooden sculpture was solemn. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Even though she was not angry, she exuded a majestic aura. Even though she was an inanimate object, she looked like a queen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A certain chord in his mind seemed to have moved. He seemed to have caught onto something that he had not noticed before. That's right, queen. How could Yu Ying be a queen? Xiao Chen suddenly said in pleasant surprise. He finally understood where he had been wrong all this while. His heart was too heavy on benefits. He only remembered how Yu Ying looked like when she was fighting. She was like a queen who ruled over the world. Thus, he carved Yu Ying with the appearance of a queen. However, Yu Ying was not a queen. In Xiao Chen's mind, her awkward expression when her stomach growled appeared. He thought of her blushing face when she called him a perverted thief. This was a person with flesh and blood. The life bestowal spell. Since his cultivation realm was not high enough, he had to make up for it. He had to carve out a living Yuing. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve much with just the appearance. Xiaochen cut out another thumb-sized piece of spiritual wood. He moved the knife in his hand like it was flying. He completely merged Yu Ying's appearance when she was in battle and when she was injured. However, this kind of thing was easy to think of, but it was extremely difficult to do. Xiaochen continued to carve, and then he continued to deny it. When there was only a small section of the half-meter-long spiritual wood left, Xiaochen finally completed a work that he was satisfied with. The absolute beauty held a golden spear in her hand. On her stern and dignified face, there was a faint smile. She did not have that threatening boldness from before, but there was a hint of gentleness of a girl. Of course, these were not what Xiaochen was most satisfied with. What he was most satisfied with was that this absolute beauty only wore a red bra. I wonder if she would kill me on the spot when she sees this work. Xiaochen looked at the wooden sculpture in his hand and laughed mockingly. Maybe she herself did not know that this was her true self. Tossing aside all distracting thoughts, Xiaochen focused and decided to merge the dragon chi that Yu Ying gave him into it. If he failed again this time, then the dragon chi that could save his life at the crucial moment would be wasted. Chapter 77. With a thought, the blue dragon in Xiaochen's dantian slowly swam out of the water. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden dragon chi. The dragon chi followed the meridians and flowed out of his body, appearing in Xiaochen's right hand. This stream of dragon chi contained an extremely strong energy. It was the true dragon chi that had been passed down in the great Qi nation for thousands of years. Yu Ying was willing to give him one. Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. If this dragon chi was completely unleashed, even a martial saint would be severely injured. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could save Xiaochen's life. Who? Xiaochen carefully infused the dragon chi into the wooden sculpture. A golden halo appeared at the feet of the wooden sculpture. When the last strand of dragon chi entered the wooden sculpture, the entire wooden sculpture started to give off a resplendent golden glow. Xiaochen took a deep breath and with a thought, the clear water in his martial spirit started to churn. The dense essence slowly flowed to his right hand. He raised his hand and placed it on the forehead of the wooden sculpture. Hu Qi! A boundless amount of essence flowed into the wooden sculpture through his finger. His finger gave off a faint glow. The essence was continuously consumed, as though it was endless. After a while, the clear water was reduced by half. Xiaochen was astonished. This life bestowal spell actually consumed such a large amount of essence. No wonder he could not complete this spell before he became a martial master. With the purity and strength of the essence that a martial disciple possessed, it was impossible to complete this spell. Furthermore, his carving skills were not up to par. Naturally, he would fail every time. Shua! When the essence in Xiaochen's body was only left with a quarter, the wooden sculpture suddenly grew bigger. Yu Ying appeared in front of Xiaochen, holding a spear in her hand and wearing only a bra. She gently waved the golden spear in her hand, and 9 golden dragon images appeared behind her. With a hong sound, the dragon images flew around in the air before they all merged into her spear. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. With a thought, Yu Ying turned into a beam of light and appeared in his hand, turning back into a wooden sculpture. Success! After countless attempts, he finally succeeded this time. In the future, even if he were to meet a martial saint expert, he would be able to face them calmly. Xiaochen thought joyfully as he grasped the wooden sculpture tightly in his hand. There was less than half a month to the promise of 10 years. Undercurrents surged within Mo City. Within a secret room of the Tang clan in Mo City, the Tang clan's clan head, the Zhang clan's clan head, the mysterious blue-robed old man, and the 2 clans' worshippers. The master of the Zhang clan said anxiously, "Senior Leng, when can you give me the energy-gathering pill? You must know that for the great cause of your Leng clan, I have to give it to you. I've thrown caution to the wind, and now even my eldest son is crippled. You can't just ignore it." The blue-clothed martial saint smiled gently and said, Old Zhang, there is no need to be anxious. There is no need for me to explain how precious the returning essence pill is. It can allow one to recondense a martial spirit. Yesterday, Jiao Ying sent news that my clan head requested one from the Misty Sword sect. It should arrive tonight. The Zhang clan head revealed a joyful expression and said, "Thank you, Senior Ling. I can't thank you enough." The blue-clad man waved his hand and said, "Old Zhang, there is no need to be so polite. We still have to rely on your young master and the Tang clan's young master for the promise of 10 years. Helping you is helping ourselves." When Tang Tian, who was at the side, heard that the Zhang clan's clan head had obtained a restoration pellet, he felt dissatisfied and said, "Senior Ling, my eldest son died at such a young age. Why didn't you give me any compensation?" The expression on the blue-clothed man's face changed slightly. He said, "Old Tang, what you said is not right. Regarding the matter of the six-tailed spirit fox, I did not let down your Tang clan. I did what I could. However, the one who killed your son is Xiaoqin. And as far as I know, your eldest son's talent is mediocre, and you usually don't take him to heart." Tang Tian's face turned black. The man in blue was right. He could not find any words to refute him. He snorted and did not say a word. When the blue-clothed man saw the situation, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said, "Old Tang, there is no need to be too anxious. After the promise of 10 years is over, we will obtain the Seven-Horn Mountain Range and establish our Lung clan. At that time, the position of Supreme Elder will definitely be yours." When Tang Tian heard this, the expression on his face eased up. He said, "However, the 3 people from the Xiao clan are all very strong. Not to mention the terrifying Xiaoqin, there is still Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan, who are both martial masters. I'm afraid that even if Zhang He recovers his strength, he will not be able to defeat them." The blue-clothed man laughed coldly. "Is that Xiaoqin very strong? I don't think so. He was just lucky to kill an injured martial grandmaster. He is not even a martial master. How strong can he be? Furthermore, even if he is very strong, he needs to have the opportunity to participate in the competition in one piece. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, it would be pointless." Tang Tian and the Zhang clan head looked at each other and said, "Could it be that Senior Leng is prepared to personally cripple that brat before the competition? However, doesn't the Xiao clan have a martial saint expert?" The blue-clothed man said indifferently, "In another 2 days, the clan head of my Lung clan will bring 3 martial saint elders to Mo City personally. This promise of 10 years was set by the city lord of Mo City. It is not good to break it openly, but it is still possible to play some tricks behind the scenes. As for that martial saint of the Xiao clan, he is just an inferior grade martial saint. My clan head would be able to destroy him with a wave of his hand." The clan heads of the Zhang clan and Tang clan were all astonished. With this, including the blue-clothed man, the 5 martial saint experts of the Lung clan were all here. With such a strong strength, just these 5 people would be enough to sweep through the Xiao clan. After the life bestowal spell succeeded, Xiaoqin spent the rest of his time on consolidating his cultivation as an inferior-grade martial master and inscribing talismans. As a martial master, his essence was much more abundant. Xiaoqin attempted to inscribe rank 3 talismans a few more times. His success rate was much higher than before. As long as he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 3rd layer, he would be able to guarantee a 90% success rate. The days passed in such a boring manner. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. "Cousin Xiaoqin, are you there?" On this day, Xiaoqin was in his room, inscribing a rank 3 dual-attributed offensive talisman. When he heard Xiao Yulan's voice, he quickly stopped what he was doing. The instant Xiaoqin stopped, the spiritual energy on the talisman completely disappeared. A flame immediately appeared on the talisman paper, turning it into ashes. This was how inscribing talismans was. If one could not complete it in one go, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. Xiaoqin felt it was a pity. This rank 3 ice-fire talisman was just a little bit away from completion. If he was lucky, he would have succeeded. When he opened the door, Xiaoqin was slightly astonished. Aside from Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, Xiao Ling, Yilan, and the others who participated in the trial of Gloomy Forest were all present. "What are you all doing? Why are you all here?" Xiaoqun said in surprise. Xiao Ling'er's face was full of smiles as she said, "Elder brother Xiaoqun, you still don't know? The first elder gave us a day off today, specially allowing us to go out for a day. All of us decided to go to Mo City for a walk, except for you." Xiaoqun suddenly understood. The first elder's actions were not wrong. After all, they were a group of youths. If they were to be locked up in their rooms, they would get sick. However, a doubt arose in Xiaoqun's heart. With so many people going out, what would happen if something happened? Xiao Ling'er knew what he was worried about. She pointed her lily-white hands in a direction and said, "Look over there, there is that consecrated person protecting us. We will be fine." Xiaoqun looked in the direction she pointed and discovered Wang Lin standing outside the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. There were a few martial grand masters of the Xiao clan following behind him. Xiaoqun laughed involuntarily in his heart. The first elder was really willing to go all out. For the sake of this group of people, he had sent over half of the Xiao clan's peak martial strength. In that case, let's go. Xiaoqun did not hesitate and followed the group towards Mo City. Mo City was bustling with people. It was as bustling as it was in the past. Everyone followed the flow of people and wandered around the streets. Xiaoqun suddenly discovered that regardless of which world he was in, the desire of girls to shop was always this strong. Among the 10 of them, aside from Xiao Jian and him, the other boys all had bags of various sizes hanging on them. Yi Lan was the most miserable. He was in charge of carrying the things that Xiao Ling'er bought. Every part of his body that could be used to hang something was covered. "Let's go to the Cultivator Plaza to take a look." Yi Lan finally could not take it anymore and suggested, hoping to divert Xiao Ling'er's attention. Cultivator Plaza. Xiaoqun had an idea. The promise of 10 years would be held in the Cultivator Plaza in 7 days. If he went there now to understand the situation, it would definitely be of some help when the duels officially started. "Cousin Yulan, how about we go and take a look? The duels will be held in 7 days, it would be good to understand the venue." Xiao Yulan smiled faintly. "We'll listen to cousin Xiaoqun." Yi Lan and the rest of the guys looked at Xiao Yulan with incomparable gratitude. They all heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Only Xiao Ling was a little dissatisfied. She was still complaining that the things she bought were too few. When Yi Lan heard this, he felt like crying. The Cultivator Plaza was the center of Mo City. In the middle of the plaza stood a statue of 100 meters tall. When Yi Lan heard this, he felt like crying. Every city in the continent would have a Cultivator Plaza. In the plaza, there would be a tall statue. The person carved in the statue was basically the famous Emperor Wu of the continent. There were 16 arenas made of heavenly mountain stones surrounding the statue. One of the arenas was especially eye-catching. Its height and area were much larger than the surrounding arenas. These arenas were all managed by the city lord's residents. The Tianwu continent loved martial arts. Normally, this place would be filled with people. However, at this moment, it was a forbidden area, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Every year, Mo City would hold a large-scale martial competition at the Cultivator Plaza. The martial competition was personally organized by the city lord's residents, and there were generous prizes. Aside from this, one could also gain fame and be favored by the various large clans and the city lord's residents. That was the most bustling time of the year in Mo City. Furthermore, this year's martial competition coincided with the promise of 10 years between the 3 large clans of Mo City. One could imagine the bustling scene at that time. It would be a terrifying scene. Hence, the city lord's residents had sealed off the Cultivator Plaza half a month ago. They had started to carry out repairs and rehearsals for the martial competition, ensuring that there would not be any accidents. However, the ban on outsiders was not a problem for the Xiao clan. After they reported their identities, the people from the city lord's residence did not stop them. Everyone walked towards the statue of the Tianwu Emperor in the middle of the plaza. In front of the Tianwu Emperor from 10,000 years ago, the originally restless crowd started to calm down. Just at this moment, Xiaoqun suddenly felt 2 gazes filled with killing intent staring at him. He turned his head and saw that in the arena not far away, Tang Feng and Zhang He, who were originally sparring, had stopped and were looking at him coldly. Zhang He actually had a martial technique? Xiao Chen was sure that he did not see wrongly. The two of them had indeed exchanged blows earlier. Furthermore, Zhang He had even used a martial technique. What is going on? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Just as he was thinking, Tang Feng and Zhang He jumped off the arena and walked towards him. Chapter 78. The crowd in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue also noticed Tang Feng and Zhang He walking over, as well as the elders of the two clans behind them. As the promise of 10 years approached, the three clans put in a lot of effort to protect the participants. Under the bright sun, the people of the Xiao clan, the Zhang clan, and the Tang clan faced each other silently in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Xiao Chen, it's been a long time, Zhang He said slowly as he walked forward. When Xiao Jian, who was in the crowd, saw Zhang He for the first time, flames of anger appeared in his eyes. His right hand clenched tightly into a fist, giving off a crisp sound. When he thought about what happened that day, his heart was tormented. At this moment, when he heard Zhang He's voice, he could no longer hold it in. Zhang He, do you dare to fight me? Zhang He smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? I am speaking to Xiao Chen. Why are you interrupting? You are just trash. Do you really think that you are the strongest person in Mo City? When Xiao Jian heard this, he was startled. He said angrily, Zhang He, don't go overboard. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Zhang He. The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in his hand as he took a step forward. His aura suddenly rose to its peak. He was one with the saber, heaven and earth, only him, only the saber. Drawing the saber. A saber light flashed and Xiao Chen suddenly made his move. Zhang He was startled. He did not expect that Xiao Chen would make a move against him in front of everyone without saying a word. Zhang He quickly retreated. Unfortunately, this saber was too fast, and it was released suddenly. He executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to its peak. However, a bright red wound appeared on his right arm, and blood immediately flowed out. The elders of the Zhang clan and Tang clan immediately rushed forward anxiously to protect him. However, when they saw Wang Lin standing quietly behind them, no one dared to take a step forward. The elders of the Xiao clan also came forward. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang He said angrily, Xiao Chen, you actually dare to injure me in front of everyone. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and smiled indifferently. When it comes to barking, I always use my fists and not my mouth. Could it be that when a dog bites me, you want me to bite it back? Xiao Jian's words did not contain a single vulgar word, causing Zhang He to feel like his head was about to explode. Xiao Jian immediately felt much better. Brother Zhang, there's no need to lower yourself to their level. They won't last long, Tang Feng advised. Zhang He calmed himself down and thought about what his father had told him in the morning. He slowly calmed down and said to Xiao Chen, I will make you pay sooner or later. I will return the humiliation I suffered that day several-fold. Xiao Chen did not say anything. The purple thunder divine incantations circulated rapidly in his body. Suddenly, his right hand pointed at Zhang He, who was in the crowd. A tiny strand of purple flame shot out. In order for Xiao Chen to speed up his attack, he did not revolve this wisp of flame at his fingertips, so its power was not great. The flame brushed past Zhang He's head before dissipating into the air. It disappeared in an instant, as if it had never happened. Poof! Within the crowd, a flame suddenly appeared on Zhang He's head. The hair that Zhang He had grown with great difficulty in the past month was set ablaze once again. Xiao Chen did not infuse much essence into this flame. It left as quickly as it came. After 2 seconds, it was extinguished. However, Zhang He's head was charred. There was a black stench coming from it, and green smoke was emitting from it. The surrounding people all moved away, and the people of the Xiao clan all laughed out loud. Even the Tang clan disciples that were with them covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Xiao Chen! Zhang He cried out hoarsely. The emotions that he had just calmed down could no longer remain calm. Under the instructions of the elders, some of the Zhang clan disciples at the side pulled back the berserk Zhang He, not letting him rush out. Tang Feng held the ice fire bow in his hand and could not bear to watch any longer. He said to Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. Don't you think you have gone overboard? 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 Xiao Chen laughed coldly in his heart, pointing at my nose and threatening me in front of so many people. You actually say I have gone overboard? In the eyes of these people, does the world revolve around them? Xiao Chen said coldly, I already said it before. I will not lower myself to the level of a dog. When a dog barks, I always use my fists and not my mouth. Seeing the other party not daring to say anything, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Indeed, everything in this world is built on strength. If the other party did not see Wang Lin here, he would probably be the one being humiliated. Xiao Chen did not believe it. Because Zhang He had not seen him for a long time and missed him, he came over to greet him. Zhang He and Tang Feng were clearly relying on their numbers to come over and humiliate him. However, they did not expect that Wang Lin would be here. That was why they suffered such a huge loss. After a long time, the stench on Zhang He's head finally dissipated. He really did not want to stay here any longer. He brought the crowd and left. Before he left, he wanted to say something. However, when he thought of what happened earlier, he forced back the words he wanted to say. He only glared at Xiao Chen fiercely. After this group of people caused such a ruckus, Xiao Yulan and the others were no longer in the mood to continue strolling around. Before they left, Xiao Chen looked at the 100-meter tall statue of the Tianwu Emperor behind him. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. The supreme heavenly flame that could incinerate the entire continent, the one that used his own strength to establish a dynasty that lasted for 10,000 years, unifying the Tianwu continent. These were the legends of the Tianwu Emperor. Even though 10,000 years had passed and the Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed, the people of the world could not forget the Tianwu Emperor. This was the prestige of the Tianwu Emperor. In his era, there were many outstanding people. However, they were all trampled under his feet, becoming stepping stones for him to become the Tianwu Emperor. In the end, they were all destroyed in the river of time. After 10,000 years, will I, Xiao Chen, be like the Tianwu Emperor, standing here without dying, or will I become a stepping stone for others? Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars. Xiao Residence, Xiao Chen's courtyard. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately continued to inscribe talismans. When night fell, Xiao Chen took out the Rushing Thunder Saber Technique manual and read it carefully. Ever since Xiao Chen obtained this manual, he had not had the time to read it. After he read it, Xiao Chen was quickly drawn into it. The Rushing Thunder Chop was originally a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique. However, when the first few moves of the Rushing Thunder Saber Technique were used, its might would increase by several times, reaching the level of a superior grade profound ranked martial technique. Xiao Chen inherited the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula from the Thunder King. As long as a martial technique was executed before him once, he would be able to execute it accurately. Although its might would be reduced, as long as he comprehended the essence, it was not impossible for it to surpass the original martial technique's might. Originally, Xiao Chen had practiced the Rushing Thunder Chop for a period of time. After he saw Feng Feishui use it once, he immediately comprehended the essence of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique. Thus, he was able to use the changing character formula to execute it completely. Now that he had obtained the entire manual of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique, his comprehension of the essence within it could be said to have gone up another level. The final move of the Saber technique, the Rushing Thunder Third Chain Chop, was also comprehended in his heart. Pooh! In the silent night, a scream suddenly rang out. It was the scream of someone who had their mouth covered by someone's hand before they died. Although this sound was very soft, after Xiao Chen became a martial master, his 5 senses had increased significantly. He was slightly startled. Could it be that the Zhang clan and Tang clan are here? Bang! 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 The sounds of fighting became louder and louder, and miserable cries could be heard continuously. Xiao Chen quickly extended his spiritual sense, and in that instant, the entire Xiao residence was within his sight. Through Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he could see 3 figures starting a massacre. The 3 of them were extremely fast, no one was a match for them. Xiao Chen's elite guards were like paper in their hands. With just a light flick, they were torn to shreds. Martial saints. These were actually 3 martial saint experts. Xiaochen was greatly shocked. How could there be 3 martial saint experts in Mo City? These 3 people covered their faces and did not linger in battle. Their speed was extremely fast, and they only attacked those who blocked their path. When Xiaochen saw the path they were taking, he suddenly realized that their targets were Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, and himself. These were the participants of the promise of 10 years. Indeed, it was the work of the Zhang clan and Tang clan. Looking at the Xiao clan disciples who had died miserably, Xiaochen clenched his fists tightly. His heart was bleeding, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Where is Lu Fenglin? Xiaochen shifted his gaze in another direction and saw Lu Fenglin's figure. However, he was currently being held up by a blue-clothed man. He could not even protect himself, and it was difficult for him to free himself. Even further away, the first elder was leading a group of martial grandmasters of the Xiao clan. They were being held up by a strong martial saint. That person did not kill them. However, every time someone went over to help, he would immediately make a move to block them. There were actually 5 martial saint experts here. The situation was not good. Xiaochen quickly left his room and rushed to Bao Er's room. "Young master, what's wrong?" Bao Er walked out of her room and heard the miserable cries of the people outside. She had a panicked expression on her face. Just as Xiaochen was about to explain, a monstrous killing intent surged towards him. That earth-shattering aura caused people to feel pressure even before they got close. Xiaochen pushed Bao Er back to her room and quickly said, "Quickly return to your room. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out." Although Bao Er did not understand what was going on, she had never seen such an anxious expression on Xiaochen's face before. She obediently ran back to her room. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the high wall of the courtyard. In his hand was a sword dripping with blood. He had a black veil covering his face, making it impossible to see his appearance. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Xiaochen. Pusia. The sword in the black-clothed man's hand trembled and a 20-meter-long blue sword chi flew towards Xiaochen. This was a true sword chi, the signature attack of a martial saint. It was not like the sword chi that Zhang He sent out using the holy sword martial spirit. The sword chi surged and quickly arrived before Xiaochen. Xiaochen knew that he would not be able to block it, so he quickly retreated. Bang! Just as Xiaochen retreated, the sword chi had already swept past where he was standing. There was a loud sound and a deep pit appeared in the ground. Shockwaves spread out in all directions and dust flew everywhere. Before Xiaochen landed on the ground, he was struck by the shockwave. His body flew backwards and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. The might of one sword, a martial saint expert, is indeed strong, Xiaochen, who was on the ground, thought to himself. The figure on the high wall suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above Xiaochen's head. A 20-meter-long sword chi pulsed on his sword. This sword carried an undefeatable aura as it descended from the sky. At this moment, no matter how powerful a martial technique was, it would be useless. This was because there would not be a chance to execute it. Xiaochen waved his hand and the wooden sculpture made of spiritual wood was tossed above his head. Chapter 79. Schwa. With a schwa sound, the wooden sculpture turned into a girl holding a golden spear. The spear trembled slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Yu Ying let out a long roar, and the 9 dragon shadows behind her soared up. The dragon shadows and the supreme dragon might were infused into the long spear. The golden light was extremely bright, and the spear flew towards the black-clothed man's descending sword. Bang! The golden glow collided with the 2 long sword chi, giving off a loud sound. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. After the black-clothed man landed, he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He looked at Yu Ying, who had suddenly appeared, with a cautious expression. He did not understand why a girl who was no weaker than a martial saint would appear beside Xiaochen. "Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Xiao residents?" the black-clothed man asked. Yu Ying did not answer, nor could she answer. She raised the spear in her hand, and the 9 dragon images flew out again. The black-clothed man was forced to retaliate, and he started fighting with Yu Ying again. Seeing the two sides fighting, Xiaochen did not know whether to advance or retreat. Although the life bestowal spell was strong, it could not be sustained for long. Against a martial saint expert, it would not be able to kill him. If he left now and left Bao Er here alone, it would be too dangerous. Chi! Suddenly, there were many white fireworks in the sky above Xiao Yulan's courtyard. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. He quickly extended his spiritual sense in that direction. In the middle of the courtyard, there were many Xiao clan disciples lying on the ground, all dead. Xiao Yulan lay in the middle with a pale complexion. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of her mouth, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. A black-clothed man behind her quickly left. Cousin Yulan. Xiao Chen felt a pain in his heart. He wanted to execute the lightning evasion and rush over to take a look. Trying to run? Dream on. When the black-clothed man saw that Xiao Chen was about to leave, he quickly used his sword to deflect Yu Ying's attack. His figure flashed forward, and his sword was as fast as lightning, chopping towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly cancelled the lightning evasion and retreated. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Bastard, don't force me." The black-clothed man smiled coldly, "You are just an insignificant martial master. What qualifications do you have to say such words in front of me?" After he finished speaking, he ignored Yu Ying, who was chasing after him. He raised his sword and charged towards Xiao Chen. The fireworks that just went up indicated that one of them had already succeeded. His heart was filled with urgency. He didn't want to delay any longer. Even if he had to suffer a blow, he had to severely injure Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen continued to fly backwards, and casually waved a third-grade talisman. The talisman opened up rapidly in the air, and then turned into a violent fireball that exploded in the air. With the talisman as the center, a huge flaming shockwave spread out in all directions. The air was instantly set ablaze, and the billowing heat waves swept out in all directions. Boom! A piercingly cold chi burst out from the black-clothed man's body, dispersing all the flames that came close to his body. In his heart, he did not think much of it. These seemingly mighty flames were not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, the talisman in the air did not disappear because of the flames. It continued to float in the air, giving off a sparkling light before exploding again. Hoo! An absolute cold chi spread out in all directions. The air seemed to be frozen, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to -100 degrees Celsius. The cold chi was very oppressive, causing one's breathing to tremble. The black-clothed man paused for a moment. He was somewhat astonished, but he did not panic. He circulated the essence in his body, and the cold chi was instantly forced out of his body. Pu Si. The heat wave that had just dispersed suddenly surged in from all directions. The heat wave and cold chi collided in the air. The black-clothed man immediately felt that something was wrong. On his left was a boundless cold chi, and on his right was a surging heat wave. Boom! Ice and fire clashed, and the energy of the two opposing attributes reached a critical point before exploding ferociously. The energy that was stronger than any of the previous attributes exploded with the black-clothed man as the center. The black-clothed man was caught off guard, and he was blasted away. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not suffer any major injuries. Before he could stabilize himself, 9 golden dragon shadows were already flying towards him. These 9 dragons all contained the dragon chi that Xiao Chen sent over. They were not weak, and if he was struck by them, even a martial saint would suffer significant injuries. Martial technique, parting the clouds and gazing at the sun. The black-clothed man did not dare to be careless, and he quickly executed his profound ranked martial technique. The blade of his sword released a brilliant light, and it sliced through the boundless night sky. It was as though layers of dark clouds had been parted, and the blade of the sword was as dazzling as the sun. The two strong martial techniques clashed once again. The stone table in Xiao Chen's courtyard was immediately shattered into countless pieces by the shockwave. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to continue fighting. After he dodged the shockwave, he extended his spiritual sense once again. He discovered that Xiao Yulan's eyes, which were originally open, were already closed. Her complexion had become even paler. A few people ran over from the side, and they hurriedly lifted her up, rushing towards the Shao clan's dispensary. Xiaochen felt even more conflicted in his heart. He wanted to immediately send the blood-replenishing pill over, and he raised his leg to leave. "I told you not to leave." The black-clothed man shook off Yu Ying once again, and chased after Xiaochen. Just now, there was another firework in the sky. Another person had succeeded. According to the agreement, it was time for him to retreat. However, he had not even touched Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily, "Bastard! I told you not to force me, didn't you hear me?" Martial technique, wind from all directions. The black-clothed man shook the sword in his hand, and countless sword shadows appeared in all directions. A whirlwind rose from the ground, and a large amount of dust flew up from the ground. The whirlwind blew to the feet of the black-clothed man, and in an instant his body flew up. He roared angrily in the sky, and the sword shadows returned to their positions. The sword light on his sword instantly doubled in size. Heavenly lightning shield. With the help of the whirlwind, the black-clothed man's speed was incomparably fast. Xiaochen could not dodge in time, and could only use the heavenly lightning shield to block. A golden lightning shield made of lightning instantly wrapped around Xiaochen. Bang! The sword light struck the heavenly lightning shield, and gave off a dull sound. Tiny cracks appeared on the lightning evasion, and after a while, it completely broke. The huge force of the sword light immediately sent Xiaochen flying, and a bloody wound appeared on his right shoulder. If not for Xiaochen's heavenly lightning shield blocking it, this sword would have been sufficient to split Xiaochen in half. Xiaochen took out a blood-replenishing pill and placed it in his mouth. He smiled bitterly in his heart. In front of absolute power, no matter what tricks he had, they were useless. For example, he could immediately use wind from all directions, but before he could even fly up, he would be split in half. Only by using the blue dragon goes to see would he be able to injure this person. Otherwise, even if he was killed, he would not be able to injure him at all. In front of absolute power, he had to use a power that was even more absolute than his. With a thought, Yu Ying's body suddenly erupted with a golden light. 9 dragon images circled around her body continuously, and a dragon roar came from her mouth. The black-clothed man looked at Yu Ying coldly, but he did not pay much attention to her. After fighting for so long, he had already grasped Yu Ying's weakness. She was not nimble enough, and did not have the movement techniques and reactions of a martial saint. She only barely reached that level in terms of strength. Seeing Xiaochen bleeding continuously from his right shoulder, the black-clothed man thought to himself indifferently, "I just need to add one more strike and I can leave." Boundless Azure Sea. Suddenly, a boundless sea appeared behind Yu Ying. A azure dragon broke out of the sea and let out a drawn-out roar. It circled around in the air for a while, and then charged at the black-clothed man. It is actually an earth-ranked martial technique. The black-clothed man was astonished. How did this girl know the martial technique of the Empire's royal clan? Bang! What a fast speed! This was the black-clothed man's last thought after he was struck by the azure dragon. There was a loud sound, and a 3-meter-long pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended in all directions. Rumble! The cracks extended all the way to the high walls of the courtyard. The high walls immediately collapsed, and in the next moment, all the houses in the courtyard collapsed because their foundations were damaged. Xiaochen used his arms to protect himself. He was forced back a few steps by the shockwave before he slowly stabilized himself. He looked towards Bao Er's room worriedly. He discovered that she was hiding under a beam. Her eyes were filled with worry and fear as she looked at Xiaochen. As long as she is fine, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After Yu Ying used this move, she immediately turned into a golden light and flew into Xiaochen's hands. She turned back into a wooden sculpture and landed in Xiaochen's hands. Seeing that the wooden sculpture had lost a lot of its luster, Xiaochen felt a heartache. This boundless azure sea could only be used twice before the wooden sculpture could no longer withstand it. In the deep pit, the black-clothed man slowly stood up. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that he would actually get injured in this mission. With a gentle leap, the black-clothed man landed on the ground once again. What surprised him was that within the range of his perception, the martial saint expert from earlier was no longer there. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Xiao Chen, "That person earlier should be some kind of secret treasure, right? Now that the secret treasure has disappeared, you actually did not leave. I'm quite surprised." Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber that was on the ground in the distance flew back into his hands. The saber gave off an electric glow, and the energy of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding back. The black-clothed man's eyes lit up, and he said indifferently, "This demonic weapon, I want it." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the black-clothed man who was slowly approaching him. The essence in his body followed the path of the dragon's subduing slash and circulated quickly. The blue dragon goes to sea, storing up power and waiting to strike. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to execute the blue dragon goes to sea, there was the sound of something breaking through the ground. A human figure broke through the layers of barriers and soared into the sky. Martial King? The two of them stopped what they were doing, but their expressions were different. Xiao Chen knew that he was saved. However, the black-clothed man quickly turned around and fled. He did not hesitate and executed his movement technique to its limits. The human figure in the sky was the Xiao clan head, Xiao Xiong, who had been in closed-door training. He soared into the sky, and there were rumbling sounds around him. In an instant he had arrived before the black-clothed man. Chapter 80. Bang! In the previous moment, Xiao Xiong was still flying in the air. In the next moment, he was behind the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man heard the sound, he turned around and chopped with his sword. Xiao Xiong's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-clothed man. He sent out a palm strike and struck his back. Ka-ka! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The black-clothed man took a deep breath in pain. When he turned around again, he only saw an afterimage. Xiao Xiong had appeared behind him once again and sent out another palm strike. Pu-chi! The black-clothed man cried out and vomited a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Xiao Xiong's figure continuously changed. His palms continuously landed on the black-clothed man's body. However, the black-clothed man could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he had no way to resist. Hoo-hoo! The strong martial saint in the distance, who had been blocking Xiao Chang and the others, suddenly flew over and sent out a palm strike at Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong gave up on the black-clothed man and clashed with his palm strike. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and tiny ripples actually appeared in the surrounding air. The two of them each took a few steps back. After an instant, they started fighting again. Fists and legs flew back and forth, and the wind from their palms was like thunder. Their speed was incomparably fast. Xiao Chen, who was at the side, could not even see the figures of the two of them. He could only hear the unceasing sounds of explosions and the ripples in the air. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. Even if a martial grandmaster were to come into contact with the ripples in the air, they would immediately be smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the incomparably weak black-clothed man. He rolled his eyes and revealed a sinister smile as he slowly walked over. "What are you trying to do?" The black-clothed man said in panic when he saw the sinister Xiao Chen walking towards him. He had just been severely injured by Xiao Xiong. With his current combat prowess, an inferior-grade martial disciple could easily kill him. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to speak nonsense with him. He raised his leg and kicked him to the ground. The black-clothed man groaned in pain and was about to say something. Xiao Chen stomped down hard. The black-clothed man cried out in pain and swallowed all the words he wanted to say. The incomparably strong martial saint was trampled by Xiao Chen, an inferior-grade martial master. The black-clothed man felt very sullen in his heart. "Xiao Chen, hurry up and let go of me, or else I will definitely kill you in the future," the black-clothed great deity said. Xiao Chen stepped hard on his face and sneered, "Do you think you still have a chance? I told you not to force me. Didn't you hear me?" After that, Xiao Chen fiercely stepped on his face a few more times. The veil on the face of the man in black was trampled down, revealing an old face. His face was covered in Xiao Chen's footprints. Xiao Chen had not thought of killing him like that. That would be letting him off too easily. He thought of the dead Xiao clan disciples and Xiao Yulan, whose fate was unknown. Xiao Chen's heart burned with rage. His black eyes were filled with a cold gaze as he lifted the black-clothed man up. Put, put, put. Slap after slap. The originally pale face of the black-clothed man immediately turned red and swollen. After the slap, Xiao Chen kicked him again. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Xiao Chen rushed forward quickly. With a flash of his saber, he pierced towards the heart of the black-clothed man. Who? The two people fighting with Xiao Xiong suddenly separated. Their figures flashed and they sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard the sound of the wind, he quickly dodged. That person did not continue to chase. He lifted the black-clothed man up and dashed forward with a few flashes. Just one more saber strike and he would have been able to finish off that person. Xiao Chen looked at the direction the two people had left in dissatisfaction. Xiao Xiong did not chase after the two people. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Come with me." This was the first time Xiao Chen saw his father in this world. He was not used to it. However, he did not dare to disobey him and obediently followed him. "Second young master, are you all right?" Bao said worriedly as she looked at the wound on Xiao Chen's shoulder from the rubble of the house. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "I'm fine. Follow me for now. This place is not very safe." The two of them followed Xiao Xiong forward. Not long after, they saw Xiao Chang leading a large group of cultivators over. When he saw Xiao Xiong, he immediately knelt down and said, "This old man is useless, causing the Xiao clan disciples to suffer heavy casualties. Clan head, please punish me. Clan head, please punish us." The large group of people behind all knelt down and said. Xiao Xiong frowned slightly. He stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. Everyone felt a cool breeze blow, lifting their bodies up. "First elder, do a head count of the dead first. Do your best to save those who are still breathing. Medicinal herbs in the dispensary can be used freely, regardless of their rank." Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chang and continued, "This matter is not your fault. I am responsible as well. I will wait for you in the Great Hall." Xiao Clan, Great Hall. Xiao Xiong sat on a chair in the middle of the Great Hall. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King?" Xiao Chen nodded his head in acknowledgement and handed the lunar shadow saber to Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong held the lunar shadow saber in his hands and observed it carefully for a long time. Then he smiled warmly and said, "Who would have thought that your cultivation talent was so ordinary when you were young? Now that you have obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, your future accomplishments might be the highest in the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen received the lunar shadow saber again. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally asked the question in his heart, "Father, since you have already advanced to Martial King, why did you not chase after those two people?" Xiao Xiong sighed. "You probably saw that I could fly in the air and thought that I had advanced to Martial King. My current cultivation realm is actually only peak Martial Saint. The Lung clan leader who fought with me at the end also knows that I only cultivate a wind attribute martial spirit. That's why I can fly in the air at the peak of Martial Venerable. However, my speed is much slower than a real Martial King." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So there was such a reason. This explains everything. Just at this moment, Xiao Chang brought a few people over. He said respectfully to Xiao Xiong, "The number of casualties has been calculated. There are a total of 150 people, of which 90 died. Among the 90, there were 3 martial grand masters." The moment Xiao Chang said this, everyone present took in a deep breath of cold air. There was actually such a large number of deaths. Most of these people were the elite disciples of the Xiao clan. Many of them were direct descendants of the Xiao clan. Furthermore, there were martial grand masters who died. Those who reached the martial grand master realm could be considered the peak of combat power in Mo City. Even the Xiao clan did not have many martial grand masters. "Clan head, should we go and talk to City Lord Dugu? They are simply too much by doing this. This is a clan war." One of the elders of the Xiao clan said angrily. Xiao Chang said somewhat helplessly, "The ones who did this are the people of the Lung clan. They have the Misty Sword sect as their backing. City Lord Dugu is unable to control them. Furthermore, they were all masked and did not leave behind any evidence." Xiao Xiong opened his mouth and said, "How are Yulan and Xiao Jian? Are their lives in danger?" Xiao Chang's expression sank as he said, "Their martial spirits were severely injured. It looks like they will not be able to fight for the next half a month." When they heard this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. There was still one more week before the promise of 10 years would begin. However, the two people who were already confirmed to be participants could not fight. The Lung clan's actions were too vicious. They directly crippled the Xiao clan's participant. According to the rules, the participant could not be changed. This way, the Xiao clan could only send out Xiao Chen alone to fight. When Xiao Chen heard this news, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least his life was not in danger. "Father, I would like to leave for a while and visit cousin Yulan." Xiao Xiong nodded his head. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and said, "Wait a moment." Xiao Chen stopped and asked suspiciously, "Is there something else?" He did not know why, but he felt some fear towards this father in name. Xiao Xiong walked in front of Xiao Chen and said, "Don't move. Let me see your martial spirit." Martial spirit again. Xiao Chen was startled. The first elder had checked his martial spirit several times. Now, Xiao Xiong was checking his martial spirit again. Why was he doing this? After a while, Xiao Chen felt a gentle essence enter Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He repeated the same trick, using his spiritual sense to hide his martial spirit. Then he used his spiritual sense to imitate a purple flame. After Xiao Xiong saw it, his expression became much more gentle. He said, "A very pure purple flame martial spirit. I will give you a few fire-attributed martial techniques in the future." Xiao Chen nodded his head in thanks. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The suspicions in his heart grew stronger. He must know something. Is he afraid of the blue dragon martial spirit in my body? Xiao Clan, dispensary. After Xiao Chen asked for the location of Xiao Yulan's room, he hurried over. "Cousin Yulan, are you asleep?" "I am Xiao Chen," Xiao Chen said from outside the door. "Cousin Xiao Chen, come in, I am not asleep." A weak voice came from inside the room. However, the voice was filled with joy. Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered. He saw Xiao Yulan in her white pajamas, struggling to sit up. A faint smile hung on her pale face, but her frown revealed that she was in great pain. Xiao Chen hurried over and took out a blood-replenishing pill. He handed it to Xiao Yulan and said, "Cousin Yulan, don't move first. Quickly consume this blood-replenishing pill. Although it cannot heal the injuries to your martial spirit, it should be able to heal your internal injuries very quickly." Xiao Yulan's face turned slightly red. She received the blood-replenishing pill and swallowed it without hesitation. She immediately felt a cooling sensation, and the pain in her body lessened significantly. "Thank you, cousin Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "There is no need to be so polite. Back then you saved me once. Now I am giving you a blood-replenishing pill. Compared to the debt of saving my life, this is nothing. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Cousin Yulan, rest well." Hearing this, Xiao Yulan felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Was it just to repay a debt of gratitude? Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to leave, Xiao Yulan suddenly said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, wait for a moment." Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yulan wanted to say something, but after holding it in for a long time, she did not know what to say. Her beautiful face turned red, and in the end she had no choice but to say, "Cousin Xiao Chen, I can't sleep. Can you accompany me for a chat?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned, but he immediately smiled, "Of course." Chapter 81. 1,000 meters above the Xiao clan, a cold wind blew. Xiao Chen executed the gravity spell as he stood in the air. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. He released his spiritual sense, and the night was no longer able to obstruct his vision. The entire outline of the Xiao residence appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. After coming out of Xiao Yulan's room, Xiao Chen saw many injured Shao clan disciples in the dispensary. He could not calm his heart down. It was just 5 martial saint experts, yet the Shao clan was unable to retaliate. Xiao Chen actually had the opportunity to prevent this tragedy from happening. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there were many records regarding formations. As long as he laid down a large formation, he would definitely be able to block 5 martial saint experts. However, the amount of energy required to lay down the formation was too great. Furthermore, he had always believed that with the Shao clan's strength in Mo City, it would be impossible for them to suffer such a huge blow. Looking at it now, it seemed like his previous thoughts were too naive. The temptation of Seven-Horn Mountain was much greater than he had imagined. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and slowly descended to the ground. He landed on a high ground in the southwest of the Shao residence. He sensed his surroundings and muttered, "This should be the Qian position. Qian represents the sky and Kuan represents the earth. After confirming the Qian position, it would be easier to find the other positions." After saying that, Xiao Chen took out a talisman paper, an ink brush, and a purple liquid mixed with spirit beast blood and demonic core from his universe ring. Then, he took out a short knife and gently sliced his right hand. Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation in his heart, infusing the essence in his body into his blood. Immediately, the blood flowing out of his wound started to emit a faint glow. It slowly merged with the purple liquid, giving off a golden glow. The blood on his face slowly disappeared, turning incomparably pale. His red lips turned purple. Xiao Chen felt dizzy, but he clenched his teeth and persevered. This 9th Heaven's Thunder formation was not something that he could lay down with his current cultivation. If he wanted to forcefully lay it down, he would have to exhaust the essence of his body. When the purple liquid in the ink bottle turned completely golden, Xiao Chen stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation and stopped the bleeding from his wounds. Only then did his complexion look better. Holding the brush in his right hand, Xiao Chen dipped it into the golden liquid and began to draw quickly on the talisman paper with a solemn expression. Rays of golden light emitted from the talisman paper. When Xiao Chen finished the last stroke, the talisman paper immediately shone with golden light. Then, it quickly folded and fell into Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen held the talisman in his right hand and drew something on the ground with his left hand. A golden halo appeared on the ground, and a faint Qian character appeared in the halo. He held the talisman in his right hand and pointed it at the ground. He quickly waved it and it quickly sank into the golden halo. Boom! Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder in the sky. A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. It followed some kind of guidance and entered the golden halo. The light scattered and everything on the ground returned to normal. Nothing strange could be seen. However, in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the talisman dipped in Xiao Chen's essence blood was filled with the boundless power of heavenly lightning. As long as he willed it, he would be able to draw it out. Qian, Zhen, Li, Sun, Tian, Lei, Hua Feng. Next, I have to find the position of Zhen. Zhen corresponds to lightning. I have to find a place with the densest lightning attribute. I also have to see if it corresponds to the position of the 8 trigrams. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Earlier, he had already found a suitable position for the 8 trigrams. Now, all he had to do was to find a place with the densest lightning attribute. 2 hours later, the 8 positions of Qian, Zhen, Li, Sun, Kuan, Dui, Ken, and Zhen corresponded to Tian, Lei, Feng, Hua, Di, Zai, Water, and Shan. Xiao Chen inserted a talisman dipped in Xiao Chen's essence blood. Xiao Chen closed his eyes slightly. In his spiritual sense, a majestic formation appeared in the surroundings of the Shao residence. There was a faint flicker of lightning in the sky. The entire 9th Heaven's Thunder formation was finally completed. Xiao Chen clasped his hands together and felt the vast and surging energy of heaven and earth. As long as he made a hand seal, even if a magnificent army entered, he was confident that he would be able to annihilate them all. When he opened his eyes, a strong sense of fatigue welled up in his mind. Xiao Chen felt dizzy and his legs trembled. After a while, he could no longer hold on and fainted on the ground with a pew tong sound. Mo City, Tang Clan. Inside a secret room, the Zhang clan head and the Tang clan head, as well as the 5 martial saint experts who had just returned from the Xiao clan. Clan head, don't wait for the promise of 10 years. After my injuries are healed, we will immediately exterminate the Xiao clan. That Xiao Chen is too hateful, the martial saint who was ruthlessly humiliated by Xiao Chen said angrily. The blue-clothed man said, Leng Xiu, why don't you take a look? The Xiao clan head has already come out of seclusion. He is a martial king. Do you think you still have a chance? You are a dignified martial saint, yet you can't even deal with an inferior-grade martial master. I really feel embarrassed for you. Leng Xiu's face turned black as he said angrily, Lan Qiang, what do you mean by this? If you met a martial king expert, you would probably be dead by now. What do I mean? Lan Qiaoyang snorted coldly, I'm talking about you. Not to mention that you were injured by someone, you are still randomly giving out orders. Alright, stop arguing. The Leng clan head, Leng Yunjing, suddenly said. His voice did not contain any emotions and was not very loud. However, the 2 quarreling people did not dare to say anything else. Leng Yunjing glared at Leng Qiaoyang and said, Xiu, don't speak nonsense in the future. Although Xiao Xiong is part of the reason for your failure, the responsibility is still yours. Qiaoyang has already bought enough time for you. Leng Xiu pouted his lips. He was not satisfied in his heart, but he did not rebut, I understand. This time I did not grasp the situation well. Leng Jingyun turned his gaze to Lan Qiaoyang and said, Qiaoyang, you contributed the most in the matter of 7-Horn Mountain. There is no doubt about that. However, don't bring your past personal grudges into this operation. Establishing a sect, this is a huge gamble of my Leng clan's several hundred years of foundation. I do not wish for anything to go wrong. If we fail in the end, you know what I will do. Lan Qiaoyang lowered his head and said, I understand. I just could not control myself. I will take note in the future. When Leng Jingyun saw the attitude of the 2, his expression warmed up. He said, most clans have developed to a certain stage. If they want to advance further, there are only 2 paths. Establishing a sect or establishing a noble clan. Leng Jingyun sighed and continued, my Leng clan does not have a heavenly bloodline. The only path we can take is to establish a sect. If it were not for the fact that 7-Horn Mountain is the only place in Chizi County, I would not want to make a move on the Xiao clan. Leng Jingyun's words were filled with envy for the heavenly bloodline. If there was a heavenly bloodline, he would not have to gamble the Leng clan's several hundred years of foundation to make a move on the Xiao clan. No one here could understand the danger involved. Although the Leng clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, it was not something that anyone could challenge. Tang Tian had been listening for a long time. At this moment he found an opportunity and said worriedly, Senior Leng, has that Xiao Xiong come out of seclusion? Has his cultivation really reached the realm of Martial King? The Zhang clan head, who was at the side, was also very concerned about this problem. These 2 clans had been fighting with the Xiao clan for a long time. Their understanding of Xiao Xiong was much clearer than others. When they heard that Xiao Xiong had reached the realm of Martial King, they felt some lingering fear in their hearts. When Leng Jingyun heard this, he smiled faintly, Brother Tang, there is no need to worry too much. Xiao Xiong has indeed come out of seclusion. However, his cultivation is only at the peak of martial saint. It is only because he cultivates a wind-attributed martial spirit that he is able to fly. In another 3 days, the last martial saint elder of my Leng clan will bring 50 martial grandmasters over as a foolproof plan. However, I still hope that we do not have to use this force. Your 2 clans can defeat the Xiao clan in the promise of 10 years. That way, we can save a lot of trouble. When the Zhang and Tang clan heads heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Tang Tian seemed to have thought of something and said, I just heard that the Xiao clan's Xiao Chen was not injured. If that is the case, according to the rules of the competition, our 2 clans do not have much of an advantage. According to the rules of the promise of 10 years, the Xiao, Zhang, and Tang clans would each send 3 young disciples. On the day of the martial competition, one of the clans would issue a challenge to the Xiao clan. The winner of the battle would be decided on the 2nd day. The final winner would obtain 7-Horn Mountain. Tang Tian said, With Xiao Chen's strength, we might not be able to defeat him in a 1-on-3 battle. If we let him rest for a day, it would be hard to predict the result. The Zhang clan head, who was at the side, also nodded his head in agreement. When Leng Ziyun heard this, he could not help but feel uncomfortable. The responsibility for such a situation was basically on him. Leng Ziyun's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "It is not a problem. When the time comes, I will think of something. Even if we lose, there is still a final move. I just hope that it will not come to that." The next day, in the Xiao clan's great hall, before the morning dew had dispersed, the few elders of the Xiao clan had already gathered in the great hall. The Xiao clan head, Xiao Xiong, sat in the middle of the great hall. He said to Xiao Chang, who was beside him, "First elder, what do you think of the current situation?" Xiao Chang nodded his head and said, "The current situation is already very clear. The Leng clan is working together with the Zhang and Tang clans to make a move against us. If there is no external help, there is no solution." The few people at the side also thought the same. If they did not rely on external help, not only would the Xiao clan lose Seven-Horn Mountain, it would also be very difficult for them to survive. Xiao Chang continued, "Actually, Miss Feng is currently in Mo City. A few days ago, she came to the Xiao residence and asked about the clan head." When Xiao Xiong heard the 3 words Feng Fei Xue, the expression on his face instantly became incomparably frightening. He said in a deep voice, "What is she doing here? Did her aunt send her here to laugh at us?" Xiao Chang quickly explained what happened that day. After Xiao Xiong heard it, he said, "I will not interfere with their choice. However, it is impossible for me to seek help from the Feng clan. Send someone to call Xiao Chen over." Chapter 82. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, the sun was already high above his head. It was already noon. "I still pushed myself too hard. I will probably need to rest for 3 days before I can fully recover. The consumption of blood essence is too great." Xiao Chen got up and rubbed his temples as he walked towards the main entrance of the Xiao residence. When the 2 guards at the main entrance saw Xiao Chen appear, they immediately ran over and said joyfully, "Second young master, you are finally back. The clan head has been looking for you for the entire morning. Quickly head to the main hall." Xiao Chen was startled. For them to be looking for him for the entire morning, there must be something urgent. After thanking them, he quickly headed to the main hall. At this moment, the people in the main hall had already dispersed, leaving only Xiao Chang and Xiao Xiong. Xiao Chen rushed over and immediately said, "Sorry, I am late." Xiao Xiong glanced at Xiao Chen with some doubt in his eyes. "Why do you look so pale? What did you do last night? I heard that you were in Yulan's room and came out very late." Xiao Chang, who was beside him, looked at him in astonishment, clearly wanting an answer. Xiao Chen's current appearance was too similar to that of someone who had done something. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's previous reputation, it was hard for others to not associate him with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart and hurriedly explained, "First elder, please don't misunderstand. Last night, after I finished chatting with Yulan, I went out. The reason why I look so pale is because something went wrong with my cultivation." "Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. The reason why I called you here today is to discuss the duels for the promise of 10 years. Xiao Xiong saw that Xiao Chen still wanted to explain, so he interrupted him. Seeing the first elder's expression, Xiao Chen really wanted to tell him everything that happened yesterday in detail. However, since Xiao Xiong had already spoken, he did not dare to continue. Xiao Xiong continued, "You should be clear about the rules of the promise of 10 years. Right now, the candidates cannot be changed. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan cannot go up, so you can only rely on yourself. If you feel pressured, I will not force you. I am not saying any polite words. Even if we lose the Seven-Horn Mountain range, we can still take it back in the future. I hope that you will think carefully before answering. After all, you are my son." Xiao Xiong's words were filled with sincerity, without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "I won't give up. I will fight for it no matter what." He had made a decision in his heart. No matter what the result of the promise of 10 years was, he had to leave the Xiao clan. If he left the Xiao clan without doing anything, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Xiao Xiong looked deeply at Xiao Chen and said slowly, "Come with me. First Elder, you should come with us as well. It is time to use the Xiao clan's hundreds of years of accumulation." Xiao Chang's heart trembled. He knew where Xiao Xiong was going. His expression also turned solemn. Xiao Chen followed behind the two and took a long turn. Behind many obstacles, there was actually a secret exit. There were some places that Xiao Chen had been to many times before, but he did not discover them. It turned out that there was a whole new world behind them. Finally, the two stopped in front of a basement. Xiao Chang and Xiao Xiong each took out a key and pieced them together. They opened the door to the basement and Xiao Chen followed them in. The basement was actually a treasure chamber. The Xiao clan had all the treasures that Seven Horn Mountain had collected over the past hundreds of years. They were all here: spirit weapons, secret treasures, battle armor, medicinal pills, martial techniques, everything that one could think of was here. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. He did not expect that the Xiao clan would have such a large treasure chamber underground. The spirit weapons were all profound ranked, with the highest being superior grade profound ranked. Many of the martial techniques were profound ranked as well. There were also many rank 4 and rank 5 medicinal pills. However, Xiao Chen had the lunar shadow saber that could become a heaven-ranked weapon, the wooden sculpture that was comparable to a superior grade secret treasure, and the Thunder King's martial technique inheritance. To the other members of the Xiao clan, every item here would cause them to go wild with joy. However, Xiao Chen did not have much interest in them. Xiao Xiong picked up a piece of battle armor and said, "As for the other items, you should not be lacking in martial techniques and spirit weapons. This profound ranked battle armor is made from the soft skin of a demonic beast's abdomen. In times of need, it can save your life." Xiao Chen received the battle armor and looked at it. This battle armor was very thin, only slightly thicker than normal clothing. It did not affect his movements at all. "This is a good item," Xiao Chen thought joyfully. This kind of defensive battle armor was very hard to find on the market. It was something that Xiao Chen needed. "Alright, I guess you will not be interested in the other items." Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chen and paused for a while before saying, "Just pick a few more items as compensation." Xiao Chen found it hard to reject. He casually picked a few items and put on the battle armor before leaving the place. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The martial competition of the promise of 10 years had finally begun. For the past 6 days, Xiao Chen had been researching the rushing thunder saber technique. His current martial techniques were mostly learned from the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. It was very difficult for him to comprehend its essence. Only this rushing thunder saber technique had a complete copy. Of course, he had to learn it in his final moments. This was especially so for the final move, the rushing thunder triple chain chop. Its might was close to that of an earth-ranked martial technique. The sky had just turned bright when Xiao Chen woke up in a hurry. The Xiao clan had already gathered at the entrance. When Xiao Xiong saw Xiao Chen arrive, he immediately led the group to the Cultivators Plaza. Mo City's annual martial competition had already begun 3 days ago. However, everyone knew that the true highlight of this martial competition was the promise of 10 years, the battle between the 3 great clans of Mo City. The plaza was filled with people. The people of the 3 great clans entered the plaza. On the platform of the plaza, there were pavilions specially built for the 3 great clans. They could overlook the entire Cultivators Plaza. "The Xiao clan's people are here. Didn't they say that 2 of their participants were injured and could not participate? Why do they still dare to come? Look at how dark their faces are. It seems like the news of 2 of them being injured is true. However, they must come to try their luck. What do you know? If Xiao Chen is not injured, then the Xiao clan still has hope. Xiao Chen, no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to last for long. I think the Xiao clan will lose for sure." The various discussions in the crowd entered the ears of the Xiao clan's people. This caused their originally unsightly expressions to become even more unsightly. "Brother Xiao, long time no see. You are finally out of closed-door training." Just as the crowd was about to ascend the pavilion, the clan heads of the Zhang clan and Tang clan walked over. Xiao Xiong smiled faintly. "That's right, long time no see. Tang Tian, The alliance between the Zhang clan and Lung clan was within my expectations. I did not expect you to jump out as well. Tang Tian smiled coldly. Seven-Horn Mountain cannot always be occupied by an outsider clan. The Zhang clan's clan head said, Xiao Xiong, we are not here to chat with you. We want to discuss something with you. We have a suggestion. I wonder if you will consider it? Your Xiao clan and our two clans have 100 years of grudges. How about we settle it today? As long as Xiao Chen can defeat Tang Feng and Zhang He today, then the remaining 4 of us will not come out. It will be counted as your Xiao clan's victory. Xiao Xiong thought very quickly in his mind. The Zhang clan's clan head meant to only send 2 people to fight against Xiao Chen. However, the condition was that the 2 fights had to be completed today. The meaning of this was very clear. They wanted to use continuous battles to wear down Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to rest. However, it would allow him to have 4 fewer fights. When Xiao Chen heard this suggestion, his eyes lit up. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. He did not have many martial techniques. If he fought too many times, it would be easy for his opponents to see through him. This suggestion was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted. Seeing Xiao Chen secretly nodding his head, Xiao Xiong said, What a joke. Do you think I will agree? You got the Lung clan to injure my Xiao clan's contestants. Now you are making this condition. Do you think I, Xiao Xiong, am a fool? Tang Tian smiled. Xiao Xiong, do you think you still have a choice? This is the best suggestion for you. Reducing the 6 fights by 2, I don't think there is a need for you to reject it. The Zhang clan head said, Brother Xiao, I have already sent someone to call the city lord over. Think about it. After a while, Dugu Feng arrived. When he saw Xiao Xiong, he hurriedly said, Congratulations, Brother Xiao, for coming out. I heard that 2 of your Xiao clan's contestants were injured. Is this true? Without waiting for Xiao Xiong to reply, Tang Tian told Dugu Feng his suggestion. After Dugu Feng heard it, he muttered, The competition rules state that the contestants cannot be changed. Xiao Xiong, if you really have 2 contestants who cannot participate, why don't you accept this suggestion? Finally, under Dugu Feng's suggestion, Xiao Xiong reluctantly accepted the suggestion. Xiao Chen, who was at the side, broke out in a cold sweat. This Xiao Xiong's acting was too realistic. He almost tricked him. In the Cultivator's Plaza, Dugu Feng stood on the tallest and largest arena. He said to the crowd below, Today is the last day of the martial competition. I believe everyone is here for the promise of 10 years. Now, I will make an announcement. Because 2 of the Xiao clan's contestants are injured and cannot participate in the martial competition, the 3 clans have decided to change the rules. As long as the Xiao clan's Xiao Chen can consecutively defeat Zhang He and Tang Feng, the Xiao clan will win this martial competition. On the other hand, if the Xiao clan loses a match, they will lose the rights to Seven-Horn Mountain. 2 of the Xiao clan's contestants really cannot participate in the martial competition. I did not expect this news to be true. Someone below said in astonishment. This rule seems to be beneficial to the Xiao clan. In reality, they are trying to use this tactic to defeat Xiao Chen. Looks like the Zhang and Tang clans have joined hands. That's right. I heard that the Xiao clan was attacked by an unknown expert some time ago. I suspect that it was done by these 2 clans. What kind of intelligence do you have? What are you suspecting? Without even thinking about it, it was definitely done by these 2 clans. Countless arguments and discussions entered Xiao Chen's ears. His heart was as calm as still water as he slowly made his way through the crowd towards the arena. The shadow of the Tianwu Emperor's statue at the back of the arena was cast on the arena, giving it a dignified and solemn air. In today's battle, I will definitely win. I will not become a stepping stone for others. After 10,000 years, I, Xiao Chen, will definitely be like the Tianwu Emperor, standing tall and unshakable, Xiao Chen muttered in his heart. With a resolute gaze, when he was about to approach the arena, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and jumped firmly onto the arena. In a corner of the arena, Zhang He's gaze was cold. He had been waiting for a long time already. The first battle of the promise of 10 years officially began. Chapter 83. I heard that this Zhang He consumed a returning essence pill. Not only did the injuries to his martial spirit heal, but his strength also improved. I wonder if he will be able to defeat Xiao Chen this time. The last time they fought, they were evenly matched. If Zhang He's martial spirit is broken this time, I wonder if he can still be saved. You guys don't know that after the martial spirit is reformed, its might and strength will increase by many times. I really don't understand how the Zhang clan could even obtain the returning essence pill. Before the two of them started fighting, the sounds of discussion came from below. The referee walked forward and said to the two of them, "Bow." Xiao Chen and Zhang He bowed to each other. "Duel begin." Just as the referee spoke, Zhang He immediately executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. The image of a heavenly rock appeared behind him, giving off a resounding cry. Zhang He soared into the air and hovered above the ground. He brandished the sword in his hand and 4 streams of sword qi whistled through the air, heading towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm, his eyes were like clear water. A gentle breeze blew past, causing his hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. His fingers tapped the air 4 times. 4 streams of purple flames revolved around his fingertips and flew towards the sword qi. Boom, 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 boom. The sword qi and the purple flames collided in the air, giving off 4 explosive sounds. At the same time, they dissipated in all directions. Zhang He casually waved his hand and sent out a few qi waves, blowing away the flames in front of him. The heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique was extremely fast. In an instant he arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen found it hard to catch Zhang He's figure with his naked eyes. After all, Xiao Chen did not have any movement techniques that he could use. There was another loud cry. When Zhang He got close to Xiao Chen, he suddenly dodged to the side, leaving behind an afterimage in front of Xiao Chen. His real body had already arrived behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense completely. A cool breeze blew past, but his feet didn't move an inch. Suddenly, the lunar shadow saber in his hand lit up with electricity. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the lunar shadow saber behind him to block. Bang! This saber strike happened to catch the sword strike coming from Zhang He's back. It was extremely accurate. In the eyes of others, it was as if Xiao Chen had grown eyes at the back of his head. Zhang He was slightly astonished in his heart, but his body continued to remain in the air. Like a ghost, he once again changed his position and arrived at the left side of Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly moved to his left hand. Without waiting for Zhang He to make a move, the saber lit up with a resplendent glow as he chopped at him. Xiao Chen's feet did not move at all. Zhang He was greatly alarmed. The earlier move could be seen as a coincidence. However, now that Xiao Chen had attacked first, it meant that Xiao Chen could indeed see his attack from behind. Zhang He opened his arms wide, like a huge bird spreading its wings. His body flew backwards in the air. With a somersault, he landed on the ground. The tip of his sword lightly tapped on the ground and his entire body leaped up once again. Hoo! He executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to its limits. In the air, he was like a fast arrow, flying towards Xiao Chen. The sword in his hand surged with a sword light. Dang! Ding! 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 In an instant, the two of them exchanged a few moves. Even though Zhang He executed his movement technique to its limits, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He countered every move, not panicking at all. After Zhang He stabbed out with his sword once again, he flew backwards. Seeing that Xiao Chen's eyes were still closed, he felt helpless. The movement technique that he was so proud of was useless against Xiao Chen. In the previous fight, Xiao Chen was unable to keep up with his speed. He could only use the heavenly lightning shield to block passively. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen only needed to stand where he was and he was able to receive all of Zhang He's moves. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Zhang He roared angrily. It was a simple and unadorned move with a reserved light. He chopped down towards Xiao Chen. Since he could not use speed to suppress Xiao Chen, then he would use force to break through Xiao Chen's technique. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed in them. He looked at Zhang He, who was descending from the sky, and smiled faintly. He pushed off with the tip of his feet and leaped into the air. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Bang. The saber light and the sword light clashed, creating a horrifying shockwave in the air. Zhang He flew back a few steps in the air. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had only paused for a moment, and was astonished. In terms of pure strength, he had actually lost to Xiao Chen. The heavenly rock behind him let out a loud cry once again. Zhang He's figure paused in the air, stopping his descent. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the air, and grinned, revealing a faint mocking smile. Even if your strength is much stronger than mine, you should not have fought me in the air. I have the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. Let's see how you are going to stop your descent. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Zhang He shouted and used the martial technique he was proud of against the descending Xiao Chen. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chen in the air, not giving him a chance to land. Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart. A surge of energy came from the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. He brandished his saber and flipped it around. His body used the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit and suddenly rose up. Zhang He's martial technique instantly lost its target. When he looked up, he discovered that Xiao Chen was already above his head. His heart immediately tightened. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. The same disordered dance of 1,000 years clashed with Zhang He's disordered dance of 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chen had the advantage of the terrain. His disordered dance of 1,000 years from above completely suppressed Zhang He. In an instant, the figures of the two people in the air changed rapidly. Countless saber lights and sword chi flew around. The sound of dang dang rang out incessantly. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. With the attacks from above, Zhang He will be at a disadvantage. I did not expect Xiao Chen to know a movement technique that allows him to raise his chi in the air. Indeed, I think this might be an opening that Xiao Chen purposely revealed. Otherwise, why would he suddenly fight him in the air? It is very possible. As the people below discussed, the people of the three great clans in the pavilion watched the battle anxiously. In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yulan watched the two people in the air anxiously. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, after the two of them executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years, their figures became extremely fast. With Xiao Yulan's cultivation realm, she could not see them clearly. "Father, how is the situation?" Xiao Yulan asked the first elder, Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang smiled faintly. "It's fine. Xiao Chen currently has the upper hand." The people of the Zhang clan and Tang clan were currently in the same pavilion. The Zhang clan's clan head had an unsightly expression as he said, "To think that he fell for such a simple scheme. Zhang He is too eager for quick success." Tang Tian consoled him at the side. "He only lost the upper hand temporarily. It is not the time to decide the victor yet." Furthermore, this also exposed one of the advantages that Xiao Chen has. Tang Feng, who was at the side, held his ice-fire bow and stared at the two people in the air. He smiled coldly. "With such an advantage, he will only be a live target in front of my ice-fire bow." Bang! In an instant, the two people in the air exchanged over 1,200 moves. When they were done, Xiao Chen kicked Zhang He's body violently. Then, he used the force of his kick to soar into the air once again. Zhang He landed on the ground with a bang. Many parts of his clothes had been torn by the saber light, leaving behind bloody wounds. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was rising higher and higher in the air. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What is he trying to do? Zhang He quickly got up and cast aside the doubts in his heart. At this moment, his aura had already fallen to rock bottom. If he could not regain some of it, he would be completely suppressed. Heavenly rock spreading its wings, chasing the stars and overtaking the moon. The image of the heavenly rock behind him suddenly let out an incomparably sharp cry. The clothes on its body fluttered and fluttered in the wind. A sound wave spread out in all directions. The people who were closer to the arena felt their eardrums vibrate and they felt dizzy. Those with lower cultivations even vomited blood and fainted on the spot. This cry has already obtained a trace of the divine cry. I did not expect Zhang He's cultivation to improve so much after he was injured. Back then, That almighty person used the divine cry to cause blood to flow out of the 7 orifices of a person, shattering their internal organs and killing them. Although Zhang He has not reached such a level, it is not simple for him to be able to cause someone to faint, the people below discussed. After Zhang He used the chasing stars overtaking the moon movement technique, he was like a sharp arrow that left the bow. He rose from the ground and chased after Xiao Chen. He actually arrived in front of Xiao Chen in an instant. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was secretly astonished at the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. Zhang He was able to reach such a level with his current cultivation. One could only imagine how powerful that almighty person was back then. Without a choice, Xiao Chen could only withdraw the meteor burst that he was originally prepared to execute. If Zhang He had chased him at night and used the meteor burst, Xiao Chen was confident that he could end this duel in an instant. Xiao Chen dodged the sword chi that Zhang He sent out and quickly descended to the front. His movement technique was not as good as Zhang He's. If he fought with Zhang He in the air, he would not have any advantage if he did not have the terrain advantage. Seeing the statue of the Tianwu Emperor in front of him, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He soared into the air, dodging Zhang He's sword chi as he descended towards the statue. After a while, Xiao Chen stood on the sword in the hands of the Tianwu Emperor. After he stood firm, Xiao Chen finally had a chance to catch his breath. He turned around and shot out 4 grade 3 flame talismans at Zhang He, who was chasing him. Zhang He soared into the air and the image of a heavenly rock appeared in the air. It looked very solid. Zhang He stood on it and dodged to the left, dodging a talisman that was shot at him. Bang! Just when Zhang He thought that everything was fine, the talisman exploded in the air. A surging heat wave spread out in all directions with the talisman as the center. Boom, boom, boom. There were another 3 explosions, and the other 3 talismans exploded one after another. The entire sky was covered in a thick flame, and a boundless heat wave spread out in all directions. It was like dark clouds covering the sky, covering the bright sun in the sky, forming a large flaming cloud. Seeing the thick flame covering the entire sky, the people below were all astonished. The Zhang clan head, who was in the pavilion, was so frightened that he was expressionless. He said in a trembling voice, "Is this a secret treasure? The Xiao clan actually has such a secret treasure." Tang Tian and his son, who were at the side, were also incomparably astonished. The thick flame covered the entire sky above the arena. Its might was incomparably vast, and even from a distance, they could feel the horrifying heat wave. Holy sword Haoyan, sweeping through the 8 desolates. Just when everyone thought that Zhang He was in danger, a resplendent sword light suddenly burst out in the sky. It blew away the thick flame, and the sun shone down from above once again. Chapter 84. Under the huge shock wave, the boundless flames slowly dissipated. Zhang He held the sword in his hand. The sword in Zhang He's hand gave off a resplendent sword light, and an indistinct heavenly rock appeared under his feet, causing him to float temporarily. Zhang He held the sword in his hand, and the aura of his martial spirit, the Haotian holy sword, rose continuously. A boundless sword intent materialized in his black eyes. Xiao Chen looked at it, and he actually saw a scene of the ancient era's massacre battlefield. He was nearly immersed in it, so he quickly pulled himself out. Zhang He looked at Xiao Chen, who was standing on the tip of the sword, and said, "Xiao Chen, actually, I have to thank you. If you had not shattered my martial spirit, my understanding of the Haotian sword would not have been able to advance to the next realm so quickly." Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and stood firmly on the sword in the hands of the martial emperor. He smiled faintly. "I thought you wanted to thank me for helping you with your hairstyle a few times. Why are you wearing a hat? I feel that your current hairstyle is very comical. There is no need to hide it." Zhang He was furious, and the sword intent in his eyes started to slowly disappear. Just as the sword intent was about to completely disappear, he felt something was wrong and quickly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the boundless sword intent appeared once more. His emotions had completely calmed down. He looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Not bad. At this moment, you still know how to use words to break my sword intent. You are indeed a very good opponent." However, no matter how strong you are today, in front of me, who has completely comprehended the Haotian sword intent, you will only be a stepping stone on my path to becoming a sword sage. Although Xiaochen felt it was unfortunate that Zhang He was able to recover his sword intent so quickly, he scoffed at Zhang He. With just a few words, he nearly broke his sword intent. To think he still dared to talk about comprehending the Haotian sword intent. Zhang He rode on the heavenly rock and flew over. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and leaped into the air, dodging Zhang He's attack. However, he discovered that this attack was just a feint. He rushed to the top of the great emperor's head, and the heavenly rock under his feet immediately disappeared. He landed on the great emperor's head with a loud bang, and the expression on his face clearly relaxed. Xiaochen smiled inwardly. So, he had exhausted too much of his essence and wanted to find a place to rest. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. Zhang He stood on the Thearcha's head and immediately executed the third move of flight on wings. A strange phenomenon occurred. The blazing sun in the sky was covered by the pitch-black curtain of night, and a full moon slowly rose into the sky. Suddenly, two figures flew over from the horizon. It was a man and a woman. They were holding long swords in their hands, as if they were immortals from beyond the heavens. They floated gracefully in the wee hours and danced with their swords under the full moon. Xiaochen was startled. How did it become two people? He remembered that the last time Zhang He executed moon bright like fire, there was only one silhouette. Now, there were actually two people. The Haotian sword intent is indeed powerful. Zhang He actually comprehended the true essence of flight on wings so quickly. Indeed, legend has it that the sword sage who created flight on wings created this sword technique because he missed his deceased wife. I wonder what level the might of moon bright like fire will reach this time. The might of the previous time was already horrifying enough. This is only the third move of flight on wings. Now that he has comprehended it to this level, he should be able to bring out the might of an earth-ranked martial technique. Let's see how Xiaochen withstands this time. If he can bring out the full might of an earth-ranked martial technique, he would be able to easily kill a martial grandmaster. Many of the knowledgeable people in the spectator stands discussed this. When the Zhang and Tang clan heads saw that Zhang He was able to bring out flight on wings to such an extent, their expressions slowly relaxed. On the Xiao clan spectator stands, the expressions of the crowd were incomparably grim. Xiao Yulan asked worriedly, "What's going on? Why does that person's martial technique have such a strange phenomenon? Will cousin Xiaochen be fine?" Xiao Xiong's gaze was fixed on the full moon hanging high in the sky, as well as the figure flying over. After a while, he sighed and said, "The appearance of a mysterious phenomenon has nothing to do with one's cultivation realm. It is completely dependent on one's understanding of the way of the sword. I don't think anyone in the younger generation of Cheesy County can surpass this Zhang clan brat's understanding of the way of the sword." Xiaochen stood on the tip of his sword and extended his spiritual sense towards the full moon in the sky. However, that full moon seemed to be there for real. Xiaochen did his best to extend his spiritual sense, but there was always a distance between him and the full moon. The two figures under the full moon suddenly paused in the air. The sky immediately turned silent. Xiaochen felt as though he was locked on by two strong sword senses. He felt an incomparable sense of danger. Zhang He held his sword and pointed it at Xiaochen. A boundless killing intent surged out. Boom! Feeling Zhang He's killing intent, the two people under the moon pointed their swords towards the sky. They sent out two resplendent sword lights. After that, the sword lights merged together and chopped down at Xiaochen. Seeing the sword light that seemed to reach the sky, the crowd below the stage quickly scattered. If this sword light chopped down like that, who knew how many people would be injured or killed? Shua! A wooden sculpture appeared in Xiaochen's hand and he threw it into the sky. The wooden sculpture instantly turned into a girl holding a golden spear. Boundless azure sea. A boundless ocean appeared behind Yu Ying. An azure dragon leaped out from the ocean. The golden spear in her hand trembled, and the azure dragon roared angrily as it flew towards the sword light in the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound and the sword light was instantly scattered by the azure dragon. The azure dragon roared angrily and continued charging forward, crashing into the boundless night sky. Chi! Instantly, a hole appeared in the night sky. A ray of sunlight shone through the hole. The hole became bigger and bigger. After an instant, sunlight shone on the ground once again. The full moon and the human figures had all disappeared. Xiaochen casually waved his hand and the wooden sculpture returned to his hand. He felt that it was a pity, he could only use it once more. The night sky disappeared and Zhang He, who was on top of the emperor, vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression was incomparably weak. He held his sword and half-knelt on top of the emperor's head. It's over. Zhang He's mysterious phenomenon has been directly broken. He has suffered from the backlash and is powerless to reverse the situation, someone below exclaimed. Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and landed on top of the emperor's head. He did not waste any more words with Zhang He. He raised his leg and kicked him fiercely towards the ground. The statue of the emperor was a few hundred meters tall. If he were to fall like that, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. The Zhang clan head cried out in alarm and hurriedly leaped up from the pavilion, wanting to catch Zhang He. However, Xiaochen did not want to let him off so easily. He leaped down from the sky and heavily kicked Zhang He's chest again. Zhang He cried out in pain and vomited another mouthful of blood in the air. The huge force carried Zhang He and crashed into the Zhang clan head. The two of them fell down just like that. When they landed, the Zhang clan head somersaulted and stood firmly on the ground. However, Zhang He landed heavily on the ground and fainted with a loud sound. The Zhang clan head looked at the fainted Zhang He with an ashen face. Xiaochen's kick was too ruthless. It had directly landed on the dantian and crippled Zhang He's martial spirit once again. The Zhang clan head pointed at Xiaochen while trembling. He said angrily, "Xiaochen, you are actually so ruthless." In the end, he was so angry that he could not speak. Xiaochen smiled coldly, "I am ruthless? Am I as ruthless as you? You colluded with the Lung clan and killed over 100 people from my Xiao clan. You want me to let Zhang He off so that he can harm my family and friends in the future?" Turning his gaze to the referee at the side, Xiaochen continued, "You can decide the victor of this match now, right?" The referee was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. He opened his mouth and said, "The Xiao clan wins this match. Let's invite the Tang clan's participant to the arena." Xiaochen actually defeated Zhang He so easily. This is truly unimaginable. What is there to be unimaginable about? He clearly used a secret treasure in the end. It was not him who defeated Zhang He, but his secret treasure that defeated Zhang He. A defeat is a defeat. What is there to find excuses for? Could it be that secret treasures are not a part of one's strength? Among the 10 national guardians of the empire, there is one who relied on the might of a secret treasure to get into the rankings. No one dared to voice any objections. Many of the people below felt that it was inconceivable for Xiaochen to defeat Zhang He so easily. No one had expected that Xiaochen would actually possess such a powerful secret treasure. Looking at Xiaochen on the arena, Tang Tian frowned deeply. He said to Tang Feng, "He probably did not even exhaust half of his essence. If you feel that the situation is not right, immediately admit defeat. Where there is life, there is hope. Do not be like Zhang He. The essence restoring pill is not that easy to obtain." Tang Feng nodded his head. He held the ice fire bow in his hand and jumped down from the pavilion. After that, he landed firmly on the arena. When he landed, there was no sound at all. Clearly, he had an extremely profound movement technique. I have never heard of this Tang Feng before. I wonder how strong he is. I think he will not even last 5 minutes. It looks like the Xiao clan is going to win again. That's right. Even someone as powerful as Zhang He could not win. If they rely on this unknown person, they probably have no chance at all. All these years, the Tang clan had always kept a low profile. There were only a few rumors about Tang Feng's strength. No one had seen his true strength. The expressions of the two of them did not change at all when they heard the discussions below. However, Xiaochen did not let down his guard. Instead, it increased significantly. In Gloomy Forest, Tang Feng had only shot 3 arrows. Furthermore, he had hidden his strength. Yet, Xiaochen found it hard to block them. At this moment, Xiaochen could sense that Tang Feng had already completely stepped into the martial master realm. His strength had definitely increased qualitatively. After the referee's voice sounded out, the two of them bowed to each other and the duel officially began. Shua. Xiaochen did not hesitate. He stomped on the ground and his figure moved like lightning. Against a cultivator who attacked from a distance, he naturally had to get close before dealing a fatal blow. Xiaochen was fast, but Tang Feng was even faster. In the instant he moved, Tang Feng had already shot out 3 ice arrows. The lunar shadow saber radiated an electric glow. Xiaochen poured in his essence without holding back as he hacked at the 3 ice arrows. Bang! 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 3 slashes accurately struck the ice arrows flying at him. With 3 crisp sounds, the ice arrows turned into countless ice shards. Xiaochen's footsteps did not slow down at all as he continued to rush towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng drew his bow in an unhurried manner and shot out ice arrows continuously. His footsteps were strange, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. He was very free and at ease. Bang! 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 Xiaochen destroyed countless ice arrows along the way, exhausting a large amount of essence. After much difficulty, he finally arrived at the place where Tang Feng originally stood. However, he discovered that Tang Feng was still as far away from him as before. He did not get any closer. Chapter 85. Bang! Another arrow flew over. Out of habit, Xiaochen shattered it. The moment his saber touched the arrow, Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. This was not an ice arrow but a flame arrow. Boom! By the time Xiaochen realized it, it was already too late. The flame arrow exploded and the intense flames spread out in all directions. Xiaochen covered the surface of his body with essence, forming an essence shield. He quickly retreated. However, he was too close to the center of the flame wave. The surging shockwave from the explosions struck him violently. The huge shockwave knocked Xiaochen back. Xiaochen was startled. If he did not take any measures, this shockwave would be sufficient to knock him out of the arena. If he landed outside the arena, he would automatically lose this duel. Chi! Xiaochen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the heavenly mountain rock. The lunar shadow saber left a long mark on the ground. Xiaochen's flying back slowed down a little. Somersaulting backwards, Xiaochen stood up again. Before he could stabilize himself, 2 arrows made of flames were flying towards him. In the distance, Tang Feng plucked the bowstring gently. Before Xiaochen could do anything, the 2 flame arrows exploded in the air. Boom! Boom! Caught off guard, Xiaochen did not even have time to release his essence shield. He was sent flying by the surging horrifying heat wave. Xiaochen's cultivator robes became tattered and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His body fell towards the ground outside the arena. The crowd below the arena quickly scattered. This brat is really hiding his strength. He actually has a dual-attributed martial spirit. Furthermore, he is able to switch between ice and fire so quickly. His strength is unfathomable. Indeed, no wonder Xiaochen was caught off guard. An ice-attributed martial spirit is as rare as a spiritual martial spirit. If Xiaochen really fell, would this duel end like that? The crowd in the distance discussed. No one had expected Tang Feng to be so strong, giving them a pleasant surprise. When Xiaochen landed, he gently tapped the lunar shadow saber in his hand against the ground and flew back to the arena. Another 3 flaming arrows flew at him. Xiaochen released his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense instantly entered the core of the flaming arrow. A burning spot of light was imprinted in Xiaochen's mind. So that's how it is. Xiaochen suddenly understood. He finally understood the cause of the flame arrow explosion. As long as he could destroy the core of the flame arrow in an instant, the flame arrow would be nothing to be afraid of. Shua! Xiaochen brandished the lunar shadow saber to its limits. The saber light streaked across the air like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, it shattered the burning light. The flame arrow shattered with a loud bang, turning into sparks and disappearing. Sure enough, Xiaochen laughed in his heart. It was time to use his killer move. Lightning evasion. The electric light flickered and Xiaochen suddenly appeared behind Tang Feng. The lunar shadow saber in his hand hacked at Tang Feng's back ferociously. Countless electric lights revolved around the saber, creating a thunderbolt. Tang Feng was not surprised at the sudden appearance of Xiaochen. He already knew that Xiaochen had this strange martial technique. He tilted his body slightly and dodged Xiaochen's attack. Before Xiaochen could withdraw his move, he tilted his body and crashed into Xiaochen's chest. Side body strike. This was a martial technique that used the body as a blade. It gathered all the essence in the body on the shoulder and used it to strike at the enemy like a sharp awl. If one was struck by it, it could cause severe injuries in an instant. It was a martial technique with extremely strong killing power. Xiaochen did not expect Tang Feng to have such strong combat prowess in close combat. He was caught off guard and was struck by it. The huge force passed through Xiaochen's battle armor and entered his body. His internal organs trembled violently. Using this force, Tang Feng's body flew backward rapidly. He pushed off the ground with his feet and pulled away from Xiaochen once again. While he was in the air, he had already started to draw the bowstring. Shwa! After he landed, the ice arrow on the bowstring shot out with a sound. A series of movements were executed smoothly without any delay. A cold light flickered and the arrow disappeared in the air. In an instant, it appeared in front of Xiaochen. The qi and blood in Xiaochen's body were still churning. He was unable to circulate his essence for a short period of time, so he could only tilt his body slightly. The arrow brushed past Xiaochen's cheek and flew backward. The wind that it created left a faint wound on the right side of Xiaochen's face. When Xiaochen saw the ice arrows flying at him continuously, he felt very frustrated. This situation where he could only passively take a beating made him feel very sullen. After dodging another arrow, Xiaochen quickly formed a hand seal with his left hand. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng quickly stopped what he was doing and dodged to the back. However, just as he stabilized himself, another 5 bolts of lightning descended. In the past, when Xiaochen was a martial disciple, he could only send out 3 bolts of lightning. Now that he was a martial master, he could send out 6 bolts of lightning. The 6 bolts of lightning helped Xiaochen gain some buffer time. Xiaochen quickly thought of countermeasures. He felt that he had to get close to Tang Feng to end the battle quickly. I have to think of a way to get close. A wooden sculpture appeared in Xiaochen's left hand. He sighed in his heart, I can only sacrifice you. Shwa! Xiaochen threw the wooden sculpture at Tang Feng. A faint light spread out from the wooden sculpture and a supreme dragon's might instantly spread throughout the entire arena. Tang Feng's heart tightened. Suddenly, an arrow with a flickering spiritual light appeared in his hand. He quickly knocked it on the bowstring and shot it at the wooden sculpture. The arrow was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains. It gave off a drawn-out hum in the air. The essence in the air continuously poured into the arrow, causing the light to become incomparably resplendent. Boom! Before Xiaochen's wooden sculpture could be unfurled, the arrow flashed by gracefully and shattered the wooden sculpture into countless pieces. A large amount of wood chips scattered in the air. Xiaochen's trump card was gone just like that. That is the Heavenly Craft Manor's Essence Light Arrow. It is worth tens of thousands of gold. Every year, there are only 100 of them. I did not expect the Tang clan to be able to obtain one. It is a pity that Xiaochen's secret treasure is gone just like that. That secret treasure was able to break Zhang He's mysterious phenomenon. It must be of a very high rank. This is interesting. I wonder what other trump cards Xiaochen has not used yet. Otherwise, he might be shot to death in frustration. Indeed, he is a cultivator with long-range attacks. In addition to his nimble movement techniques and strong close combat martial techniques, this Tang Feng is an unrivaled existence within the same cultivation realm. The situation in the arena changed once again. The people below were all discussing it. In the pavilion of the Zhang clan and Tang clan, the Zhang clan head said in astonishment, "Brother Tang, where did you get this essence light arrow? I heard that even the royal clan has difficulty purchasing it." Tang Tian smiled faintly, "How could I possibly get it? Lung Jingyun gave it to Tang Feng last night. He gave him a total of 3 essence light swords. The Zhang clan head revealed a delighted expression. Let's see if Xiao Chen still dares to be so arrogant. Without a secret treasure, how is he going to deal with the remaining 2 essence light arrows? In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, when Xiao Chang saw the essence light arrows, his face was filled with astonishment. Clan head, I'm afraid there is no more chance. Why don't you tell Xiao Chen to give up? Xiao Xiong's gaze was deep and profound. He did not answer Xiao Chang's question. He said, did you notice that when Xiao Chen was fighting earlier he suddenly raised his qi in midair? Xiao Chang was stunned. He said in astonishment, you mean, that's right. That is the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Xiong revealed a complicated expression. It is a pity that this movement technique was lost long ago. Otherwise, he would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Chen, and a gentle look flashed in his eyes. A beautiful girl appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, if not for the prophecy from back then, would you not even be willing to step into my Xiao clan? What exactly am I in your heart? The first elder, Xiao Chang, carefully pondered over the meaning of Xiao Xiong's words. He slowly understood what he meant. He said, clan head, actually, 1,000 years have already passed. You do not have to be so worried. Why don't you give it your all and gamble? Xiao Xiong revealed a desolate expression. When he heard this, he smiled bitterly. Gamble? What do you want me to gamble with? Gamble with the lives of the thousands of Xiao clan members? I cannot afford to gamble, and I do not dare to. Xiao Chang was somewhat dissatisfied. He still wanted to say something. Clan head, 1,000 years have passed. This might be an opportunity. Xiao Xiong waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Chang's words. He said indifferently, I will leave for a while. If Xiao Chen's life is in danger again, immediately stop this duel. After he finished speaking, he leaped up high from the pavilion and flew in the direction of the Xiao mansion. His speed was incomparably fast, and a series of sonic booms rang out beside him. After a while, he turned into a black dot and slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes. Heavens! That is the Xiao clan head. He can actually fly in the air. Could it be that his cultivation has already reached the martial king realm? My God! With such a cultivation realm, there is probably no one in Chizi County who can defeat him. The clan heads of the Zhang and Tang clans looked at the distant Xiao Xiong. Their faces were filled with confusion. Tang Tian said suspiciously, the duel is not over yet. Why are you leaving so early? Could it be that you already know of Leng Jingyun's arrangements? The Zhang clan head smiled faintly. I don't think so. He must have already guessed that Xiao Chen would definitely lose this duel. Hence, he went to make arrangements in advance. Tang Tian was still confused in his heart. I hope so. If he can win this duel, that would be for the best. I do not wish to have to take the final step. Father, what's wrong with the clan head? Were you all talking about cousin Xiao Chen earlier? Looking at the distant Xiao Xiong, Xiao Yulan felt that something big was about to happen. However, she had no clue as to what was going on. Xiao Chang waved his hand and did not answer this question. He said, just watch the match. Xiao Chen still has a chance. You do not have to worry about these things. In the ancestral hall in the backyard of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xiong knelt in the center of the ancestral hall. He faced the hundreds of memorial tablets and said in a deep voice, Xiao clan ancestors, I, Xiao Xiong, am useless. I am unable to restore the Xiao clan to its former glory. If there is any punishment, please place it all on me. It has nothing to do with the younger generation. Chapter 86. Xiao Chen, who was in the arena, did not notice Xiao Xiong leaving. He looked at the wood shavings on the ground, his heart filled with disbelief. He had heard of the essence light arrow before, but he did not expect such a heaven-defying item to appear in such a large city like Mo City, breaking his life bestowal spell. Countless cold stars appeared behind Tang Feng, as if they were frozen stars. The temperature on the stage immediately dropped by quite a bit. Tang Feng had a solemn expression on his face as he held the bow with his left hand. His right hand, which was drawing the bowstring, gave off a boundless radiance. Xiao Chen felt a chill in his heart. He had seen this move in gloomy forest before, But this time, it seemed different. The cold lights behind Tang Feng suddenly disappeared, replaced by countless sparks. The cold chi was swept away, and a boundless heat wave surged over. Martial technique, ice fire flowing cloud arrow. An arrow of ice and fire intertwined immediately appeared on the bowstring. The arrow slowly took shape and shot out with a so sound. The cold light and flames flowed continuously on the body of the arrow. It left behind a dazzling trail of light as it flew through the air. It was extremely beautiful. Boom! This was the fastest arrow Xiaochen had ever seen Tang Feng shoot. In the previous moment, the arrow was still in Tang Feng's bow, but in the next moment, it had already flown in front of him with a beautiful trail of light. Heavenly lightning shield. In a situation where he could not dodge, Xiaochen instantly executed the heavenly lightning shield. The electric light solidified into a golden shield, wrapping Xiaochen in the middle. See? The heavenly lightning shield was instantly pierced through, and the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow pierced through the heavenly lightning shield, landing heavily on the right side of Xiaochen's chest. The qi and blood in his body surged, and Xiaochen tasted something sweet in his throat as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Tang Feng, who was in front, frowned slightly. When he saw that the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow did not pierce through Xiaochen's body, he was somewhat astonished. His right hand gently plucked the bowstring, and an invisible energy was transmitted to the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow. In the next moment, the energy arrow made of ice and fire exploded. The interior of the heavenly lightning shield was extremely weak. It was instantly shattered by the explosion. The huge energy of the ice and fire intertwining violently sent Xiaochen flying into the air, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. Xiaochen, who was in the air, felt pain all over his body. Ever since he came to this world, he had never suffered such heavy injuries. He quickly took out a blood-replenishing pill and placed it in his mouth. Bush, bush, bush. Without waiting for Xiaochen to land, Tang Feng shot out 3 ice-fire flowing cloud arrows. Xiaochen was wearing battle armor, so the ice-fire flowing cloud arrows were unable to pierce through Xiaochen. Xiaochen was like a target, being shot higher and higher by Tang Feng. After 3 consecutive explosions, the surging shockwaves were like blossoming fireworks in the air. Under the impact of the shockwaves, Xiaochen had already reached a height of over 200 meters. Tang Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead, revealing a cruel smile on his face. Only now did he dare to relax a little. Shooting Xiaochen into the air was a strategy that he had come up with long ago. No matter what, a person would not be as nimble in the air as they were on the ground. This way, Xiaochen would become a live target. Tang Feng could say that victory was already within his grasp. This time, Xiaochen is finished. He has become a live target. Indeed, quickly admit defeat. Xiao Clan, I can't bear to watch any longer. From the start until now, he has been continuously being shot at. The Xiao Clan is not admitting defeat. Who knows, maybe Xiaochen still has some trump card that he has not used. What trump card could he have? He does not even have a secret treasure anymore. How could he take out something divine? The crowd discussed spiritedly. Most of them could not bear to watch. No one expected Tang Feng to be so strong. Originally, no one thought highly of him, but he was actually able to force Xiaochen into such a situation. In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yulan had tears in her eyes as she looked at Xiaochen in the air. She said, "Father, just admit defeat. We do not want this 7-horn mountain anymore. Cousin Xiaochen is about to die." The eyes of Xiao Ling, Yilan, and the others behind her also turned red. No one expected that Xiaochen would risk his life to such an extent and that the duel would be so cruel. "It is not time yet," Xiao Chang said indifferently. Xiao Chang said indifferently. Xiao Yulan and the others did not know that Xiaochen was wearing a profound ranked battle armor. In the pavilion of the Zhang and Tang clans, the Zhang clan head looked at Xiaochen, who was continuously being shot at. His face was filled with joy as he smiled. "Congratulations, your young master is about to win. The Lung clan will probably reward you greatly." Tang Tian's expression was somewhat relaxed as well. He leaned on the railing and smiled faintly. "It does not matter. Not having to the last step is already the best result. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, had his eyes closed. His expression was incomparably calm as he thought about every single detail of this battle. From the start, he had been too eager for quick success. His lightning evasion was no longer a secret. However, he still treated it as a killing move. He was too naive. Even though he knew that his opponent had a long-range attack, he still executed the life bestowal spell. His earlier battle with Zhang He had inflated his confidence. Thoughts flowed like electricity in his mind. Xiao Chen did his best to think of a countermeasure. If he were to descend quickly, he would still become Tang Feng's target. He might as well ascend to the heavens and fight to the death. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen roared angrily. The blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian leaped out from the pool of clear water with a boom. A pure energy was transmitted into Xiao Chen's body. Using this energy, Xiao Chen brandished his saber and pulled it upwards. His body quickly rose up. Every time he brandished his saber, his body would immediately rise by more than 10 meters. What Xiao Chen did not expect was that the arrows that Zhang He shot were actually dodged in such a manner. Tang Feng, who was in the arena, watched as Xiao Chen rose higher and higher into the air, dodging a few arrows. He frowned tightly. The arrows that he shot out were not physical arrows. They were arrows formed by the two attributes of ice and fire. If the distance was too far, the accuracy would not decrease, but the speed would decrease significantly. Another essence light arrow appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Xiao Chen, who was in the air, and slowly drew the bowstring. He raised his essence, qi, and spirit to the maximum. Streams of killing qi locked onto Xiao Chen, who was in the air. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had always been in the surroundings. The moment Xiao Chen released his killing qi, Xiao Chen immediately felt it. His heart trembled and he quickly executed the lightning evasion. Executing the lightning evasion in the air exhausted a large amount of essence. However, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. This killing qi made him feel the aura of death. So, just as Xiao Chen left, there was a flash of light under his feet. In the clear sky, it was like a bolt of lightning flashing by. The light flashed and Xiao Chen's figure appeared 1,000 meters in the air. The crowd below could only see a small black dot. What is this Xiao Chen doing? With his cultivation realm, executing a martial technique to fly would exhaust a large amount of essence. It is not something that a martial master can withstand. Tang Tian said worriedly as he looked at the black dot in the sky from the pavilion of the Zhang clan and the Tang clan. The Zhang clan's clan head smiled faintly. Brother Tang, there is no need to worry. This is obviously to avoid Tang Feng's arrow. He will come down eventually. At that time, even if he cannot die from the arrow, he will fall to his death. In the pavilion of the Xiao clan, the crowd could not understand what Xiao Chen meant. Only Xiao Chang had some idea, but he was not very sure. Could it be the descending divine dragon chop? However, this martial technique has long been lost in the Xiao clan. Even if he really possesses the blue dragon martial spirit, it would be impossible for him to learn it. Tang Feng, who was in the arena, looked at Xiao Chen, who was like a black dot in the sky. His expression turned grave, and his earlier relaxed expression disappeared. The third essence light arrow was slowly knocked on the bowstring, aiming at the black dot in the sky. His aura rose continuously. This was his last essence light arrow. If he could not hit Xiao Chen, he would be in trouble. Just as everyone was discussing, not knowing what Xiao Chen was going to do, a majestic dragon roar came from the sky. The aura of the ancient holy beast, the blue dragon, slowly pressed down from the sky. Everyone present felt their shoulders sink, like there was a formless pressure pressing down on them. Their legs could not help but tremble. Meteor burst. Xiao Chen roared loudly, and a formless dragon image appeared behind him. He fell towards the ground like a meteor, tearing through the air and splitting apart the shockwaves. So, Tang Feng had already drawn the ice-fire bow to the shape of a full moon. He released it with a schwa sound, and the essence light arrow shot towards Xiao Chen, who was in the air. However, Xiao Chen was surrounded by a formless qi field. This was the protective qi field created by the blue dragon martial spirit after executing the meteor burst. Before the essence light arrow, which carried a huge force, could approach Xiaochen, it was struck by the qi field. It lost its accuracy and brushed past him, eventually disappearing into the sky. Tang Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. The heavenly craft mountain used superior-grade frost iron and a large number of moonstones to forge the essence light arrow. Unexpectedly, it could not even pierce through the qi field. Before Tang Feng had the time to be astonished, Xiaochen hacked at him with a supreme dragon might. Tang Feng executed his movement technique to its limits. In an instant, he leaped 10 meters forward. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the arena made of heavenly mountain stones shattered. The surging shockwaves carried countless shattered rocks off the arena. The cultivators below the arena all executed their movement techniques to dodge. Even so, there were many people who were struck by the shattered rocks. The huge force sent these people flying and vomiting blood. The scene immediately turned chaotic. Descending Divine Dragon Chop. It really is the Descending Divine Dragon Chop. Xiao Chang, who was in the pavilion, said somewhat agitatedly. He did his best to see the situation in the arena clearly. However, the arena was covered in dust, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. In the pavilion of the Zhang and Tang clans, Tang Tian said unhappily, "Didn't you say that he would fall to his death? How did such a situation happen?" The Zhang clan head's expression was extremely unsightly. He wanted to say something, but he did not know how to reply. When the dust on the arena slowly settled, everyone could finally see the situation in the arena. In a corner of the arena, Tang Feng's complexion was pale. He was in a sorry state as he hung on the wall of the arena, trembling as he hung in the air. He did his best to hold on to the wall, not letting himself fall. His other hand held the ice fire bow tightly. Chapter 87. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. His complexion was somewhat weak. This meteor burst had exhausted a large amount of his essence. In addition to the injuries he had sustained earlier, he was on the verge of collapsing. He was only relying on his willpower to hold on. "Ha!" Tang Feng suddenly shouted. He did his best to pull with his right hand and leaped high into the air. When he landed on the ground, his body wobbled a few times. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and leaped up. The lunar shadow saber in his hand gave off an electric light. The might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding anything back as he hacked at Tang Feng. Chang! Tang Feng held the ice fire bow and gently pushed it forward, blocking Xiao Chen's saber. Tang Feng pulled back the bow and turned around. His feet moved slightly, and the ice fire bow hacked at Xiao Chen from a tricky angle. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Tang Feng used the bow as a weapon. Coupled with his ingenious movement technique, he was actually able to fight evenly with Xiao Chen in close combat. Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. He did not expect Zhang He to have such a martial technique, able to use the ice fire bow as a weapon. After taking 2 steps back, Xiao Chen stepped forward with his right foot. The stance of his hands changed slightly and his aura suddenly rose. Tang Feng was astonished and wanted to dodge to the side. Drawing the saber. The electric light flickered and a dim light streaked across. A bloody wound appeared on Tang Feng's left shoulder. Even though he had retreated in advance, he was still struck by the saber light. Arc-light chop. The tip of the saber flicked gently and the electric light instantly solidified on the saber. It created a long arc light in the air. The electric light on the arc light leaped around continuously. Tang Feng wanted to make a move to block it, but he discovered that he could not find any weakness in this move. The angle of the arc light sealed off all his paths of attack. By the time he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. The arc light left a long wound on his chest. The leaping electric light immediately entered Tang Feng's body through the wound. The electric light spun around Tang Feng's body like rotten wood. His footsteps became messy for a moment. He was astonished. He held the ice fire bow in front of his chest and flicked the bowstring violently. Puff! A wave of flames surged toward Xiao Chen, carrying a boundless heat wave. Soaring heaven slash. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and rushed towards the sky. He directly broke through the flames and pierced towards Zhang He. The lunar shadow saber in his hand had a reserved brilliance. There was nothing fancy about it. Tang Feng's face was ashen as he decisively rolled backwards. He did not have Feng Feishue's exquisite movement technique. Against this rushing heaven chop, he could only choose to roll backwards. Rushing thunder slash. Behind Xiao Qin, a clap of thunder rang out. The deafening sound shook everyone's eardrums and made them dizzy. At this moment, Xiao Qian's aura rose to the extreme, bringing with it the unparalleled aura of thunder from the 9 heavens, along with the might of thunder and lightning rolling over. Tang Feng, who was below, had just stood up when he saw Xiao Qin descending from the sky like a thunder god. He hurriedly gripped the ice fire bow with both hands and placed it above his head, wanting to block Xiao Qian's attack. He was very confident in the materials used to forge the ice fire bow. It was an elementary profound rank soul weapon forged from high-grade frost iron. The huge force of the lunar shadow saber struck the ice fire bow, giving off a few crisp sounds. After a few crisp sounds, cracks appeared on the ice fire bow that Tang Feng was very confident in. It was about to break. Rushing thunder second chain chop. After Xiao Qin landed, he used the unparalleled might of the rushing thunder slash and executed the rushing thunder second chain chop. In his astonishment, Tang Feng hurriedly used his bow to block. Bang! The ice fire bow broke into 2. The rushing thunder saber technique executed 5 strikes in one breath. At this moment, a violent energy was accumulated. With a boom, Tang Feng was sent flying. Tang Tian, who was above the pavilion, quickly jumped down and caught Tang Feng. His fingers were as fast as lightning as he poked Tang Feng's chest a few times. After that, he quickly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Tang Feng. After Tang Tian checked on Tang Feng's injuries, the expression on his face eased up. He looked at Xiao Qin on the arena and indifferently said to the people who had rushed over, "Let's go." Dugu Feng slowly walked onto the arena and announced, "In this promise of 10 years, the Xiao clan is victorious once again. The rights to Seven-Horn Mountain belong to the Xiao clan once again. I hope that the other clans will respect this result. Cousin Xiao Qin, are you all right?" Just as Dugu Feng announced the result, Xiao Yulan and the others rushed onto the arena. Xiao Lingyer's eyes were filled with stars as she said, "Elder brother Xiao Qin, you are the hero of the Xiao clan this time." Yi Lan, Xiao Jian, and the other Xiao clan disciples all surrounded him and congratulated him. The crowd below the arena was somewhat surprised at this result. Xiao Qian's reversal was too sudden. When Xiao Qin saw the crowd, he was filled with joy. With the help of the blood-replenishing pill, his internal injuries had already recovered by half. However, he had overdrawn his essence and his body could not take it. Xiao Chang parted the crowd and brought a few elders over. However, his expression did not show the joy of victory. He first checked on Xiao Qian's injuries before saying, "Go back quickly, the clan head has something to say to you." When they arrived, the Xiao clan's people all had extremely unsightly expressions. Now that they had won the promise of 10 years, their expressions were much more relaxed. Mo City, Tang Clan, Secret Room. Tang Tian had an ashamed expression on his face as he said to Leng Jingyun, "My son is useless and wasted 3 of Brother Leng's essence light arrows." The news of the 2 clans' defeat had already reached Leng Jingyun's ears. When he heard Tang Tian's words, Leng Jingyun said indifferently, "There is no problem. Man disposes, God disposes. Just do your best." Leng Yunze, who was at the side, said, "Clan head, please make the decision. The 6th elder has already brought 50 martial grandmasters and is hiding in the surroundings of the Xiao clan. They are just waiting for your command." Tang Tian, who was at the side, said, "My Tang clan can provide 15 martial grandmasters to listen to Brother Leng's orders." The Zhang clan had continued, "My Zhang clan can provide 12 martial grandmasters to listen to Brother Leng's orders. We will listen to the clan head's orders at any time. We will not hesitate to exterminate the Xiao clan," the 4 martial saints behind Leng Jingyun said loudly. Leng Jingyun closed his eyes and thought for a long time before he suddenly opened them. His gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhang, how long do you need to gather the martial grand masters of your clan?" The Zhang clan head smiled, "I have already made arrangements long ago. The 12 martial grand masters of the Zhang clan have already been waiting outside the Tang residence for a long time. Leng Zhengyun nodded and continued making arrangements. Brother Zhang, Brother Tang, aside from the martial grand masters, how many cultivators can your two clans provide? The Zhang clan has a total of 70 martial masters and 100 cultivators. The Tang family has a total of 80 martial masters and 200 martial artists. A bright light appeared in Leng Zhengyun's eyes as he said, "Good. The two of you will each send one person to lead these cultivators and guard the path to the city lord's residence. You must block the people from the city lord's residence for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the situation will be set, and no one will be able to reverse it." The Zhang clan and Tang clan's clan heads had difficult expressions on their faces as they said, "Are you not afraid of them settling accounts with you after we go against the city lord's residence's people?" Leng Zhengyun glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that by going to the Shao clan, we are not going against the city lord's residence? Do you think that the city lord's mansion wouldn't know that we heavily injured their contestant in the Shao family? If it wasn't for the powerful background behind my Leng family, do you think Dugu Feng would have compromised?" The patriarchs of the Zhang and Tang clans let out sighs of relief and said, "We'll listen to Brother Leng's orders. We will depart in half an hour. We will wipe out the Shao clan and leave no one alive." Leng Zhengyun's face revealed a trace of determination and ruthlessness. Mo City, Shao clan, Great Hall. Shao Chen followed Shao Chang and the others to the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, Shao Xiong had a sullen expression as he sat on a wooden chair. Shao Chen smiled at Shao Xiong. "Shao Chen, fortunately, I did not fail in my mission and won this duel for the Shao clan." However, after he said this, he discovered that something was wrong. The surrounding elders of the Shao clan all had complicated expressions on their faces. They did not show any joy of winning the duel. Shao Xiong muttered to himself for a long time before he suddenly said, "Shao Chen, is your martial spirit the holy beast, Blue Dragon? Tell me the truth. How did he know?" Shao Chen's heart sank. His mind was in a mess for a moment. After a while, he finally made a decision. What was to come would eventually come. He could not avoid it. Shao Chen looked at Shao Xiong without any fear and said, "In reply to father, my martial spirit is indeed the Blue Dragon martial spirit. What's wrong with the Blue Dragon martial spirit?" "Blue Dragon?" An elder at the side was about to explain when suddenly there were sounds of killing coming from the front yard of the Shao residence. Miserable cries could be heard and everyone's expressions changed. Shao Chen's heart trembled and he quickly sent out his spiritual sense. Suddenly, his eyes turned bloodshot and he said fiercely, "A bunch of bastards. They actually dare to come again. I will make sure that you will not be able to leave this place alive." Shao Chen exited the Great Hall and immediately executed the gravity spell. He flew into the sky and rushed to the front yard ahead of Shao Xiong and the others. In the front yard, there was a group of cultivators led by the Leng clan killing in a frenzy. The weakest of this group of people was a martial grand master. There were also 6 martial saints. The Shao clan had no way of retaliating. Pu Si, an inferior-grade martial disciple of the Shao clan, was struck by Tang Tian's palm and vomited a large mouthful of blood. His heart was shattered by the force of Tang Tian's palm. He was dead. "Don't kill me, Wu Wu." A Shao clan girl flew backward. Leng Yunze, who was chasing her, had a mocking expression on his face. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. He only chased after her slowly and did not make a move. Bang! Just when the girl thought she could escape, Leng Yunze suddenly made a move. A sword light swept out and the girl's head flew into the air. The perfect body that had lost its head was still running in front for a while before it stopped. The clear eyes of the head in the air were wide open, filled with an expression of astonishment. Leng Yunze looked indifferently at the corpse on the ground. He continued to brandish his sword qi and started to massacre the other Shao clan disciples. With his cultivation as a martial saint, there was almost no one who could block a single move from him. "Kill them all, leave none alive. Quickly break through the front yard," the Leng clan head said coldly as he casually broke the neck of a Shao clan disciple. Countless miserable cries came from the ground and entered Shao Chen's ears. The entire front yard of the Shao clan was like hell. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he executed the gravity spell with all his might. He quickly landed in front of a gate that connected the front yard to the courtyard. Ling, leave quickly, you are almost at the gate. Once you enter the backyard, you should be safe. Yi Lan did his best to block the attack of a martial grandmaster as he shouted to Xiao Ling, who was behind him. Xiao Linger's eyes were filled with tears as she cried, Yi Lan. Chapter 88. Leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. The saber in the Tang clan martial grandmaster's hand cut open another wound on Yi Lan's chest. Yi Lan did not care about the wound on his body as he spoke anxiously to Xiao Ling. Just as Yi Lan spoke, the martial grand master changed his angle of attack and headed for Yi Lan's chest. Yi Lan felt a chill in his heart and his eyes were filled with despair. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen instantly executed the lightning evasion. The lunar shadow saber hacked at the martial grand master's head. If he still wanted to attack Yi Lan, his head would immediately split open. That martial grandmaster had no choice but to withdraw his saber and retreat. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had suddenly appeared, and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. I caught a big fish. I wonder what kind of reward the clan head will give me after I kill you. Team leader Xiao Chen, weren't you in the Great Hall? Leave quickly, this place is too dangerous, Yi Lan said in astonishment as he looked at Xiao Chen who had saved him. When Xiao Ling saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, she was pleasantly surprised and said, Elder brother Xiao Chen, leave quickly, this place is too dangerous. Xiao Chen stared at the martial grand master in front of him. He did not turn his head and said indifferently, you guys leave first. Trust me, I am your team leader, am I not? Why are you still not leaving? Are you trying to distract me? Xiao Chen's expression turned cold when he saw the two of them did not move. Team leader, take care. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you have to be careful. The two of them exhorted each other and quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense sensed that they had left the front courtyard. He did not bother with the people in front of him and retreated to the gate that connected the front courtyard to the courtyard. This was the only entrance to the courtyard, the Great Hall, and the back courtyard. As long as Xiao Chen guarded this place, no matter how capable these people were, they would not be able to enter. Under Xiao Chen's delay, a few more Xiao clan disciples left the front courtyard. The Xiao clan disciples in the front yard had all been cleaned up. The Lung clan's clan head, Ling Yun, led a group of martial saints and more than 100 martial grandmasters over to Xiao Chen. Clan head, this is Xiao Chen, Ling Yunza explained to Ling Yun as he looked angrily at Xiao Chen. Lan Chaoyang said in a lukewarm tone, he is just an inferior grade martial master. To think he was able to escape from Elder Lung previously. When Ling Yun heard this, he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the two of you, quickly go and deal with this person. If you cannot defeat him within 3 moves, I will record a major demerit and punish you after this. If you are not able to take him down within 3 moves, I will record a major demerit and punish you after this. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the people in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, a boundless killing intent burst out from Xiao Chen's eyes. His right hand quickly formed hand seals and the blood essence buried in the talisman was instantly activated by Xiao Chen, forming a strange connection. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds covered the clear and boundless sky, churning endlessly. Muffled thunder roared continuously. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy. A scarlet pillar of light rose up from 8 different directions around the Xiao residence, rushing into the sky. Xiao Chen's body flew 1,000 meters above the ground. Countless arcs of lightning surrounded him. Thunderbolts flashed by, illuminating Xiao Chen's face, making it flicker between bright and dark. He was like a god of thunder as he stood in the air, emitting a supreme might. Xiao Chen cautiously controlled the surrounding lightning. Under the guidance of the 9th Heaven's Thunder Formation, the destructive energy poured in crazily. If there was any carelessness in controlling this energy, Xiao Chen would suffer a backlash and turn into dust. Clan head, what is going on? The sudden situation caused the Lung clan's people to feel an indescribable sense of panic. The lightning in the dark clouds was like a sharp knife carrying an aura of death, ready to fall at any moment. Leng Jingyun revealed an incomparably grave expression. After a while, he said in a daze, "This is a formation that only appeared in the ancient era. How can someone lay it? Quick, shoot him down. Otherwise, we will all die here," Leng Jingyun suddenly said loudly. A group of cultivators with bows and arrows drew their bows and shot at the sky. However, before the arrows that were flying at Xiaoqin could get close to Xiaoqin, they were turned into dust by the lightning in the dark clouds. Outside the front yard, Xiao Xiong, who had led the elites of the Xiao clan, rushed over. When he saw Xiaoqin in the sky and the countless lightning in the dark clouds, his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and said, "Don't go any further. That is a formation that has been lost since the ancient era. If you step into it, you might be killed by mistake." When Xiao Chang heard this, his expression changed greatly. He said, "It is rumored that only those with a cultivation realm can use the formation. Can second young master withstand it?" The expression on Xiao Xiong's face was incomparably grave. He turned his head and said to Lu Fenglin, "Elder Lu, if anything happens to Xiaoqin later, please bring him away immediately. This is my request. I hope you will agree to it." Lu Fenglin did not say anything. He only nodded his head and agreed to Xiao Xiong's request. Leng Jingyun looked at the arrows that had turned into dust in the sky. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. After a while, he shouted loudly. He bent his legs and leaped up, rushing into the sky. Xiaoqin moved his spiritual sense. Before he could make a move, the lightning in the dark clouds pierced through the sky under the guidance of his spiritual sense and instantly struck Leng Jingyun. The strong power of the lightning struck Leng Jingyun down on the spot. He landed heavily on the ground. His entire body was charred black as he twitched non-stop. "Clan head, how are you?" The people beside him quickly helped him up. They checked his injuries and fed him a medicinal pill. Leng Jingyun consumed a medicinal pill and his complexion improved slightly. He said weakly, "Leave quickly. Leave before the formation core is formed. Don't bother about me. My internal organs have already been destroyed by the lightning. I have no chance of survival." After Leng Jingyun spoke, he fainted again. Clan head, are you all right?" Brilliant heavenly might, guided by Qi. 9 heavens divine lightning, heed my command. Destroy. Xiao Chen's hands continuously formed hand seals. The lightning in the sky rumbled. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It was vast and boundless, and its aura shook the heavens. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, countless lightning bolts struck the ground. There were flashes of lightning in the gloomy sky. A martial grandmaster was struck by the lightning. He cried out miserably as his body instantly turned into a bloody mess. He died on the spot. "Run quickly." The terrifying aura immediately scared everyone out of their wits. Their faces paled in fright as they quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. "You think you can escape?" With the help of the 9th heaven's thunder formation, his spiritual sense enveloped the entire Xiao residence. He placed a hidden mark on the bodies of this group of people. The lightning would automatically chase after the people who placed the mark. Boom, 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 boom. Countless lightning bolts descended. This place was like purgatory. Miserable cries resounded unceasingly. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, it would reap a life. Xiao Chen did not feel any pity in his heart. He thought of the girl from earlier. Even after her head was chopped off, she continued to run. His heart could not remain calm. His spiritual sense quickly scanned the air and soon discovered Leng Yunza's figure. This fellow was leaping up and down, actually dodging a few bolts of lightning. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His figure flashed in the air and arrived in front of Leng Yunza. Seeing the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen, Leng Yunza was startled. He said sternly, "Xiao Chen, you actually dare to appear in front of me." Reckless, Xiao Chen did not say anything. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. Before Leng Yunza could finish speaking, he was electrocuted into meat paste. The smell of roasting wafted out. Xiao Chen laughed coldly and kicked Leng Yunza's body into the air. There was a flash of saber light and Leng Yunza was immediately chopped in half. his spiritual sense continued to spread out. Xiao Chen targeted those martial saint experts. These people's movement techniques were shocking. They were actually able to dodge the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. There were a few more bolts of lightning as thick as a bucket. Under Xiao Chen's direction, not a single one of those martial saints managed to escape. They were all electrocuted into meat paste. After half an hour, Xiao Chen slowly descended from the sky. The front yard was filled with charred corpses. None of the martial grand masters or martial saints had managed to escape. The dark clouds scattered and the 8 scarlet light pillars around the Xiao residence slowly sank into the ground. The instant the light pillars completely disappeared, the Xiao residence's 8 scarlet pillars slowly sank into the ground. The instant the pillars of light disappeared, the horrifying energy between heaven and earth vanished and the sunlight shone on the ground once again. There was a piercing pain in Xiao Chen's mind. Faint traces of blood could be seen clearly on his pale face. Amidst the intense pain, Xiao Chen felt the energy in his body drain away rapidly. Boom! There was an explosion in his dantian. Xiao Chen's cultivation had actually dropped by an entire grade, becoming a superior grade martial disciple once again. When the pain in his mind slowly disappeared, Xiao Chen consumed a qi returning pill. He smiled bitterly to himself. In order to kill this group of people, he had wasted an entire grade of his cultivation. However, he did not regret it. Even if Xiao Chen's cultivation realm returned to the spirit refinement realm, he would not hesitate to use the 9th Heaven's Thunder formation against this group of people. Shua! Shua! The sound of footsteps could be heard as Xiao Xiong led the Xiao clan over. Xiao Chang flew forward and checked on the condition of Xiao Chen's body. He could not help but be startled. He actually dropped a grade. This is too strange, I have never heard of this before. When Xiao Xiong saw that Xiao Chen was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He brought up the same topic again. Xiao Chen, is your martial spirit the blue dragon? So what if it is, and so what if it isn't? Xiao Chen felt incomparably fatigued. When faced with this question again, he no longer had the slightest bit of patience in his heart. Xiao Xiong's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiao Chen would use such a tone to speak to him. He said in a deep voice, if it is, you can leave now. Never come back to Mo City. The further you go, the better. Xiao Chen was startled. Although he had already planned to leave the Xiao clan after the promise of 10 years, he did not expect such an ending. Xiao Xiong actually wanted to expel him? Xiao Yulan, who was at the side, said in astonishment, Clan head, now that Xiao Chen has done a great service, why are you still chasing him away? Xiao Xiong took out a stack of banknotes and 2 porcelain bottles containing medicinal pills. He said to Xiao Chen, here are 1,000,000 taels of silver and 2 bottles of rank 3 medicinal pills. Keep them. Yi Lan suddenly knelt on the ground and said, Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away. Xiao Ling also suddenly knelt down and said, First uncle, don't chase elder brother Xiao Chen away. He is now the hero of our Xiao clan. Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away. Those who had trained with Xiao Chen in the gloomy forest, as well as those who were saved by Xiao Chen, all knelt down as well. Xiao Xiong said angrily, What are you trying to do? Rebel? Xiao Chen did not say anything. He slowly walked over and helped everyone up. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he knelt in front of Xiao Xiong and kowtowed heavily. This kneel is to thank you on behalf of Xiao Chen. Without you, I, Xiao Chen, would not have been able to come to this world. No matter what decision you make, I will not blame you. Bang! Xiao Chen kowtowed heavily again and said, This kneel is to thank the elders of the Xiao clan for taking care of me after I came to this world. Bang! This kneel is to thank all of you brothers and sisters who were willing to plead for me. A man's knees are worth gold. I, Xiao Chen, am not worthy of your kneeling. After Xiao Chen spoke, he dashed out. He did not take the banknotes and medicinal pills that Xiao Xiong had prepared for him. He executed the lightning evasion and his figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiao Yulan, who was chasing after him, watched as Xiao Chen gradually disappeared into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed silently. Outside Mo City, Xiaochen looked at the tall city walls. He used the life bestowal spell and formed a little bird. He took out a prescription and a letter that he had already written. He tied it to the little bird's leg and sent it to Mo Fan's residence. The medicinal pill recorded on the prescription was a medicinal pill that could heal broken legs. Because Xiaochen could not find the ingredients, he could not refine it. Now that he was about to leave Mo City, he could only give the prescription to Mo Fan. In the letter, he begged Mo Fan to protect the Xiao clan for 3 years. Although Xiaochen could not see through Mo Fan's strength, he was at least a peak martial saint. With Mo Fan's protection, the Xiao clan should be able to survive this calamity. Seeing the little bird gradually disappear into the sky, Xiaochen said with some sadness in his heart, "Goodbye, Mo City." When he turned around, he saw an unexpected face. Looking at that beautiful and elegant figure, Xiaochen did not know why, but his depressed mood actually improved significantly. "Feng Feishue, did you calculate that I would be chased out by the Xiao clan today? That's why you were waiting here?" Feng Feishue, who was dressed in men's clothes and holding a folding fan, smiled faintly when she heard this. "I do not have any other intentions. I just wanted to send you off and give you something along the way." With a flip of her palm, a martial technique manual suddenly flew towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen received it suspiciously. He looked at the words on the cover and slowly read it out, "Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art." Xiaochen was astonished in his heart, but his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "To others, this martial technique is worthless. However, to me it is a priceless treasure. I do not believe that you would give me such a good thing for nothing. Be more straightforward. What request do you have? Just tell me directly. I really need what you are giving me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my best to help you." When Feng Feishue heard this, she found it interesting. This was the first time she met a man who dared to speak to her so directly. She smiled and said, "In the future, if I meet with any difficulties, I would like you to help me. I will not tell you what this favor is, but you will definitely be able to do it. In the future, if you can find me, I will be at your beck and call." After Xiaochen spoke, he turned around and left without looking back. Seeing Xiaochen agree so straightforwardly, Feng Feishue was stunned for a moment. By the time she reacted, she discovered that Xiaochen had already walked far away. She said loudly, "Xiaochen, are you not afraid that I will cheat you?" In the distance, Xiaochen's footsteps did not stop at all. He held the martial technique manual and gently waved his hand. A voice slowly transmitted over, "I believe you."